Wednesday. They call this Wednesday, midweek. How's your trading been? How have you been? I'm glad that you're here with us here today on Topstep TV. Yes, you're at the right place at the right time. Come on in. Everybody gets a front row seat here at Topstep TV. This is opening call, and we're the Backstreet Boys today. So hope you enjoy the song and dance, but we got a lot ahead of us today. So make sure your pencils are sharpened, the ink in your pen. Grab your favorite Crayola. Remember, take notes, journal, and let's get busy here. Let's say hello to our good friend. Yes, the man with the plan, the guru of Topstep, John, a.k.a. the Hoag Hoagland. And a good day to you, sir. How are you, Johnny?
Doing good, man. Feeling good. Ready for the day. Very excited. A very exciting day today. As always, we're always going to be focusing on accurate context here on the opening call, risk management and patience. Got to say
Yeah.
good morning to my peeps here this morning, to our peeps. Sharon T, good morning. Dan Trader, thanks for putting all that information about cash carry into the chat earlier. Mazia, good morning. Slippers, Yabbersmack, G-Bo, Man Caves, Blue Ken, John Jones, Nick Nichols, Rich, Trader Dog, Frizzoo, Wildfire, and Crawdad's Fish Market. Good morning to you, all of you, and good morning to each and every one of you. We are so happy to have you here with us today. Let's have a really good day.
Crawdad's Fish Market.
It's a great name, isn't it?
Yeah, send us. Yeah, we need some crawdad, some corn. Let's do a boil. Let's do it. Let's do a crawfish boil. Have some fun there. Little barbecue. All right. Mentioned cash carry. Coming over the wire here, saying I'm not yet seeing a lot of upside inflation risk. The bigger risk is getting stuck. Stuck where, Mr. Cash Carry? I got an idea where it could be stuck. But anyway, let's get on with the news here right now. Global markets falling today as investors await the inflation data that did hit and continued to the downside. Actually, we did see rallies on a lot of these markets. Markets have been pulling down. Right before we got into this, John's like, what happened to the crude? Crude taking a dump here right now, which find out where we can sort of call it here. But anyway, Dow futures inched down by about 0.3%. We saw the S&P down 0.2 and the Nasdaq also down 0.2. Now the dollar index surge stalled near 2-year highs, while the Treasury yield were little changed after rising about 10 basis points yesterday. And we did see Bitcoin tagging that 90K, but also falling yesterday also. I'm not sure where Bitcoin is today, but I'm sure that'll be a topic of conversation. Dollar strength also drove the yen above the 155 per dollar. This is the first time since July that it's did that, and increasing the likelihood that Japan may act to stem the depreciation. Yesterday, Fed Barkin said the central bank was ready to respond to any renewed upward momentum. Recently, waning price growth, post-election surge that we call the Trump trades, has also cooled. The U.S. dollar hovered under a 6.5-month peak against its major currency peers. So, Johnny, President-elect Donald Trump, if you haven't heard, we've got Musk and Vivek will be leading the department aimed at streamlining government agencies and reducing bureaucracy. Sorry, I said that wrong. Trump said that the two will lead the department government of efficiency, calling the agency potentially the Manhattan Project of our time. So, Johnny, that's what I've got here. Bureaucracy. Bureaucracy. Oh, good morning.
There's plenty of that to go around.
There is. It's a big word. Well, I haven't seen that word in a while. But otherwise, Johnny, what do you got for us?
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, everybody was waiting for the CPI numbers at 7:30, and they came out exactly as expected. The only rise was in the year over year overall CPI, which rose from 2.4% to 2.6%. The month over month came out steady at 0.2%. The core CPI came out steady at 3.3%. And the core C that was the year over year. The core CPI month over month came out as expected and maintaining 0.3%. So the markets really liked but didn't love those numbers. We also had Cash Carey speak at 7:30, having some comments about all of that. At 8:35, we also have Logan due to speak. At 12 o'clock, Musalam is due to speak, and 12:30, Schmidt is due to speak. So after this, it's going to be pretty much all about the talking feds. As far as earnings are concerned, no majors this morning. We do have Cisco after the close today. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's lower this morning, 4.66. It was 15.16 at this time yesterday. The dollar index pretty much steady to where it was yesterday, maybe a little bit higher at 105.86, where it was 105.81 yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year holding steady as it was yesterday, 4.4%, give or take a basis point or two. And that's all we've got as far as economic numbers. We're looking forward to the PPI numbers tomorrow, of course. And going to have to digest these numbers, see what these markets do, and look for our opportunities. Back to you, Eddie.
Back to me. Thank you, John. Oil prices pared back recent losses today, but remain near the lowest in 2 weeks, as we did mention a little while ago. We did hit bottom here, not the bottom of the day, but a new low here. We're looking at 67.30 here as a low on my ETH and 69.13 topping out in crude. But otherwise, OPEC producers downgraded its global demand growth forecast, lowest in 2 weeks. We did see that earlier that the Brent climbed 0.1%, WTI basically unchanged before we saw this drop. Now, both contracts have fallen more than 5% at the start of the week, and this isn't going to help if you are looking to watch this market rise. In its monthly report yesterday, uh, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries cut its forecast for the world oil demand in both 2024 and 2025, mostly due to the weakness in top oil importer China. Don't forget, we've got the International Energy Agency set to publish its forecast tomorrow. So EIA tomorrow. But anyway, let's get our tip of the week here, if we can. And here it is. Yes, 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 yes. I'm talking about that tip, trading expectations. What do you expect as far as the market goes? What do you expect as far as your performance? Right now, your performance you can control and you can direct that. But as far as the market expectation, we got to follow along, and whatever the market does, we have to react to it. Now, talking about the expectation, major events like we had the elections, wars, trade agreements, this could significantly impact expectations as they often introduce volatility or signal shifts in the stability or market opportunities. So keep your eyes open for expectations. Don't expect too much. When it does happen, be happy. Be happy. Johnny, anything to add to that?
Sure, Eddie. When we talk about expectations, expectations have this connotation that seems to think that we're going to be able to control things, and when it comes to markets, we're not going to be able to control. So my only trading expectation for today and pretty much every day is that I am going to stick to my strategy. If I get in trouble, if I get tilted, I'm going to walk away. Those are my only expectations, and my goal would be to end the day positive. So is that an expectation? Maybe, but I don't get to control what the markets are doing. So my only trading expectation today is I expect to follow my journey, my strategy, and my process today.
Awesome. I'm glad that we have the both sentiments about that. Hey, before we get into charts, just want to let you know that we're going to have we might have a Top Step VIP scouting check-in. And what we've got to do here, if you have not subscribed and liked, you got to do both here. We're not going to drop the free entry for the VIP team until we get 2,000 likes. So hit that thumbs up button, subscribe, all right? And that's under the stream. That's the thumbs up button, not the little heart in the chat, but I see a lot of hearts getting pumped in there right now. So click that thumbs up, click that subscribe until we get 2,000 likes. Now, if you are new here, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. Every time you check in, you get another entry into our drawing for 10 VIP teams. We're going to be doing this in January. And if you get on the VIP team, which some of us already are, you're going to get 3 free months in the trading combine, right? 2 free resets each month, a private team chat room, exclusive access to your coach and special events. And remember, there's no activation fee. All right, this is something that we want you to have, and the opportunity to get a little closer to our coaches, and hopefully move yourself along on your trading journey a little quicker and with more success. So, until we get 2,000 likes, hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe, and we'll talk about that later. But otherwise, Johnny, let's get to our charts and see what you got for us today.
All right. As always, starting with the daily in the E-mini S&Ps, we had the election bump to the upside. We're seeing a little bit of a pullback here, probably healthy for possible continuation if nothing else. No new uncertainties come into the marketplace. Today is going to be, of course, all about the CPI. We know that is out. We have PPI tomorrow. They are the main focus for the next couple of sessions, at the very least in the equities. Yesterday, we saw some continuation to the downside, and volume actually picked up a little bit. We lost approximately 2,800 in open interest. So it's not like there's a whole lot of interest in getting into this market on the short side here just yet. Probably a little bit more long liquidation off those highs while we anticipate more information coming in. The all-time high remains in the extended trading hour session. I comment about that a lot because all-time and recent highs and or lows tend not to be lasting highs. So I'm still looking for this market to recover and to push to the upside. Of course, any new uncertainties into the marketplace. Markets don't like uncertainties. The numbers today did not create uncertainties. I think the markets liked the numbers. They did not love them. Probably you get a little bit more information tomorrow with the PPI numbers, the producer price index, which is a little bit further out of a look as to what we're looking at as far as inflation is concerned. Now, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. A couple of really interesting things happened yesterday. And, some people probably wonder, like, what's an afternoon pullback high? What's an afternoon pullback low? Why are they important? Well, yesterday, I think, was a very good example of why they can be important. Yesterday, we opened and we tested above an afternoon pullback high from the 11th here. Okay. This was Monday. This was Tuesday. We tested the afternoon pullback high from Monday. We could not continue to push above that. We know that this is our all-time high in the regular trading hour session, but we'd already started putting in lower highs and lower lows. So when we have an afternoon pullback high, that can be a decent level to limit risk. And that's exactly what it did yesterday, early in this session. And the market then rotated back to the downside. Now, there were two visual targets to the downside. There was this naked point of control here, right around the 59.96. And then another afternoon pullback low that was unchecked here from the 7th of November. Somebody was asking about that yesterday, and that was one of the levels that I said, if before you can where I moved to the downside. I had two visual targets. That afternoon pullback low from the seventh ended up kind of putting in the low of the day from yesterday. Well, we have a similar situation today. We had a number come out. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, there is no overnight inventory in this market. We had some numbers come out. We pushed up above the afternoon pullback high from yesterday, and we were unable to continue that move to the upside. So we're still putting in lower highs and lower lows. In short time frame, we have downside market structure. We take out yesterday's high, we take up both of these afternoon pullback highs. That I think is going to be enough to possibly break this shorter time frame downside structure, and maybe we'll go up and take out this all-time high that occurred in the extended trading hour session. We don't know, and I have no expectations. All I'm doing is putting a little bit of context into the market. Hopefully, this is going to help you. So, overnight inventory, no. Are we opening in range and in value? Yes. Do we have excess on the high in the daily chart? We do have an excess high to a degree in the daily chart. We have a normal variation trading day with excess on both sides of the market, not deep excess, but the market auctioned here could not continue, auctioned lower, could not continue, leaving a degree of excess there, and then basically settling right in the middle of the range. That's where we're at right now with little change in perception of value. I'm going to try and stay patient today. You guys hear me say that a lot. And it just, you know, just the market isn't opening with any gaps, no change in value, no runs, no hits, no errors. Try and stay patient today. Doesn't mean that there won't be good opportunities early in the session. It just kind of lowers the probability of that. This is the NASDAQ now, the daily chart. Okay, well, we had the election bump. We're pulling back. We're really kind of more range bound. And I think both of these markets, but it's especially the NASDAQ, because the NASDAQ had that deeper pullback on Monday. We looked below it yesterday. We're still just kind of very range bound here, looking for new information. We got a little bit today. Again, I think that the market liked those numbers, didn't love it. So we're going to probably be looking forward to whatever some of the talking Feds say today and the PPI numbers tomorrow. That excess high looms large at the high here, but again, that was in the extended trading hour or overnight session to put in an all-time high. Probably not going to be a lasting high. Just probabilities, folks. There's no guarantees, and as we always say, ACH, anything can happen. Um, so PPI will now be the focus moving into tomorrow. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So overnight inventory? No. Are we creating a session gap? No. Are we in the middle of the range? Yes. Are we within value? Yes. Again, try and stay patient. The market looked higher, couldn't take out, couldn't get up near that last week's high of 21,265. The market rotated lower. We did not have the same visuals to lean on in the Nasdaq that we did in the S&Ps. But when the S&Ps put in that low, obviously the Nasdaq did as well, coming back into the range, normal variation, excess on both sides, opening in the center of this range today. Really kind of looking at this as kind of a hurry up and wait kind of day. I know it's unusual for a CPI day or a day when there's important information, but that information, was exciting at first, and it looked like traders loved it. But did they love it? Did they just like it? That's really my question. We've got a little bit of work to do. I think if we can take out that that 730 bar, we may be starting to break this downside structure. And then we could see maybe taking out the all-time high that did occur Sunday night into Monday session in the extended trading hours session. Again, the profile, normal variation, nothing really special about that profile. I mean, it was a pretty decent range with some decent extension below the initial balance, low, coming back inside the initial balance and reaccepting, looking lower overnight, but again, with no real overnight inventory. I'm going to try and stay patient this morning. Now, we see crude oil here, a little bit of things going on here. This is the daily chart. overall, in the longer time frames, obviously this market is range bound and is now kind of continuing to put in that the triangle formation. We're looking at rollover, folks. And in rollover, volume and open interest becomes very blurry. We added 2,700 in open interest yesterday. Those are new contracts that were created yesterday, but we're moving all of our inventory in open interest from the December contract into future months. And that's something that where some of the bigger players would prefer that the market remain relatively range bound during that period. It makes it easier for them to get a cheap roll or actually make money in that rollover. So we had an opportunity to do that. Now we've seen this market come off this weekly kickoff low here at 68.50 early prior to the open here. Now look at what the market's done for the last 2 days. The market drove to the weekly kickoff low. These are areas where I look for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory, but because it's rollover for the last two sessions, it's really just become kind of magnetic. The market has traded both sides. It just keeps kind of spanning and spanning. We're starting to look at a potential break to the downside here. We do have a visual target down below here at 67.18. That's a naked TPO point of control. There's more down below that. Uh, but I think we're getting a little bit cheap here. And that's just opinion. There's nothing that says that this market can't continue to move lower. Demand in China continues to be an issue. So prior to the open, right at 68.50, the sellers came in and they seem to be winning the game today. We're below yesterday's low. We're below the previous low of the week. Be careful. The Again, the open interest, we added 2,700 on yesterday, but again, that's just rollover information. When the market is in rollover, which crude oil does every month, it makes the market a little bit goofy. Be careful trading crude oil today. And if you are, well, hopefully you'll have a really good day. Normal variation profile yesterday with an excess low, which we are now continuing below, and a weak high. We would be looking for that excess low to hold and to go back up and recheck this weak high at some point. But there is new information coming into this market, continuing this push to the downside. Let's take a look at gold now. You All right. So we've got, the big run up. We had a two-stage break of market state. This trend line broke, then the weekly kickoff low broke. We lost 8,200 in open interest yesterday. We've been losing open interest on this pullback for the last 2 days and overall longer than that. But that indicates long liquidation instead of new selling coming into the marketplace. The volume was maintained for the last couple of days on these down days. So the volume isn't really falling off, but the open interest most certainly is. Does it seem like the momentum is slowing a bit to the downside? It seems like it to me, and again, that's just opinion. There's no just trying to put some context over the marketplace. I was looking for this market to set up a nice head and shoulders before getting a push to the downside. We don't know, of course, if that's going to happen. The market wouldn't wait for me. It continued below the weekly kickoff low before we could even set up that right shoulder there. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Okay, here's another afternoon pullback low all the way from there. When the market broke below it day before yesterday, it has not been able to recover that level, which leads me to believe that there are still probably some sellers here. This afternoon pullback low and the weekly kickoff low of 26.39, pivotal areas, pivotal levels. There's all kinds of visual targets and weaknesses in structure above and below this market. Now, what are we looking at today? We had overnight inventory that was long. We're still continuing to see if we can push this market higher. Again, overnight inventory is long. We took a look above yesterday's high on that 730 number, unable to hold above it just yet. But we're starting to see higher lows in the very short time frame and a couple of higher highs here in the very short time frame. So Gonna be an interesting trading day. They all are. Yesterday was a double distribution trend day to the downside, losing open interest. Long liquidation, not new selling, not new selling. So when we take longs out of the market, what do they have to do? They have to sell. Long liquidation takes selling power away from the market. Keep that in mind today as you trade through the day. Make sure that you take a deep breath before you start trading. Always stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered, and have a great trading day. Looking forward to spending the day trading with all of you.
All right, Johnny. How about me?
And you.
Oh, thank you. All right. Make me happy. Hey, we're going to take a break right now, but don't forget, uh, Topstep TV scouting check-in is going to happen today at some point. If we're going to be, we need at least 2,000 likes and subscribe. Please subscribe. But if we get 2,000 likes, we'll get this out there ASAP. Yes, VIP Top Step scouting check-in today at some time. Otherwise, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. Jerome D, Coach D, Coach J, going to be with us here today. And Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. Let's get some more coffee. Be right back. All right, let's get our positive mental attitude in that gate for a great day of trading. And I'm going to pass it over to Andre. Andre, good morning, sir.
Morning, Addy. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. Yes, this is Fast Markets. We got Coach Jay in the house, Hoag in the house, and joining us on Fast Markets for the very first time, we're ranked number 9 on the big board, ranked as high as number 4 on the big board back in September. Got Jerome D joining us. You might have seen him on Power Players last week. He's a man. He's able to get the likes, and also we put on a winning trade in that tight session, but we got him here now on Fast Markets. Jerome D, welcome to Fast Markets.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Very excited to be here today.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Coach Jay in the house. What's happening, Coach? Oh, in the green room, you were muted.
Oh, another
now on live air, you're muted.
Those your lunch money.
Okay, we'll try it again. We got 3 seconds till the open here. Big day. We got CPI in the rearview mirror. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Opening bell. Here we go, Hoag. We got a little bit of selling in the NASDAQ. YM not seeing nothing so much. Go ahead, Hoag. What are you seeing?
Well, as we were talking about in the opening call, we're opening in range and in value. We know that the CPI numbers came out. The market initially had a knee jerk to the upside, but the traders really love that number, or did they just like it? I think they just liked it. We're opening in range and in value from yesterday's session, the overnight session. My thought is of always when this happens to stay patient. We don't have any overnight inventory. The market really just kind of opening in value, indicating little change in the perception of value. So my thought is to stay a little bit patient. My time frame is a little longer than most, so I'm looking forward to see what Jerome and Jay have for our opportunities for the house account this morning, and I'm just kind of watching here, see if we leave the opening range at one extreme or the other. So far, nothing yet.
Very good. I'll throw it to my man, Coach Jay. Coach Jay, we're seeing. I know
Check,
you like
check.
to get
Can you hear me now, Andre?
loud and clear, baby. How you doing, Jay?
All right, let's do it. I agree with what Hoag is saying right now. We are opening in range imbalance. There was a decent trade after the CPI print came out. But right now, what I'm looking at is we're trading in the 3-minute candle that is that CPI print. The high of the candle is 21,223. The low of the candle is 133. 50% of that is 21,178, and that's kind of where we just opened up and rejected. So not doing too much, looking at opportunities potentially at the extremes and go from there. But for right now, I'm gonna sit on my hands and wait for better trade location.
Excellent. All right, everyone, let's get to meet Jerome, the trader. For those that didn't see him on Power Players last week, Jerome, let's get to meet you as a trader. What products do you trade?
I trade NASDAQ majorly.
Yes.
I used to trade a bit of gold, Bitcoin as well, but not futures. But I switched totally to NASDAQ. I trade Dow Jones as well, but I've left this asset for NASDAQ only now, and I'm glad with that. It's very aggressive, very volatile, but it has a lot of opportunities, so it fits well my style. So I'm happy with it.
Excellent. For those talking about Bitcoin again just cracked $91,000 last trade, $91,100, now $91,200 in Bitcoin. Bitcoin shot out of a cannon right now. I guess I'm gonna have to start quoting Bitcoin now a little bit more.
Do we just buy one?
I mean, we were long from what 88,000 yesterday, Jay, and here we
Yeah. I was saying in the chat, just hodl, right? Just hold it until 500,000.
Yes. Mohammed says,
"Whoa,
hey." Mohammed says, hello, Jerome, my other soul in another body. So Mohammed, meet Jerome, Jerome, meet Mohammed. Look at this. Bringing people across the globe together.
How you doing?
Yes, I love it. I absolutely love it.
We would love to be together on the show. I mean, I would love to be on air with Mohammed. And I love his style. We have a lot in common, and I love this human being. He's a very humble and respectful gentleman. And I reached out to him actually, and we connected. So we have a mutual bromance.
I think we would break the record for likes on that.
Yes,
episode.
Absolutely. Speaking of likes, at the VIP scouting
by
check-in
the way,
form,
guys,
really say, no likes.
You gotta hit the like button right under the title of the video. There's a button, a thumb up. You gotta hit it once. And if you didn't hit the bell, the subscribe bell, please hit it as well. And we'll have a great trading session.
You make this job too easy. Way too easy. Hey, to the top of the chat, you'll see Topstep daily levels. Always have those open. Some people have them overlaid on their chart. You get levels from Coach Jay, Coach Hoag as well. Right now, we're not seeing a whole lot of movement, Hoag. If we were to take I guess, let's just play. If you took the opening range,
Devil's advocate.
What would you take if you were to take the opening range trade? It's come and gone. We're 4 minutes into the session now, but there's really nothing there.
Yeah, I mean, it did break to the downside. Here's the NASDAQ profile.
Yeah.
So the opening range did break to the downside, but it's down against the value area from yesterday. Value low, TPO value low. I'm looking at around 21,135, 134. So the market, this is the first minute, right? So the opening range it's 21,179 down to 21,152. We looked below it, but we didn't see any continuation. Delta in the middle, just kind of even delta. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of interest in getting into this market really early. Now the S&Ps just took out the high of the opening range. Look where it opened up, Andre, right at the point of control from yesterday. Point of control 6,1675. It's right in the middle of today's range. That point of control is a comfort level. That's the most popular price that was traded yesterday. Volume profile point of control 6,001 6,015.50. Also, this whole area was the most popular area for trading to occur to yesterday in two sides. We're opening right at it. I don't see that there's any real reason to get all excited about anything just yet. We've taken out the low, we've taken out the high of the opening range. It's presenting itself as a very range bound day so far. That of course will probably change, but that's my suggestion is to just be patient. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. Back to the NASDAQ, we looked below the opening range, not above the opening range, but Delta is a little bit negative now. Nothing too noticeable. It's really just a patient morning to me. I know we've got some talking Feds coming out, and
they're out now, but I'm not seeing anything yet.
Yeah,
Right
okay.
Eddie, let's go to you right
Thanks,
now.
Jim.
We are looking for Eddie. What do we got on the calendar today for economic numbers, Fed speakers? Any news on the docket today, Eddie?
Yes, we've got Williams speaking now. Also, Logan will be speaking now also. So I'm looking at the wire. I'm not seeing anything from either of them yet. But 10 o'clock, we got our Thomson Reuters minor number. The thing is, we've really got nothing major. Everything came out early this morning. 11 o'clock, we got our EIA short-term energy outlook. About 12:30, Schmidt will be speaking. No, not Mike Schmidt from the Phillies. Another Schmidt, the Fed Schmidt. And, of course, we've got our API weekly crude stock later on in the day. But that's what I got, Andre. Back to you.
Thank you. All right, so we got Williams speaking, and we also got Logan coming up. So keep an eye on that. Eddie, anytime you see any headlines from those two speakers, please jump in. Of course, Jerome. Uh-oh, ding dong. Who's here? Who's that? Wow, yes. Jerome.
It's cold outside.
It's
cold
Jerome,
outside.
meet Michael. Michael, meet Jerome. This is Michael, meet Jerome. This is number 16 on the big board, as high as number 4. A couple months ago, Michael, is Jerome, number 16, joining us from Lyon, France.
What's up, Jerome? Nice job. Nice job on the big board. Top. What was it? High of 4? You got the highest fourth rank.
High of 4. High of 4. Current 16.
You know, there's hundreds of thousands of traders that have come through Topstep. That big board list goes long, and to be top 4, to be top 1, to be top 1,000, top 1,000 is even good. Hell of a job trading, Jerome. Good to meet you, buddy.
Lose him. The doctor. He's also a doctor, Michael. We'll talk about that later. I think he's trying to cure Alzheimer's. I'm not kidding either.
He's frozen in admiration, MP.
Nice.
Wow.
Also,
Guys.
There he is.
There he is. Jerome, welcome.
There he is. He's back.
I'm sorry, I got a disconnection. I'm so sorry.
Nah, you're fine. What are you guys looking at today?
Anything besides,
Jerome, I was just talking about how awesome you are. All great things.
Let me talk about how awesome you are.
Oh no, I'm just a guy here with a platform to find awesome people. Yeah, my awesome days are behind me. Yeah,
that's who leaders are, right? They find awesome people to follow them through a vision, and they achieve it. And you're a great leader. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, you're a great trader. Tell me what you're looking at right now.
I'm looking at the NASDAQ and the ES. So usually during the AM session of the New York session, I like to wait the first 15 minutes of the opening range. So I have the opening price range, and I have different setups depending on not only the bias, but what happened during the day. So today is a sort of special day for me, because it's CPI. So it's a very dangerous day. Usually we have a lot of volume. It's very volatile. So volatility means opportunity, but it also means increased risks. So I like to be patient. I like to be very selective within my trades. And so I have different levels. If we are to go on the downside, I have potentially this area of target because we have the 7 EMA.
Hit us with the price, Jerome.
21,018. 21,018. Awesome. Because we have the 7 EMA on the daily time frame that hasn't been touched for days. And usually when we have a pullback after these big movements, we can have this sort of movement. And we also have the Fibonacci, the 61.8 Fibonacci level of the big movement at 21,061. So if we go on the downside, for me, the first target would be this level, so 2160, and we have room to go to 21,015, if not down. So that is if we go down. And if we are to go up today, let's say we have an uptrend. I'm not only considering a trend day, right? But let's say we have a movement up. So I have this daily flip level, but we already flipped, so I can delete it. And we can reach either, I had initially 250, but it almost touched it after the CPI pump and then instantly almost retraced the whole move. So I'm patient.
Okay.
I'll wait for the opening range. Right now we have a 45 points opening range, and it's very small. I like when we have 100 points, if not more, at the opening range, because it means more increased win rate, probability rate of success for the trades. So
right?
if the opening range is small, I like to be more cautious, and I manage my day through these indicators.
Bigger opening range, more increased probability for success, win rates. I like that. Well, I want to touch on that in a little bit, Jerome. But really quick, I do want to show upper left-hand corner of the screen. See the hashtag Fast Markets. This is the hashtag Fast. This is Fast Markets, I should say. You can use the hashtag Power Hour as well. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Since your trader wins, some swag, performance dashboard analytics, battle station setups, anything you want, hit us up at TopstepTV, hashtag Power Hour. Turn that around, you guys, this afternoon. Right now, I want to throw it to Jay. Jay, pretty muted opening. Again, we got the keys to the house account open with MP executing. Hoag is the house account manager. Jay, seeing anything, any levels perhaps to the short side?
I like the levels that Jerome was just talking about to the downside, that 2160 level. I actually took a long from there yesterday, but I like the potential retest of that level. And then, if we break it, which was yesterday's low, down to 21,000 even. So I do like that to the short side. To the upside here, I'm looking at, the potential for 21,300 to test. But very muted open so far. We know we still have more, inflation data coming out tomorrow. So does the market continue to consolidate until we get that news? Right now, not seeing much of an opportunity. I am looking at crude oil as well, coming down to this $67 level. Crude looks interesting around 66.80.
66.80. Why does it look
I'd
interesting?
potentially look. Just looking back a couple of days, we are, we're in a downtrend right now in crude, coming down to, I'll pull up a daily chart.
66.80.
Yep. If we look at the daily chart, we're kind of making these higher lows. This $67 level, of course, psych level, whole number, giving that the potential to test, but then 66.80s are the lows of October. So looking around there for a potential long.
October low. Gotcha. October low.
Yep.
Jay,
And this would just go.
That. It's also
Thanks,
a weak low on the profile.
Love that.
Core low right down there. Right at that level.
66.80. 66.80.
Yep.
I don't want to say the word, but we got a double check mark for a long at 66.80, Michael. We'll cross that bridge. We'll cross that bridge back there. We got a poll up in the chat here, man. Bitcoin, Michael.
Also got a potential failed downside auction in gold. Take a look at this.
And Marie likes it too.
So opening range was here. The number came out. Boom. It rallies. Comes all the way back. Takes out the IB low. Leaves a buying tail. It's back inside the initial balance low. Potential for a failed downside auction. Yesterday, failed upside auction. Look at the opportunity that provided. Just that little selling tail up there coming back inside the initial balance. And we're frozen a little bit, but that was a big opportunity yesterday. It's going to be the opposite direction
John,
today.
You mentioned gold. You mentioned gold earlier today. The tilt was huge on the gold. A lot of traders looking for that the bull market turned on them right away. And right now, tilt basically across the board, sitting on the fence, 50-50, just about across the board on the longs and the shorts.
A lot of folks just waiting.
Dre, have you seen this Bitcoin?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, man. I'm looking at it right now. What were we long
I'm
from
looking at my-
yesterday?
Look at my
87,000?
chart. I don't recall, but I was talking to a buddy. He's like, I don't know, 100 and some thousand followers in the crypto community, and he's like, hey, crypto community is really interested in getting in Topstep. Some of the guys I'm with, blah blah blah. I'm like, well, I go,
Really?
you should start coming on here talking about crypto. So long story short, he's like, have you seen since literally the election? Literally the election, it has just been gone straight up.
Yeah.
Straight up. There's election. There.
Wow.
I guess the Trump
what's that price?
administration is talking about Bitcoin becoming part of the Federal Reserve or something. I don't know.
What's that price that you
I don't know.
circled?
Oh, you're right. You're right on that, Michael.
Is that 68,000 ish?
No, it's 68,000?
68, John, or 68, Andre. 68,000 1 week ago. What is it? 1 week ago? Was it 1 week ago today?
Yeah, Tuesday, yeah. Or no, today's
Holy
Wednesday.
bananas! What is
MP.
that?
Jerome's laughing.
MP, you had a treasure map the other day for the Nasdaq.
see.
We can pull up my charts real quick. I'll show you my Bitcoin treasure map.
Look at that. Is that a moon?
Yeah, there's a
Is
moon.
that a
There's a
moon?
rocket ship.
A
Yeah, that's a
rocket
modern.
ship.
That's a modern day. That's a modern day treasure map. You see, like, yeah, we're just going out in outer space. Keep
Oh,
going.
man,
Right.
that's pretty good, Jay. That's pretty
Yeah.
good.
That is really good.
Oh, man. Hey, we got a poll up in the chat. With Michael Bitcoin trading at 90,000, have you started to look at it to trade it? Wow, 500 quick votes. Still 61% saying no. Even Tuckman said he's
I
starting to
actually
look at
wonder
it.
why.
Yeah,
I
don't
wonder
know.
why.
Don't understand it. Maybe
I
Jerome.
think if I started trading all over again, I would be interested in trading Bitcoin futures as a product.
Oh.
It's hip, it's new, it's like get long only strategy. Yeah, you don't have to focus too much on. No, you do, but you know what I'm saying.
What fundamentals?
You also got to remember that it's not.
Close
We're
your
not
eyes.
putting up 90,000 to buy. We're looking at micros here,
Yeah,
tradable
that's true.
crypto. And Michael, what you were talking about, President, Trump, we'll call him Trump, launches. He's going to be launching a strategic national crypto stockpile with this second term that he has. So he is behind this 100%.
What does that mean?
Well, Sam, the guy, it's strategic Air
Strategic.
Force.
Let's just say strategic. Let's say
Space Force,
strategic.
Andre. Come on.
Space Force. All right, we got some comments coming out of Logan here. Go ahead, Michael. Space Force.
No, he was.
Eddie, we got some comments. Eddie,
Sam,
we got some comments coming out of. Hold on, MP. We got any
Yes, we
comments
do
coming out
here.
of Logan?
Logan talking about models showing that the Fed funds rate could be very close to a neutral rate, right? Also talking about the upside risk of inflation, downside risk to employment, pointing to a financial conditions posing as the biggest potential challenges for the monetary policy. So we do have some more coming out. I'm looking for the strongest ones that Logan's saying here. As far as the Fed, he thinks that it's not quite back to price stability yet. That's what we've got here with Logan. Watching the wire here. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Hey, Hoag, I want to get your take. Go ahead, MP, and then we'll get Hoag's take on CPI.
I
Go ahead,
wanna-
Michael.
Yeah, I want to put a poll in there, guys. Do you think it's a good idea to add Bitcoin while we're just talking about Bitcoin to the U.S. Reserve? Do you think it's a good idea? Okay, go on. I'm very curious.
Strategic.
And poof, it's gone.
I mean, I don't. Yeah, well, I don't even know what that.
I don't
yeah.
think that holds up.
Anyways, here we go. A lot of no's in the chat. A lot of no's in the chat. Anyways,
Yeah, a lot of
Hoag, I want to
no's.
get your thoughts on the CPI reading earlier this morning. You said it was good, not great.
Yeah. The numbers came in pretty much just in line with what they were expecting. Let me grab that here. The only one that was off a little bit was no, they actually came out exactly as expected. The only one that was higher was the overall CPI year over year. They were expecting it to go up 0.2% from 2.4% to 2.6%. And that's exactly where it came out. So the fact that it didn't come out hot, I think, was liked by investors and traders alike, but they didn't love it. I think there's going to be probably more information for us coming from the PPI tomorrow, which is, of course, the producer price index, which is a little bit further of a look out in front. All right, so now we're seeing continuation here in gold.
Some sellers coming in.
The failed downside auction is now off. Now it looks more like continuation to the downside. Sorry about that. So the numbers today weren't great. They weren't bad. They were accepted happily. Markets popped to the upside, but do you see what they're doing now? Again, they're still just kind of coming off those highs. I don't think that we're in any real risk of any big moves to the downside. Of course, I mean that can happen anytime, ACH, but just still really in the range from yesterday, in balance, in range, in value, close to the point of control, point close to settlement. Really just trying to stay patient. Jay, I was going to kind of ask you, in the NASDAQ, the anchored VWAP off that 730 bar, nice little resistance area there.
It is, Hoag. Yeah. You could sell against it. I have it up on my chart right here. It's this red line. We can see every time we check up towards it. Right now, it's sitting at 21,175. It's been a resistance for the session. We just tested the low of that CPI print. Let's see if we potentially get some continuation down here.
Jerome, if you see any prices, you take any trades, Jerome, please do not hesitate to jump in and let us know what you're taking if you do take a trade. In a live funded account, folks. Number 9 on the big board.
Perhaps looking for a short, but we've had so much crazy movements in October. You can have in a single minute an 80 point moves from the NASDAQ, and the minute after 125 points on the opposite side, right? So It's all about timing as well. So we've had a nice flush, but now we can see buyers are stepping in. The question is till when? So I'm tempted to watch out the 161 quarter area and see if we exhaust the movement right there around 160.
Okay, last trade 153's jam coming right back to you.
Yep.
161. Hoag, he likes to short around the 161 area.
It's overnight session VWAP. I do like it.
Me too, and especially since we're trading 140s. Damn, that was the answer. That was quick. Nice call, Jerome.
Life comes at you fast.
Right.
Yeah, life comes at you fast.
It's all right.
It's all right. Everyone's flat right now. Jay, I want to go back to you. Jay and Jerome, if you do see a trade, please call it out. You can feel free to interrupt at any time. We'll get into the markets right away. Jay, you were saying?
Looking for a potential continuation to the downside. We rejected right at that session VWAP. If we're short, 125s where we just bounced is a important area. I'm trying to find a way to get into this right now.
Hey, we got just a reminder here. We're going to be dropping a check-in for the VIP. But once we get 2,000 likes, we will do that. Remember, the more check-ins you get, the higher chance of you being on one of our 10 VIP teams in January. So hit that like, hit subscribe. Once we get 2K, we will put that link in.
2,000 likes, random 1,000 likes right now.
Really? Halfway home.
Halfway to go. Get those VIP. Oh,
halfway home. Halfway home.
Crypto. Bitcoin high of the day of 92,500. Look at that chart. Oh my gosh.
I tell you, it's crazy. We never talked about Bitcoin as much as we have, and now it's like front and center.
Hard to ignore it.
I mean, it's hard to ignore it. Yeah. And they said 100,000 a long time ago, and everybody was like rolled their eyes and like, you're an idiot. I mean, I don't know. How many people said something about
who's laughing now, Mike?
Who's laughing now? And I just texted a couple of my buddies who's been in Bitcoin back when it was like 3,500 or something like that.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I just texted them, how rich are you guys today? LOL. Just joking. Because they've been rubbing that in our face for how many years, Andre? That's 2015?
Yeah, because they are rich. Here's a poll update. Is it a good idea to add BTC Bitcoin to the U.S. reserves? 600 votes. 58% say no. 41% say yes. I have no idea. Yeah, of course we have it to our reserves.
I would definitely want to know if Miami this weekend is like
off the
hizzy.
Live out in blue, just popping this week.
You know, I would want to know who's buying the tables there and be like, oh, Bitcoin guy,
Bitcoin
celebrating. Yeah, Bitcoin bros.
Bitcoin bros balling out. Anyways, all right,
Trump
Jerome.
was accepting crypto for donations.
That he was.
Yeah, he's crushing it.
Jerome, what? Hey, wow, 1,200 likes already.
Yeah, I
800 likes to go. 800 likes to go. Ahead, Jay.
Wow.
It hit the price, but we
60s.
had a huge move from buyers, so I was waiting to see how it reacts, but it instantly got rejected. So we can
61
compare.
for money, Jerome.
161 is like a huge resistance.
It was a great call.
I'm thinking there's a big chance, in my opinion, that we don't even go back up, and like 148.50 could be the top of the next 10 minutes, and perhaps
48.
shorting here would be wiser than waiting, because if price doesn't go back up, then we miss the short. So in 4 minutes, the hourly candle will close. So I like to wait, but I'm still tempted because like everything I'm seeing is downtrend. So
Are you
at
chasing,
least we
Jerome?
have a huge tone down. So I won't chase it, but I'm gonna stay patient. If we're
Price
lucky, we'll
48.
have a pullback and we'll try the short.
Sure, for 48 half is the price he's looking at. Oh, he likes a
Yeah,
short
get
for
it up
148
there,
half.
60.
I like the
We,
60 as well.
Yeah, do we
We
like
like
that
it.
for the pullback to try and get in on this if we get the opportunity?
If we get the pullback, yeah, I'm in. I'm 100% in.
Okay.
Say that.
So
Say that trade idea.
20 shorting at 21,160.
Shorting at 21,160. Got it.
Same time, we have the S&P on the 5-minute time frame that is bouncing right off the 200 EMA, and that is bullish for me. So if we confirm and flip bullish on this candle, and we close bullish, I will perhaps shift my mind, and perhaps people try to short this. And if it's a sort of trap and we eventually go back, we'll have a lot of stops above this area, and
Nice.
we can pop really fast up. So that's why I like staying cautious the first hour of the AM session, because we have some crazy movement. So sometimes the movement goes, and either you miss it, either you're in. When I miss it, I'm okay with it, but I like to stay patient, because so many times I've been FOMOing or being impatient, and I've lost because you have crazy moves getting you out of a trade, and you just pull out 3 trades in half an hour, you're out liquidated, and either you reset or you wait the next day. So I don't want to experience this again, and I stop that. So I'm staying patient.
It was
So
my
see, we have
concern
the
is that
flip
we were
on the S&P.
maybe chasing that short a little bit if we were just to jump in down there.
So now I could be tempted to long, because we have a strong push on the S&P. The Nasdaq didn't flip yet, but should. But if we have a closure above, I will wait for the opening of the next candle, because the next candle is a 4-hour candle, right? So we have a 4-hour candle opening, a 1-hour candle opening, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes. So it's a very sensitive area. So you can get in if you want. It's not my style. I'm not cool, comfortable getting in this area. So I like to wait, see
Coming up to these
how price
160s.
reacts open.
Coming up to these 160s, guys. Last trade 54. 21,147 now.
We still like these 160s? Jay? Jerome?
Yeah, I still like it. We have that New York session VWAP kind of sloping lower. I'm just thinking about how much room is there to the downside. If we do get short at 160s, I'm thinking position management at 120s, where we might be thinking about getting out. But it's giving us very quick opportunities. So I think if we like it,
And
click the button.
where do we
and
see the
jump
risk
there.
on this?
To me, it'd have to go above 180.
60s to 80s.
About 20 points of risk for maybe 40 points of profit.
Right.
Got it.
Jerome, where would you set your risk on this?
Same area as you, exactly. 25-ish points, more roughly. So we have the opening. Usually the opening of these candles can either be very aggressive or a fake out. So we might see an opposite move, but we might not see it
We're
as
gonna
well.
break here.
There we are.
Yeah, we might.
Last trade
Anne-Marie
21,125.
Got it.
Anne-Marie's been short to the downside here.
She's been sharing a bunch of stuff, guys. Let's feed that into the Eddie. Grab that.
115s. Those 48s were nice too, Jerome.
The 161 was on top, right? But
61s,
Yeah, that was it.
48s, all nice shorts. It's okay. We can be a little decisive. Feel free to be aggressive here as
Yeah,
long
it's
as we have
okay.
defined risk.
Okay. We're only half an
looking
hour
for
into the session. All good.
Yes. Patience.
Well, Mo just got a short breakout, 21,126, a 20-point stop to target 2,100. And Anne-Marie's seeing the same here.
Say that one more time, Eddie.
Breakout short at 21,126 with a 20-point stop to target 2,100.
So is that getting long with a stop at 2,100? That's getting long.
The stop
He wants
is
to
at 2,100.
short at 126. Short at 126. Stop 20 points
Breakout short.
higher.
There you go. All right.
And what's the risk on that?
20
Where do you
points.
guys see the risk
Yeah.
on that? 126?
If we get short at
21,
126, the stop has to go above 66. I would go with a 40-point stop.
40-point stop on that?
Yeah. If we go 20 points still feels like it's in this range of a potential bounce.
Still selling off here. Nothing showing on the tilt just yet. We do have, keep an eye on some Logan comments. Williams, I believe, is done speaking. We'll keep an eye out for some more comments there. Still pushing here. 21,120, 21,118. Gold selling off here, 2,600, 2,605 last trade.
Yeah.
Gold creeping lower, or crude, go ahead, Hoag.
If I could show people what we were talking about with that failed downside auction,
We're hunting for
the
trade.
market
Okay, go
looked
ahead.
below the initial balance low here, 2613. The next 30-minute bar opened below the IB low. That's a short. Look where the market is going. So the failed downside auction did not play out. If you anticipated it and got in early, you were able to limit the risk on that. But then when we opened below that level, that's now a short as long as we stay below the IB low, which again is 2613. And we're seeing the market continue this push to the downside. A little bit of repair looks like today in gold. But I just wanted to point that out. We were looking at that failed downside auction as an opportunity. We did not preempt it, which was a good thing. Sometimes preempting can help, sometimes it can hurt. But once we open below that IB low, then becomes a short. So we're looking for opportunities. I mean, look at the NASDAQ here. We're looking for opportunities potentially for shorts, or we're looking for some sort of structure, maybe a 3-bar reversal, something like that, before we can start to look for longs. Where do we look for shorts in this? You guys are probably a little bit shorter time frame trader than I am. I know Jay, just still kind of being patient here, looking for opportunities.
Yeah. To me, a short at 150 now, 21,150. Where that's the low of the 3-minute opening range. We have that anchored view out kind of sloping lower. It looks like it's about to leave the range. That's where I'd like to short. We could take it a little bit earlier, but my question is, where do you set the risk on that?
That's the problem, right?
And we may just continue to break.
Yep.
To me, if we get 150s, I mean, we could set risk at above 166. Maybe up around 170. 20 points of risk on that, but we've got to get price at that level. Looking at this 5-minute chart, we've got all the moving averages. We got all the view apps very tightly packed here, which usually tells me maybe it's a little bit of hands off, but we're going to see if we can't find an opportunity here.
Yeah. The one thing I don't want to do is convince myself to take a trade here, especially because we had, a couple of great entries at that, 160 level that we didn't take. So I don't want to just talk myself into a trade, but we'll get a decent opportunity. Seeing some nice selling just come in here at these 105s.
More selling coming in here. Man, oh man.
That may give us a quick bounce.
Bears in control right now. We are seeing 71% short tilt in the ES. Yes, trying to figure out what to do with that 6,000 even level. 6,000 last trade, 6,004. The NASDAQ last trade, 21,100. Now we're into the 99s. Here we go, selling down below. Look out below. I got to take a look at Topstep daily. Those sellers are in the house. Jerome, nice call on those 61s and 48s. Jerome, if you do like another short, you seem to be seeing it
do it.
quite well right now.
You were talking about the 60s down there, 21060s, 21018s earlier.
Correct.
Yep, that's the target.
61. You write those down, Michael, or
Yeah,
you used to remember them?
I write them down.
I thought you used to.
I try to
used
keep
be able
up
to
with
just
you guys.
Used to be able to just
They're all
remember
on
them.
Reader. I need my readers.
On trading cards.
Used to be able to just remember prices, Michael. Now we're writing them
Good.
down.
I know. Too much going on in my head nowadays.
That's a fact. That's a fact. All right. We're trying to figure out what to do with these 2600s, but right now, all eyes on the NASDAQ and the ES. ES flirting with the 6,000s right now, 6,001. Jerome, we like those 061s. What do we like about those 061s, Jerome? 21,061.
Low of yesterday, we bounced very clean in a clean way yesterday, like Coach Jay said. It's also a Fibonacci level, so a pullback Fibonacci level. I'm gonna.
We just took out the overnight low now.
Yeah, this is going straight to that 60 level right now.
This 1.8 level.
The 060s.
Yeah.
And we are breaking here the 200 EMA on the 30-minute time frame for the NASDAQ. So we'll see what happens.
So are we just looking to blindly buy down here at 21,060, or do we look for some sort of structure to build before we start looking for buys down there? So yesterday's low. Johnny. We just took out the overnight low.
Wow.
Very aggressive selling coming in here.
Yep. No, I'm not blindly buying this at all.
No, I'm not either.
The only thing we blindly buy here, John, is Bitcoin. What are you talking
about? Here's your pullback in Bitcoin if you want it.
All right, here's your 20. Here's your 60s. Here's your 56s.
Here's the 60s. Yesterday's lows.
54s is a top step level. It is yesterday's low. Correct? I have it. Yeah, on my chart.
Yes, below 6,000.
Yeah, tilt gaining some ground here on the short side for NASDAQ and S&P.
Gold getting hammered right now.
70%.
Is that momentum building? I wonder.
Oh, look at this little thing he's got going.
If only we had like 10 more seconds when we reached 161, I'm almost confident we would have gotten into the short there. Just 10 seconds, you know, to be like, let's get in, you know, just and.
Well, Jerome, next time you call a level like that, we're gonna put an order in to get it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Those 60s worked.
But I like to see how price reacts. Right?
Yeah. You guys, we gotta be convicted. You guys are seeing it very well. There's conviction. You have conviction. You guys are seeing this well. 10-year yields are spiking.
Jake, come on, Jerome. The water's warm.
All right, let's go.
You guys are seeing it well.
Yes, it is.
You guys are seeing it very well.
I'm looking at a retest of this 100 level. Again, I don't want to be chasing the short, especially because we just bounced off of what our target was. But I'm looking at this reaction to 100 because if there is more room down to 21,000, we'll get another trade here. Next trade I see, I'm just going to call it. If we can just queue up like a 3-lot and
I like it.
Say I'm in. My XFAs are on Quantower, so I'm not going to trade them on here. I'm trading this Topstep X Combine, but I'm going to call out the trade that I see. So.
Anne Marie took a long here at 21,064.
Beautiful trade.
Nice,
hell yeah.
Nice long there.
Anne's carving it up.
Yes,
she got that short, and then good read, Anne.
Hit the old reverse button down low here. I like it.
Well, her upside target, 21,100.
Incoming. Okay.
You know, there's still a chance we retrace the whole move back up and we flip bullish. I mean,
oh yeah,
completely possible. I'm tempted to long, but back into the range.
Another V bottom.
It looks like it, right?
60s were just. Ooh, you guys.
Emery's out.
Watch out for that V formation.
That
Oh,
V
my God.
formation indeed.
You're
Old
gonna put the
treasure
roadmap
map.
on, Michael.
No, I know it's got to do this. Okay, so somebody asked what a 3-bar reversal is earlier. Who wants to? Hoagland, you want to answer that one?
Yeah, of course. Let's see if we can find one
The
here.
reason why I say that is because that will be
That's just what happened.
the old.
Look at that, Jay,
right.
Jerome. You guys are seeing it well.
Yes, we are. We'll keep seeing it well. Got to do
Yeah,
the
it's
Men
like
in
going
Black
up to
kind
the-
of just
it's like going
erase
up-
your memory. Forget everything
Yeah,
we
it's like
just talked
seeing a
about. Let's
pitch.
find the next one.
You see, like it's going to be a fastball, and then it's a fastball. And you would have hit it.
You know
You
it.
sat there. So
Okay.
I think patience pays.
Look at this. All right, 3-bar reversal. You have price moving lower. You have a down bar. Actually, this one here. You have 2 down bars. The next bar is a green bar that closes above both of the 2 previous down bars. That I think is a true 2-bar or 3-bar reversal. Now there's different ways, and nothing ever happens exactly the same way twice. But I would say that this is a pretty good 3-bar reversal. 2 down bars. The next bar is a green bar that closes above the high of both of them.
Got that there. And the NASDAQ. Last trade 21,106. 106 last trade.
Another V bottom.
75% long in the crude. Okay, Jerome, you've seen how the market's been playing out. We saw some downside selling action. Then we saw a big bounce off those 60s, called 56s. Are we, Jerome, are you feeling bullish, bearish? You still waiting to see what plays out? We're only 45 minutes into the morning session here in the States. What are you thinking, Jerome?
I think there's more fish to be eaten before we have the big move. So I'm still waiting, but I'm tempted for a reversal. But the way it gets rejected on the EMAs right there, let me know that we have still sellers. But I want to see if we have a big buyer that's waiting to step in. If not, if we have, let's say, one more seller aggressive selling, I think we could market sell this. Because the target downside Coach Jay and I have, I think it's pretty precise and accurate. And
Sure
if we
was.
are to go back down, I'm pretty confident. I mean, ACH, right? Anything can happen. But if we go down and break again this 2160 level, I mean, of course we can bounce, but there's a big chance we break through it. And if we do, there's a higher chance we reach this area of 018. So that's for the
018.
sell side. And for the buy side, I mean, we've had a huge move right here, but people, like, it looks like it's getting exhausted, right? So if I sell right here, it will be a sort of FOMO trade, but it can be paid off. So we can try one if we want.
I think we
with
can
a
go
tight
short
move,
right now with a tight
I know.
stop.
Go.
Yeah,
Go
I
short.
think we could too.
3
10
tight stop.
Yeah, tight stop. Let's go 15 points.
All right, we got 21,099.75. What's the tight stop mean, Hoagland?
15 points, MP. 21,115.
Got it. 5. All right. Room.
That is a tight stop.
115.
Yep. Jerome, if you want to move it, let me know.
I like 20 to 25 points, but in either
Okay.
case, even 25 on my feel. I had a bad
Hey,
feel.
you're
I
on the
got
big board.
that
125.
Yeah,
Say
but
it one more time.
I'm nobody. I'm nobody.
That's not true. You're on the big board.
My stop is at 27.25.
7. Good. 127.25 MP. Hopefully we don't need it.
No. You're always right. You don't need stops.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you push lower here. 21,097.
Let's go for the ride until 21.018, guys. I'm ready.
Okay, what price, Jerome, did you get? One more time, Jerome. What price did you get? You are short. How many times? And what from what price?
One time. Let me share my screen. Let's go. 99.
99. Okay, both short from 99. Very good. How's the count short? 3 NQ 099.75.
No,
Jerome
no,
short
no,
1
we're short
from 20.
5. 5.
Short
We're short 5 from
Ooh.
96. 96 quarter.
96.
And our target is 018, correct?
Correct.
018.
And we're seeing some single prints at around 21,076. Hopefully
And
we
I'm
can run
adding
through
more.
those.
Ooh, nothing to the tilt here. A wick to the downside. Jay, did you take this trade? Or talk to us, Jay? What are you liking to the downside here? Why do you like to move to the downside, Jay?
I saw a big seller come in at 105 area that we talked about on the downside. Price kind of rejected around there. I am in the trade again. This is just in a combine, so I can kind of read this with you guys. But kind of price rejecting at that level. As long as we hold below it, I'm okay. And the reason I'm saying a tight stop because if that seller doesn't continue to defend that position, then I don't want to be in it either. So, like the area.
That's your 15 stop, right?
Yep, I'm looking at a zone between 102 and 107 where that seller came in. If they defend that position, then I think we have that room to the downside that we're looking at.
Oh, baby, getting heavy.
So, Jay, would you suggest moving that stop down to 15? And Jerome, what do you
It's
think?
okay. I like Jerome's idea.
Okay.
I'll keep my stop there because the 7 EMA on the 5-minute time frame got at 115. So if we break and close through it, it's more likely than we push back up. So I like this stop. We'll see. If we have a strong sell-off, it will happen likely in the next 3 minutes. Likely.
Hey, in
But
chat,
if we don't,
we
will see.
Who's fading us?
In chat, who's fading?
You love knowing
fading
that.
now?
You love to know
Put
who's
it out.
fading
You're right,
us.
Jerome. Next 3 minutes. You've been hot today.
We'll see.
I wanted to say it now, just in, so
Yeah.
that
Oh,
later
you're
on.
keeping the receipts. You're
Woulda,
keeping
coulda,
the
shoulda, told you
receipts.
so.
I see
Yeah.
what you're doing.
Why 3 minutes, Jerome?
Because there's 3 minutes left for this 5-minute candle, and the previous one closed with a lot of incertitude. So when this happens, you see we have a strong push, but not on our side. But usually people want to have a direction, right? They want to have an indication of what could possibly be the next move. So what I usually noticed is that after having some candle patterns, the next candles are more likely to print another pattern. And I correlate this data and I put a sort of percentage rate on them and I try to apply them.
I like what you called the previous 5-minute bar, uncertain, because it's kind of a dragonfly doji, right?
Exactly.
There we go. All right, we're short 10 from 02.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I get 02.
I wanted to work into the 10 line.
I
not a
like
5
it.
line.
Short 10.
And the stop is the same, Michael.
Stop's the same.
Stop of 127 quarter. Come on, baby.
I would have loved to see them hold under that 105.
They're gonna hold. It's gonna hold. What's up, Eddie?
Yeah.
Hey, off the wire here, they're just to bring it out front here, put it on the table here. Israel Defense Minister talking about the disarming of Hezbollah. And Hezbollah had fired 40 projectiles into Israel before these comments did come out on the wire. And he's talking about Hezbollah must withdraw beyond the Letafani River. So just a heads up here, we might have some tension, some more tension coming up here in the Middle East. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Seen a little bit of pop here in
Eddie.
crude. Again, keeping an eye on that $66.80, $66.80 level. Long crude, $66.94. Right now, house gone short 10. NASDAQ from 21,102.
We just got kind of crushed off that little pop there. Saw some pretty good selling come in and off that.
Can we flip? Likely not.
Talk to us, Jerome. What's going on over there? Talk to us, Jerome.
Well,
you ever talk to the market, Jerome? You ever talk to the market? You ever talk to the market? Yeah.
We'll see. There's 10 minutes left for the 30 minutes candle, so it's a very nice one, meaning we have no top wick here. So there is no wick here, right? So that means we didn't have any buyers at the starting of this hour, right? So usually my patterns tell me that in 70% of the case, when this type of candle close, like the previous one, you have a wick fill, right? So it is likely we could have a candle doing this, and if it breaks, doing this,
Okay.
But it is also likely we have like 40% of chances that the candle prints a wick first, so pops a bit up and then instantly goes down. But that's only statistics, right? So it's also possible it runs down without popping up. So what I would like is, I would love for price to go down before the candle close. So if the next 30-minute candle opens with a top wick, we'll still be in an area of not getting
control.
stopped, and then we'll patiently wait for the flip.
Is it 4-minute 3-bar reversal right now?
Yeah, it kind of looks like it is.
Starting to, yeah.
Looks like it's
But we see those. Do you see those long wicks on the tops of the 5-minute bars?
Yeah.
And I think that's really what Jerome's kind of talking about here. Is it's a little indecisive here, but the pops keep getting hit. Is that how you're seeing it, Jay?
Yeah, I am, Hoag. So I'm looking at the 906. I'm looking at a 3-minute candle. Looking at the 906 candle, that volume in that candle was higher than the volume that we had for the open. And a lot of times, if we get a close outside of that, that can be the reversal and the low for the day. So I don't want to see anything close above 110
Above
right now.
that level.
Smoke this thing.
Correct.
Hey, get those likes up, guys.
Whoever that seller
So
was
you
to come back
you
in.
would you would consider trimming your stop to above that level, right?
I don't want to keep it that tight because we see the wicks above it, right? Where the market's trying to decide what it's doing with those prices. But if we get a close above, that's honestly a long signal. So
Got it.
Just want to see that seller continue to come in here.
Smash this thing. Do the right thing, Jerome. You got to talk to the market sometimes. Do the right thing. We got to go down to 018s. 21,000, 018. This market wants to go. This is a downside target. Jerome and Jay had last year 21,000, 090. Folks, we got a VIP check-in form right around the corner, but we are like 600 likes away. If we don't get to 2,000 likes, no VIP check-in form. But right now, get those likes up. Click like, click subscribe. Hell, click notify while you're at it. Get those damn likes up. Otherwise, we got no VIP form coming in. NASDAQ selling off a little bit. NASDAQ selling off a little bit. Can it go? Jerome, we got to go down to the 018s. Jerome, talk to us.
I like that.
Do you have any peeling off along the way? Do you have any peeling off levels along the way? Excuse me, sorry. Down to the 18s.
060.
060s.
Give me half a minute.
Jay, Jerome, anything, or do you guys like this as a?
Yeah, I like the 60s just because that's that bounce area.
Hello.
I'm trying to think of whether or not we can pull the stop in a little bit on this because we did get some price action in our direction. Jerome, what do you think about moving the stop down and taking some of the risk off of this? Or are you okay where it is for now?
I mean, if we're going to go down, it will just go down. If it's not, it will just go back up. So,
that's what I'm talking about.
Simple.
I like that.
Simple.
I just identified MP a level at 21, 39, 75, 40. So if we are to go back down, I think price will have a slight bounce around this area if we are to go down. So in between 60 and 18, that would be a level I would watch.
Jay, are you thinking like 116 for the potential stop to move down to that swing high?
Let's leave it. Let's leave it. I don't think we have enough price action in our direction to really think about taking this off.
Moving it
for now.
Hey,
all right.
Jerome, I gotta see if we can sell this song. Jerome, who's Samuel? Who's Samuel Erda? You know him, don't you? In the chat, Samuel Erda in the
Samuel?
chat.
No, I don't know Samuel. No,
big fan of yours. Big fan of yours. Even since your last performance in Power Plays.
Wow, is he?
Big fan.
Thank you, Samuel. No, I don't know this guy. I mean, if I know you, please let me know who you are. But I don't know.
The big fan.
Where are you out of?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Jerome, you're from Lyon.
Oh, from Lyon. Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear that.
How do you spell that, Jerome? Lyon?
Lyon, correct. Like a lion, but
what's is Lyon by
town?
Sorry,
is Lyon? I gotta show you guys this. I think it's by Lyon. Is Mexi Mew? How you say it? MEXIMI?
Miximio. It's like half an hour.
Oh, look
Now,
at you.
look, I'll show you guys this, but like I was at a monster truck rally
Oh my
with my
gosh,
boys.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, there's my boys.
I
Yeah,
forgot about that.
Wow.
monster truck. Watch this. I don't even know if I can do this.
Hold on. You
Next
got a
time,
trade
let's
on.
see.
You got a
Monster
trade
truck
on.
rally. This is what it was. It was
Wow.
bananas.
You can take
We're-
the boy out of the country.
Um,
You can't take the country out of the boy.
Right there. It was, they had monster trucks. It was like a traveling carnival.
Yeah.
Doing
That's
weird
crazy,
shit.
those
Like I was
monster
holding on to that thing. I know, driving
Nice.
through right
Two
by the
wheels, right?
neighborhood.
81
Mhm.
or 81% long crude oil right now. See some sellers pushing to the downside here. House account short from 21,102. Jerome short
Andre,
from
your call. Do we
21,000.
buy two for the break?
I think
I will wait for the closure personally. So
Benzema is a great player. Hoag.
I would love to break down another 20 points before the closure of the candle. Would market give that to us? I don't know.
Hammer this thing. Robert, coming to you after this trade. We got these likes up,
So
folks.
see, we have nice sellers, but we have buyers as well. So
Yeah.
there's uncertainty on the downside as well. People want to sell, but people want to buy as well. So we might stay an hour within this range. I mean,
I agree with you, Jerome. Since we had that high volume candle, volume has just decreased since then, and we're bouncing off the equilibrium of that candle, which is at 21,082. Need to see a seller below that, but we can definitely stay in this range. I'm calling the range 21,010 to 21,050 until we see that volume increase again.
With the upper extreme of that range at 10, do we trim the risk?
Hey, crude 83% long here right now. 77%, 79% in the money. So riding that crude with some profit here.
Jerome, is there room to trim that risk?
For the house account, I would peel half of it right around the entry if we can.
Jay, you mentioned 10 is the upper extreme of that area of balance. Is that an area we can trim risk to?
Yeah, so
We
I
took
think we
5
just
off.
took off half of the position, right? Yeah, I think that was a
Yeah,
good idea.
we took
That
half.
was a good idea.
Yeah,
Half,
at our
okay.
at
It was a
our
good
entry.
idea. So we can leave the stop where it is. Makes sense. Because we're
We
not really
bought
getting
5
that
for the
favorable
break.
price action. Exactly. Now let's let this work.
If the market gives me the opportunity to add one, I'll add a third and probably last contract. But I still need to wait the closure of the candle. That's how I follow my strategy, and I have to.
And that's the 5-minute bar you're looking at. 5-minute chart.
This is the 5-minute, yeah, but I wait for this candle to close, for the 30-minute candle.
The 30-minute. Oh,
This one.
okay.
Yes.
Now you're speaking my language.
I always try to watch at least higher time frame before getting into the low time frame. But see, this is, yeah, it's setting up for a nice long.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Stay in here. Hold on. We're right there yet. I see a lot of wicks to the upside.
Yeah, it's
A lot of wicks to the upside.
But see,
we define the
going
risk.
into the closure.
We define the risk.
Exactly. And it's apparently very well defined because we are still in, and
Still in it.
I'm very satisfied with it.
Hey, we gotta get those likes up, folks. We got that VIP. I see the people behind the scenes. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your neighbors, tell your enemies. Click like, and we get that VIP form out there.
Run across the run outside, knock on your neighbor's door, tell them turn on your
give
damn
me your
Topstep
phone.
TV.
Yeah, give me your phone.
Give me
Pull
your
up
phone.
YouTube.
Turn on
phone.
Topstep. What are you doing? Get on Topstep TV.
Give me your phone. Give me your iPad. Give me all those tablets in your house. Pull up YouTube.
Mow your damn lawn too while you're at it.
See this bounce on the S&P? That's a very solid bounce on the 30-minute time frame of the 200 EMA right here. Very, very solid bounce. So very bullish structure. Again, if we go back down, there's a lot of buyers here, but less than once we came here, right? So if we go back down, I'm very confident in this trade.
Yeah,
right now,
me
the
too.
7 EMA is at 106-ish. So see, we didn't close above this curve, right? This 7 EMA.
This market doesn't know what to
So
do right now.
7 EMA. Got it.
5,500 people watching right now. My goodness, we're so close to getting that form out.
there's a
Gotta
big
get to
chance we have a
2,000.
strong red candle here, like
Agree.
30 points, 20 to 30 points. It's possible. As it is possible to have it on the other side, right? But
ACH.
That's off your.
we've had too many weeks, and there's a lot of liquidity gathered right now. So there's a lot of stops above and below. So once we break out strongly out of one of the ranges, I'm pretty sure we'll have a strong momentum pop.
Well,
We'll
that
see.
7 EMA is really just kind of capping off price action right there, isn't it? We just want to see that hold.
Correct. And when we have a trend day, it holds very well. So
There it is.
if we have a down trend day,
Uh-huh.
it should hold well. But market, especially Nasdaq likes to retest EMAs. So especially the 200 EMA and the 7 EMA. I'm aiming, so I'm a sort of freshman. I approach trading like my academics and school. I studied 9 years at university, and for me, trading, I'm just in my second year, right? So I have a tremendous amount of stuff to learn. And this year, I learned a couple of skills, and I aim to learn 2 to 4 more in 2025. So that's what I'm using now, but most probably in 6 months, I would trade not whole, but a pretty different way and improved way. And what is very cool is that in October, I've been able to identify what I do very well and what I do very bad as well. And my next goal is to improve and correct what I do wrong and do more of what I can do better.
Wow.
like
the
that.
emotional intelligence.
Go.
Emotional intelligence.
He's smart, man.
Understanding, being self-aware. It's
super smart,
socially
Michael.
aware.
Yes.
Relationship management, I'm sure you're great at. All the 5 variables of EQ, emotional intelligence.
Jerome's very too smart for this.
So
Too smart for
stop.
trading.
See, we had a
Okay,
30
guys, we
points move.
had to stop. Hold on real quick. We had to stop at 29s. It stops at 29, right?
Okay.
29.75.
So we had the 30
Yeah,
points move, but it was on the other side.
I think we're all still in this, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
still in it. I don't
optimism.
love that last candle on a 3-minute. I don't love that close. We got the close
there's your
outside
punch.
of.
To the wick. Just really got us right there. Dinger.
That's okay.
Whammy.
29.75.
At least we peeled
right.
5 off down there. All right,
29.75.
flat.
Oh,
How's it count? Flat.
it's not that bad.
Jerome flat. All right, Robert. Thank you for your patience. Come on in with some stats. Everyone's flat. We'll do a P&L update right on the other side of this update. What's up, Robert? Happy Wednesday.
30s trading out. 35s now.
$5. 30s are trading out.
35.
I'm on. It's on. There we go. It's on. It just started flashing. We good?
Come on in, Robert. Stats one. Let's go.
Yeah. It's on. You didn't hear me? Okay. Yeah. No, it's gonna be
35.
much happier if we get those couple hundred more likes and we get the VIP form out there. So here we go, real quick. Top 5 live P&Ls. Nicholas, $17,000. These are live, so it's a single account. 7 days in the XFA. 7 days in the live. Just started it. Averaging $9,000 a day. Currently sitting at $56,900. Hopefully they'll be taking a payout pretty soon. Congratulations, Nicholas. Great job. Falcaron, 8,600. Artem S, 7,400. Johnny D, 7,300. And Pin Sin D at 7,126. What I like about Pin is he's trading at CL, GC, and NG. Will they be trading the RBOB next? I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll be right back with some XFA PNLs.
Right. Falcaron, man. We've been seeing that name for quite some time now. Look at
Okay, so now it's back at the 120s. That was on the way down. We paused around there.
Oh, look at this.
It came up to what, 439s, 40s.
Yeah.
What do you guys? What's going through your guys' heads now?
Do we stay in this medium time frame range that we've been in? If I'm looking at a 30-minute chart, are we at the lows here and potential bounce? Yeah. Right now, I'm
Oh, look at
just gonna
this.
be hands off.
Look
Yeah.
at just hammer time.
Just had to stop us out real quick before it
Yeah, man.
continued lower.
Yeah, I mean that
Check
would have been a
up the-
40. We're
check
not.
up the
I mean,
VWAP.
Oh,
and
no,
then
no. I
you're
know.
on.
That was just
No,
way
we're
too
not gonna
much
hold
heat.
that.
40 handle move. No, you're wrong. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. We were wrong. We were wrong.
Oh yeah.
I'm just
Nothing
gonna
wrong with
wait
that.
for another clean setup. Another clean setup. We had a trade that was in our favor. I think our profit target, where it was
Not
was
the-
fine. But that 180 level just became support. So we'll find another opportunity.
Guess News is doing this. We don't know. We're trying to roll that VIP form out, folks. Try to get that VIP check-in form out there. We're about 300 likes away. We got 5,400 people watching. Sure, there's 300 more likes out there. We get to 2,000 likes. Form will be dropped. And everyone will be happy.
Does anybody
that
see
2K.
this as a long
right?
opportunity here?
Yes, Hoag. Yeah, I do. I can show you what I'm looking at. We have this 3-minute candle here. Again, the highest volume that we saw on the day. A
Mhm.
lot of the time, if that highest volume is higher than the opening candle, that candle sets the low for the day. We got to close outside of it, a test of the high, which is at 21,008. And the market's not accepting price in there, right? We see the kind of bounce off the high of this zone right here. This is a potential long back up to highs of the day.
So where do you like the long, Jay? Is it halfway through that box where it kind of that center part right there where it's kind of held there?
Yeah. Ideally, yeah. Ideally here. So now it's
What's that level?
21,082.
Tilt longs have grown some wings here.
21,082.
Oh, yeah.
The tilt is 63% long bias. Long bias 63%.
Jerome, how do you feel about a long?
I like the long because the S&P just got back into the opening range and the Nasdaq didn't close into it.
Mhm.
So either we have a strong rejection, either if we don't, we'll have a strong pushback up. So what I like is that we just had a like 30 points flush down and instantly buyers stepped in. So this is great. And as long as we don't have a strong seller coming back in, I'm tempted to long at 139 if we don't go back down to Coach Jay's level. If market doesn't allow us a strong pullback, I think getting in at this level could be good.
So 21.
It's the low of the opening range. It's the low of the 15 minutes
139.
opening range. We've rejected almost twice on it.
Mhm.
So that means it's a strong selling point. And if we go back into it, there's a big chance we have buyers stepping in.
21, 139.
These markets.
Okay, we've
are so
got
looking-
VWAP.
Markets are confused
On the
now.
3-minute chart here, 21,143. We've also got anchored VWAP from the 730 bar, 21,144. Would the breakout occur above those levels? I know you're probably not looking at those VWAP levels in the same way you're looking at your moving averages.
Sell this thing.
Jay?
Yes, I'm observing what's
There's-
happening. But
Yeah, there's just not much clean here, Hoag. Because if I'm looking to the
Not.
upside, we have the CPI candle, and Andre, I can hear you over there. Over there, the markets are confused right now.
They're
We're trying to
confused.
decide what we do with these prices, right?
Mhm.
If we look to the upside, we have the low of the CPI candle, which is at 21,134, and we're seeing rejection there as well, right? So maybe we are just trying to figure out direction imbalance right now. And it's better to just stay a little bit patient and try to identify extremes. I'm not seeing a great trade to put risk behind, especially after taking that first loss. I think we can find a better opportunity.
Good.
Oh, where are they going to go
Thank
with
you.
that? The market's just choppy. Wiki choppy.
Yeah, it is.
All good.
And you can see that on that 5-minute bar. I mean, on that 5-minute
Oh, come on.
NASDAQ, there's lots of wicks. For 20 minutes, all it did was just kind of wick both sides.
Don't do it now.
It's
hey,
going
we're
to.
200 likes
It
away.
reje-
Look at this.
it
200
rejected
likes
the
away.
low of that CPI candle.
Yeah, it did. Wow. We would tilt those
We
longs.
were
Eddie was
just
talking
a
about
bit
those.
too early, but
Look
we
at
had
this.
it.
Eddie was talking about those longs
Well,
getting a
here's
little
your
too long.
082s.
Yeah, this is going to do exactly what we expected it to do now, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. This is train, baby. All right. We'll keep an eye on this. Hey, Jack, if you want to
What
come
was your
in. I know
level,
we got-
Coach Jay, again? Sorry, Andre.
Say it again,
80
Go ahead,
Jerome.
please.
82.
82, okay. The level
Oh,
of Coach
82.
Jay for a potential long. Because the thing is, if we had to go down, of course, anything can happen. We would have gone down already, right? Further down. That means there's again a lot of uncertainty around the area we are in, and acceptance of price hasn't showed up. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Hoag. But either we stay patient, either we get trapped. But I think market wants to get a lot of people short, and then we'll go back up, or vice versa. But I really think if we would have had to go down, we wouldn't have had this bounce. So that's why I'm shifting to a bullish structure, and the graph is the chart are saying this as well. So we don't know yet, but I'm tempted for long. And the
Well,
S&P is holding well the EMAs as well. So
This is messy.
right. And,
It
you know,
is.
as far as acceptance, we're trading at the volume point of control from the regular trading hour session right now.
Yeah, if you have these price equilibrium, you guys are wondering what that means. We're just sitting where Mark can make up his mind, wants to go higher or lower. So this is the price. This is the holding pattern will sit in. All right, Jack, come on in. We got some news. You also want to get your
What's up,
take
my
on-
friends?
What's up, my friend? And I want to get your take on the 10-year as well. But come on in with some news. What's up, Jack?
All right, let's do some news. First, the most important story of the day is that the U.S. Congress will be holding yet another UFO hearing today.
Nice.
So if anybody out there can have C-SPAN on in the background, we need to know what happens. These things are always the best for sound bites. So please point us. This is news in the making. Jerome, have you ever seen a UFO?
Great question.
no.
Great answer.
You're not looking hard enough.
You're not looking hard enough.
X-Files, baby. Fed Watch. Let's hit that first because there has been a shift.
Here we go.
We're up to about 79% chance of a cut. That is, of course, following a CPI print that was mostly in line with what people were expecting. That's one of the hurdles to clear for sending full port for Jerome. Jerome Powell, not you, but you might too, Jerome. With that, we've seen quite a reversal in the 10-year yields. I don't have a chart for that because you just asked, but yields got crushed following the CPI number, bottomed out at about 4.36% in the spot, and have since rallied about 7 basis points back to where they are right before the number, pretty much. So that's what's happening in 10-year land. And lastly, our long national nightmare is over for now. Shane Waldron, the Bears offensive coordinator, was shit-canned this morning or yesterday, something like that.
They got to keep going. Virginia needs a
easy
shit can of hell.
Easy,
Michael.
Easy.
That's the queen.
100 years old.
That's the queen,
He is
Move on, Tom. Move on, Tom.
of course, being replaced for play calling with our future savior, Thomas Brown, who he's good because, he called the plays for the Carolina Panthers last year, who won 2 games out of 17. So we're set.
What's going on with this team?
Woo! 4th and 1. Let's run an option. Run an option. 4th and 1.
MP still can't get over that play. MP still
Run an
can't
option
get over
to the
that
center,
play.
the backup
Don't
center.
you all
Okay,
suck.
That's what we
Yeah,
got for
he was
news for
hot.
now.
Yep.
Robert will be back with some XFA stats from yesterday. So we'll see you in a few.
Thank you, Jack. MP still can't
Way
get
to
over
go,
that
Jack.
option.
Can't even make it. Can't even make it halfway through the season where the whole city gives up. We're all, I mean, like rightfully so.
Still pissed about that play. All
You
right,
need to
well,
get
take
your
a
offensive coordinators out of the clearance bin. I mean, come on.
MP.
I know.
All right, 100. We got to get to 2. Are we at 2,000 yet? No, we're less than 100 likes away.
All right, so
I saw
Oh,
the
let's
Chat
get
was
this
getting
done.
Chat was getting
Let's
on
get
each other.
this done.
Anne Marie said we're sloshing sideways. So we're sloshing sideways.
We
But
are.
what are we setting up for?
Yep.
Is it starting to coil up?
What's coil
Feels
up
like
mean,
it, MP.
Michael? What's coil up mean?
It means
like
pick
building
it-
energy. And then,
shoot a direction.
Yeah.
Wind
Hey,
up,
don't
like
look
it,
now.
tightly wound. Tightly
Don't look
wound like
now.
your old girlfriend.
Yeah, it's coiling for sure.
J-fish.
He ain't lying. Anyways, hey, don't look now.
Jerome.
Bitcoin, 93,000. New highs. New highs.
Do we like a long
93,000.
here, perhaps?
I was going to ask Jerome what his time charts are. Are those 30-minute?
These are 15. But do we
15
like a
minute.
long
There you go.
here?
Great.
perhaps?
I'm seeing what you're saying, Jerome. Where's your price? And I think risk would have to go below 80.
Uh-huh.
Yes, that's the problem exactly. So when I saw this move on the downside, I was tempted to go in, but between 110 to 115, then we had this instant pushback up. So market today doesn't let us like any seconds to get in. That's cool. But you see this area, it's very, very, very strong area. But what I've seen as well, and I bet a lot of people could relate, is if we don't go back up, usually these areas where we have a lot of weeks and support areas, they tend to break. And we've not reclaimed the opening price range yet. So the S&P is
No.
actually,
and
but
we
the
do have-
Nasdaq is.
We do have kind of a pennant formation here. We're up near the top end of that pennant. Do we look to break out of this pennant formation in one way or another?
We could. There's this 4-hour candle as well with no top week, and we have 3 hours and 12 minutes left. And at any moment, this 4-hour candle can flip green and print a wick like this, right? Or like this, and go back up. So 3 hours is long, and we can have an hour of downtrend and 2 hours of uptrend. So I like to keep an eye on this 4-hour candle during the whole session, because anything can change once we flip. The thing is, the S&P had flipped already, but this is for structure. Sorry, yes.
No, go ahead. S&P structure.
Yes, usually the first flip, like last year, I used to put an order at the first flip, right? And I've noticed that I always get stopped 90% of the time, because the first flip is usually for market structure, print structure. And market has a tendency of, if we flip again, then that's when we have the strong push up or down, depending on the direction of the flip. So candle flipping is like an art I'm trying to understand, and understanding what candles are made of has taken me a lot of time, and I'm still on it, right? And that's a beauty for me. It's an art at all, and it's very difficult to understand what markets are printing. And for example, I don't know how to read the tape yet. I don't know how to read bookmap. That's one of my goals for 2025. But
like that, man.
Trying to understand how candles get printed is a sort of equivalent of understanding the tape, right? So once I will have this skill on top of this one, I'm pretty sure I will be better on my entries.
You the man, Jerome. I'll tell you what, Jerome. MP, back when he had his fastball, he could read the ladder like he's very good at reading the ladder. He could read the ladder.
Only one thing to think about. Only one thing to think about every single day, trading. One thing, not anything else.
Evan in the chat says, I really like this guy. Hey, folks, alert. We hit 2,000 likes, 2,000 likes.
Yes.
That's what's coming
I
up.
feel like
we hit it.
VIP.
Yeah, we hit it. God, Jerome with the fist pump says, "Good job, everybody." Jerome, you are the good luck charm. You bring the likes. Mohammed brings the likes. Jerome, I really like that introspection, talking about how for your goals for next year, learn how to read the tape, how to read the ladder. It comes with time. You'll see the patterns form. You'll be able to look for big size orders that come in. This comes with experience. Trust me, you're very, very smart. You'll get the hang of this shortly.
Yeah, Jerome, when did you start trading again? Day one?
July 2023.
2020.
I'd say you're
Oh,
doing
You're on
pretty
the
well
big board.
already.
And you're on the big
Oh,
board.
yeah.
Yes.
Michael,
Yeah,
he's
you're on
trying
the
to
big
solve
board?
Michael, he's trying to solve Alzheimer's. He's trying to cure Alzheimer's, dude. That's these
Oh, good for you. And you're
That's his real
paying
job.
it forward. I like that.
Yeah, man.
I
He's
like
like,
that a
that's
lot.
his real job. Like,
That's
Jerome.
awesome.
Yeah.
Good, because
It
I
is.
might need it someday.
Quickly, can it be solved or cured or whatever? Alzheimer's.
No, not yet, but we have many tools to help it and help it to reduce the symptoms and the graduation of the occurrence of the symptoms as well. The beautiful thing is that I had a doctor, Dr. Armand Perel-Liodet, which is a great doctor, biology and biomolecular chemistry doctor here in Lyon. And he's patented actually a protocol to be able to diagnose as neurodegenerative disease like Parkinson, Alzheimer's, and others
Yeah.
5 to 10 years before the symptoms occur. And so
Really?
he's
Wow.
doing like seminars all over the world, in Brazil, in the US, in China, in Asia, Indonesia, and many places in the world. And this is kind of changing the structure of how we approach this disease. Because actually, the only confirmation diagnosis of this kind of disease is, unfortunately, when a patient dies, we dissect, we take the brain out and we analyze it, right? So, unfortunately, before a patient dies, we cannot certify properly on paper this patient had Parkinson or Parkinson plus Alzheimer or another disease associated with another one. And so
Really?
this protocol can help us to, for example, smells and musics help a lot with patients who have memory loss with Alzheimer.
Is that
And
true?
so let's say 8 years before you have the symptoms, we are able to diagnose that on your spine liquid, you have regarding the protocol, you have the levels that say you are more likely to have this disease getting set up. Then you can get helped and improve your brain matter, the white and gray matter to get developed, so you don't get these symptoms getting set up. Brain is a fabulous organ. You can have a hole in the brain and you can have your neurons growing back and filling the hole, and that's the
No
beauty of the
way.
brain. And
Really?
That
we've
is
seen
true.
so many crazy and amazing things with brain stuff, and that's why I decided to fully shift my career on that. And in 2016, I realized in my personal life that the way we think impact the way we feel, and vice versa, and this defined our being, and our being defined our decision making process, and the decisions we make define who we are on a daily basis, right? And if you add day after day after day, it becomes week, and week plus weeks equals month, and month plus month equals years, etc. And so we've noticed that, I mean, when I say we, it's not me, of course, I'm very young, but scientists noticed that 95 of the global population, they analyzed like 100,000 of brains. And I bet a lot of people on the chat would recognize themselves, since I am as well. We are all humans, right? But what if I told you, what do you do? What do you think about the first minute you wake up? 95% of people think about the debt they have, the money they have to pay for on the day, the bills they have to pay, the credit they have to pay back to the bank,
Yep.
etc. And what happens when you think this way, when your brain is engineered in such a way, you get a lot of beta waves, beta high frequency
Beta
waves.
waves.
And Dr. Brett Steenbarger speaks a lot about that, and I resonate a lot with him. And when you
Love you.
operate your brain instantly when you wake up with this kind of frequencies, your day is 75% gone. You will have a bad day, trust me. What if I told you when you wake up, you take your phone and you're pumping to ATH, all-time high, your dopamine levels?
Oh,
What happens? Our brains need dopamine, right? And we feel it during the day. So if you feel your dopamine level right instantly when you wake up with social media or whatever notification you have on your phone, during the day, your brain will tell you, I'm bored. I'm exhausted, I'm bored. I already had the level of dopamine I needed, and so now I'm going to get you bored for the whole day, and then you have a non-productive day most of the time. And so we need to understand how this whole neurochemistry work, and how we are able to sleep better, eat better, work out better, and live better, so you have a better decision making process. And that was my focus, and still is. I've been also a sort of mindset performance coach, but only for people who are entrepreneurs, and that helped me find an edge between people who have skills I don't, but people who have thoughts and emotions I do have, and trying to merge these both and trying to help them on an edge I have and they have. And I saw what happened, and it's fabulous. It's very beautiful.
Damn.
So my best advice would be to take care of your brain. It's your brain, your mental is like an inner temple. For me, it's like an inner temple, and be careful what you feed your mind with.
What's the best way to take care of your brain, in your opinion?
There's not one only, but for me, and a lot of people would be happy about that. For me, one of the best way is to control your breathing, master some breathing techniques and mindfulness, and this is one of the key to sort of brain expansion. And why is that? Because for the people who have babies or who have had babies, you will notice that babies inhale through the nose and their abdomen slightly goes up. It's not the chest. So let me show it to you. You see my chest going up. Now I exhale. And if you inhale with the abdomen, the stomach, almost no elevation from the chest, right? And so when you do this, the amount and the level of oxygen getting into your brain and your body stimulates as well the parasympathetic system. And repeating this on a daily basis, at least twice a week, and if you do more, it's better, but with a certain protocol and certain management of the practice, it's like a workout, right? You can run a marathon doing a 1 kilometer sprint, right? You have to run each and every day and increase your distance. So at first you have to change the blood flow within your brain. And there's a sentence we've all heard: you create a habit within 21 days. And there's another one we've less heard. It's that you instillate it, you integrate it into your lifestyle within 90 days. And so everything I try to do and improve has a 3-month cycle pattern. So for example, when I try to learn a new skill in trading, or I try a new strategy, I try to stick to a 3-month window of testing, because that would give me at least sufficient enough window of data. And I would be able to tell myself, okay, I think, Jerome, you have enough data, and you can conclude and analyze this data. But if you have a single week and you have done, like, let's say, to go back to trading, 12 trades, and you're like, oh, I did 12 trades, 6 break even, 3 or 4 take profits, and 3 losses, and my win rate is 62%, and blah, 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 whatnot. But this is not significant, right? You have only 12 points of data. You need an iteration of thousands and thousands, at least 100. And once you have that's why I'm saying I'm very young. It's only my 2nd year, right?
Crazy.
Coach Dagoda and other people have more than 10 years, and I'm very much inspired by these people, because they have tens, if not hundreds of thousands of trades to rely on. And it's like Bruce Lee said, master the way how to throw a punch 10,000 times, and that's the only thing you should need to master. And once you master this, you'll be able to master something else, and it goes by steps. And fundamentals is essential. And so I think breathing is the fundamental of being able to break the habit of being yourself.
Amazing. Michael?
All right.
Wow.
Sorry.
Michael. Where do we find Jerome?
Amazing.
Look at Michael. You got him, Jerome. You got him.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I mean, everything he said is things that we're trying. I mean, talking about way you think, thinking positive, and all that. Because we're always talking about positive, glass whole. We don't need the trolls around here. I mean, trading and all that. You got to always stay positive. So you saying that, feel good on the inside, look good on the outside. That's good. 21 days to create a habit. When we created the combine, we'd say it's going in months. And we were like, if you can work to find out what you did wrong and then try to improve it the following month, then you can start to improve your habits. TopStep's mission is to take traders, people who trade, and turn them into better traders with healthier habits. This 21 days to create a habit, this might be something that when you were talking about that, it'd be fun to do here to do habit forming like activity, like a segment where you would be on, and then like we're all here, and what habit are we working on for the next 21 days? And then you said 90 days to implement into your life, and so look, a lot of trading is about getting yourself into better habits, healthier habits for yourself as well. So yeah, I mean, guys, number 16 on the big board of tens of thousands of traders.
It's number
right
4
here, right now. And
highest number 4.
Schooled us in the world of brain thinking.
Yeah. Jerome, I think
Jerome,
you had everyone in the chat practicing breathing while you were talking. And, you know, I hear you say you're inspired by some of the traders that we have here. You're inspired by Dakota, but I think what you just said kind of opened up everyone's mind. I'm going to definitely go back and rewatch this segment because while you're talking, my brain was doing gymnastics over here. But love the work that you're doing, man.
Jerome,
I'm going to talk to Danielle and talk about a habit forming segment.
Look at this. All right, well, we got Robert and Wade in the wings here. We got the VIP check-in form right around the corner. Robert, come on in with some XFA goodies. Jerome, that was awesome. Let's get back to trading after this. Come on in, Robert.
Yes, we are. Here we are. XFA goodies. We have the top 5 P&Ls from yesterday. Shane S., the top 21,000. Christoph, 21,000. Brandon, 20,000. Jordan, 13,900, and Justin H, 13,552. The only comment I have on this one is Justin. I think I know who that is, and I think they switched all MNQ trades, 1.4 to 1 win rate. Win time, 1 hour 41 minute win time. Lost time 39 minutes. Love it. All MNQ on Justin. Congratulations. The top 5 P&Ls. We'll be back at Hot Streaks in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Robert. All right. The moment everyone's been waiting for. We got 2,100 likes now, 2,100 likes. Luckily, the markets aren't doing a whole heck of a lot besides Bitcoin. Bitcoin new all-time highs, Michael, 93,500.
I know. I was going to say to you, I go, where do you think Bitcoin is since the last time we talked about it? You just got to say the word
100,000 by end of week. 100,000 by end of week. Let's just get it out there. All right, Eddie, I'm going to throw it to you. Eddie, this is the moment everyone's been waiting for. Let's do it, Eddie.
All right.
Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
Of course you would.
Here we go again.
All right, folks. We will be posting the link here in chat. Yes, it is for the VIP. Remember, 3 months in the trading combine. 2 free resets each month. Private team chat room with exclusive access to your coach. Special events. No activation fee. Remember, the more entries that you have, the better chances you are of joining these one of the 10 top VIP teams coming in January. So we're going to have this check-in form up top here for let's see here. We've got it. We're going to have this till 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock here. And we'll do that. There you go. 11 o'clock. So fill out that form. That is an entry fee in putting you in an opportunity of a lifetime. So once again here till 11 o'clock here. And this is for our Topstep VIP. And back to you, Andre.
Andre ducked out. We are here.
Market's kind of slowed down.
I know.
A lot. We've been in the 30-point range in the last 30 minutes or so in the NASDAQ. MP, I think the trade was to just buy Bitcoin.
Right.
Just put on I remember you had that experiment last year, just buy a 1 lot on the open. Bitcoin might be the market to do that in.
I know. Then right when you start doing that, then it's the obvious happens. And when you see the obvious, then it's the turning point.
Right.
So, or is it? It's the whole great game of trading.
All right. Well, the markets haven't done a whole heck of a lot. Countdown clock. Ooh, VIP 55 minutes for this VIP form. Oh, baby, we have opened.
You got to run across to your neighbor's house, Trey. You got to run across to your neighbor's house. Tell him to get on here.
I can run all the way down to Topstep office and back in 55 minutes. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, we're going to have this up till 11 o'clock. There's also going to be another opportunity for Top Quiz on Friday. So 25 winners will be drawn for additional entries on that also.
Are you guys interested in VIP being open to some price point?
What do you?
And I say this because we're gonna continue like giveaways to it. But if we wanted to accelerate, I don't know how much. I haven't felt out how much interest there is in that. Because I know a lot of people have asked, I want to coach, I want to chat, I want a room. I mean, coaches are investment in Topstep. We have to vet, ensure that their time and all that and comp and all that kind of stuff gets lined up. But it's so awesome how Coach Jay right here, he's an incredible coach. I would love Coach Jay. I think I would love to be on. I would love to be on your Lunatics team.
He wants to trade
fun.
people,
Well,
Michael.
we got a
He wants-
spot
he-
whenever
he's-
you want,
Come
MP.
on, trade. Yeah, he's got a spot. He's got a-
Thanks, buddy.
Jerome, my
He's on-
breathing is already better since you were talking about that. It's just different, you know.
And I forgot to mention, sorry, exhale with the mouth. It releases more oxygen. So you inhale with the nose and you exhale with the mouth, slightly pulling your belly in, and you will feel way better. And then with time, if you want, we'll do a breathing session. If Michael authorizes me, we can do this as well.
Well, it was very inspiring. Just want to ask you one more question about that. What about brain injuries like strokes? I know that the brain can work its way around a stroke or a small stroke. Do you work on that at all?
I don't work on patients who had stroke, but I used to, but it's not my specialty. I'm more
Okay.
specialized on the disease that degenerate the brain matter. So that implies cognitive and motor deficiencies, and that's my specialty.
Awesome.
We got a doctor in the house, man.
Jerome, what about
Yeah,
cannabinoids?
great, man.
What about? Sorry.
Cannabinoids. Talking about cannabis with Alzheimer's. Being serious.
For Alzheimer's, well, I don't know. I've not seen any research on it. I know there's a lot of regulations around cannabinoids, like medical marijuana, being used for patients who have gastric problems or even motor problems. But there's other diseases we make. So we try to make medication from cannabinoids because there is receptors. I think it's called the CB2 receptor or CBD2, something like that. And we use it
cell receptors.
in medicine. So for Alzheimer's, I don't know, to be very honest. But science is beautiful. You can cure cancer with snake venom. So I mean,
Really?
I believe for every disease in the nature, you have a cure we haven't discovered yet, and many
Is that true?
scientists proved this to us. So, like penicillin, for example, did you know, guys, how penicillin was discovered?
No.
On
was
bread,
mold.
right?
I think it was something like Fleming went on vacation and his gardener didn't take care of his like plants or mushrooms, and some shrooms started to grow, and he analyzed them, and that's how he discovered penicillin. And it's
No
called in
kidding.
science we call it serendipity, and it's a happy random event, and life is made
Hey.
of serendipity.
Really quick, going back to breathing. What do you think about Wim Hof? You know Wim Hof?
I love it. There's, for example, some patients can't practice Wim Hof, right? So for example, elderly patients who are lying on a hospital bed, they can't do this kind of exercise because it's very, very intense. But I love it.
It's very
I mean, it's very inspiring. I respect the craft and everything behind it a lot. Yes, but it's not adapted to anybody. But it's impressive. It's wow.
Okay, cool. I have to,
All right, let's go
before
right
I
back
go
to the
on-
Marcus. You're gonna need a lot of breathing exercise before that Disney cruise, Michael. Let's get
Oh
to
my God,
the
I know.
S&Ps. Last trade 60.17. Last trade in the ES. Yeah, high today 60.30. Take a look at the Nasdaq here. Last trade 21,121. We got VWAP. We just been stuck, just chop and slop in the Nasdaq right now. We'll remain patient. We did take a short earlier in the house account, managed our risk. Down for now, one trade, one loser, all good, nothing to cry over. Look at, I'm going to start quoting Bitcoin now because Bitcoin's got the action. Bitcoin pushing higher here. Last trade, 93,530. High of the day, 93,000 all-time highs, 585. Looking at the crude here, crude did see a sell-off. Never got to those 6680s that Jerome and Jay and Anne Reed and Hoag all like 6680s. And crude never got down there. Did get to 66.94. We're back up above that, $68.33 last trade in the crude. Looking at gold, 26.10. Gold been very, very tame lately. Anyways, I'm going to throw it to Robert. Robert coming in with some payouts, baby. Woo! One of my favorite stats today. What's up?
Yeah, here we are. We get the payouts. One of my favorite stats also. Let's push this up right here. Tuesday's payouts. What do we have?
Big numbers.
Single day. Justin Y requested $33,750. Jonathan K, $32,000. Rajesh, $27,000 on the dot. GetNet B, $23,259. And Imad A, $19,689. Now for the big one, what do we have for the total? We're going to say 1.2. The over and under is 1.2 on the full payouts. Let's start at the top. MP, what do you think? 1.2, over or under?
Over under 1.2?
1.2. Sure, I'll take it.
You got it?
Yeah,
Over.
Right?
Over.
Over, right. Here it is right here.
1.6.
Total 1.2.
Told you, get out of here.
It is
Told
over.
you.
I had to get you over. Yeah, exactly. Average payout $2,154. That's across 563 requests all in total. Percentages. Yes, that is
500 people a day, man. 500 people a day taking payouts. That's good. My favorite stat now that we're doing is the call up. Those folks that got called up because they already have payouts typically, except for the $250,000. I forgot his name. New call up that we had yesterday.
Yeah, it was a difficult name to pronounce.
Kartik.
Yes.
I think it was Kartik.
Thank you,
Say what's
Jerome.
up?
Kartik or
What
Karthik. Sorry if I pronounced it in the wrong way.
Oh, okay.
Karthik.
All good.
Karthik.
Yes, I remember.
Okay.
Thank you,
Karthik.
Jack.
Okay.
All right, we'll get back with some hot streaks later on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Yeah.
We
Look at
like
this
a long
Bitcoin. Michael
tail,
just
guys?
like. Go ahead,
I
Jerome.
was just thinking that.
Long.
That means we should perhaps. Yeah, I was thinking about longing around 90-ish. Then I thought we could break and then we bounce back. Usually when the market ranges during the AM session, it is very unlikely we don't break out of this range before the lunch break. So that's what I noticed. Of course, it's statistics and patterns, but it's very unlikely we range for like 4-5 hours during the US session. So I think we might break out before what time is it? Before 11 a.m. And it looks like a long breakout. So there's still a chance we have a last fake out to grab all these last longs and late longs who are FOMOing in, and then we flush instantly like 150 points down. But ACH, right?
I do like the longs. I do like the longs also. I think we would have to go with a wide stop on that. Almost like make new lows on the day stop.
Oh, really? Why, Jay? That's a wide stop. That's a wide stop.
Yeah, because this 30-point range that we're in right now, it's, if we try to get cute with the stop and be, 25 points, that's within the range, right? So we're not even allowing the market, unless we get a long at the low extreme, we're not allowing the market the space that it needs to do the natural fluctuations that it's done for the last hour, right? So it's, to me, it's do you think there's a long potential for the rest of the day? And if so, set your risk so far out of the way that you're not going to get wicked out, and then you're either right or wrong on this trade. Ideally, I would like a long somewhere near 20,100 so we can be near the lows of that range. But I would hate to take a trade in this range, get wicked out by the price action that we've seen for the last hour. So it's, to me, it's you increase the stop on the trade, maybe trade a little bit smaller because we have a wider stop, and then allow the market to work.
Right. Yeah. Anne Marie is thinking what I'm thinking, why not wait for the support level to try and get into the trade instead of
Right.
trying to preempt
Exactly.
a breakout continuation at this point.
Right. It's tricky.
I mean, in the meantime,
If you
Bitcoin
touch
hits 94,000.
49
You
though,
see that, Michael? You seeing this shit?
I know.
You seeing Bitcoin? Gosh, what a beast of a market! All right, we got
I put a
50-50.
limit order at 39, the low of the opening range. Because if we don't have a pullback, we might see a strong break. So I'm okay to get stopped on that. I'm gonna see how the market reacts.
You're looking at that 39 level as a short,
As a long,
as a long. It's high of
Breakout
value.
long.
It's still within the initial balance, and it's at the high of value.
We'll see. I wanted
What are you
to
saying,
ask,
John?
did we have a failed downside auction, Hoag, or not?
We do not technically below like the initial balance low. No, we don't. Neither of the markets. Although there's a lot of that's. I mean, that's a pretty big buying tail down there on the day session. Here's what we're looking at here, folks. This freezes on me sometimes. Apologize, but this is the low in the Nasdaq. Okay, so price opened, pushed lower, left a long buying tail here. It's not necessarily a failed downside auction. That would, I think, be more below the initial balance and then back into the initial balance. But this is, it is some substantial excess on the low. That's really what you're talking about here, Jerome. And right now we haven't left the initial balance. We've got
What
a
prices,
very
Hoag?
kind of
What
even
prices?
pricing, even profile value high is 21,141, value low is 21,087, and 141, 161, 87. I mean, these are kind of close to some of the levels that we were discussing earlier, and it's really just kind of encapsulated price between these two levels. As Jay was kind of commenting, for the last 2 hours, we've just been chopping back and forth overall in this range. It's where it's spending the most time. That's where acceptance is showing. So I'm cautious to look for any kind of preemptive breakout to the upside, because we still got the IB high. The S&Ps are a lot closer to a potential breakout.
Moving.
Here's the profile in the S&Ps. Price is currently trading 6,016.50. Here's the IB high, which is 6,019.75. If we break out and see some momentum up there, then I could see this market continuing for a breakout to the upside. We've got negative delta here as well. Andre, negative 9,500, and we're at the highs.
Oh, I like it then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, long squeeze them.
Yeah.
Shorts never got squeezed on the close yesterday. 9,500 delta. Okay, cool. Keep an eye on that. Look at
I'll
CNBC,
keep an eye.
Michael.
We do see some breakout possibility up there in the S&Ps first. I would think that would happen, but we'll keep an eye. The best trades I've seen so far today were in gold, but just kind of keeping an eye here. It's been very, very kind of settled here in the equities.
Yeah.
It's been a kind of a choppy day, but opportunities are abounding here. Maybe soon.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we got coming up. We got Musalam, we got Schmidt. We still have some speakers coming up today. Fed budget. They used to move us in the afternoon, so we still have some more things on the docket. Let's trade in the ES, kind of just grinding higher here. Hot garbage, Jay says. All right, who we going to next? Hot garbage, Jay. I saw what you wrote there.
We got crude oil had a really nice bounce. I'm looking at crude here. There's 160 lots sitting at 68.50 right now. And if I look on a 30-minute chart on crude,
yeah.
Wow. What up, Ricky Powell? What up, buddy?
You know
Good
him?
to see who's in chat, Andre. Ricky.
Oh shoot! What's
Uchep.
up, Ricky? Yeah. Wow.
Hell yeah.
Wow, Ricky.
Hope you're doing well,
man. Hope you're doing well too, man. What's up,
Ricky? Topstep's hiring engineers.
There you go.
Saying. Just saying. Just saying.
Cut to the front of the line.
Oh,
Something just popped. in
Something did
NASDAQ.
what? Yeah. Stops
It
or
literally
something.
just
Anything?
touched 48s.
Ricky Powell. What's up?
Pulled off that swiftly.
All right. 10:20 now. Let's bring in Robert. If we're ready to do some hot streaks, coming for some hot streaks. Give us the good news. Tell us Delesh is still on top.
Yeah, Andrea, Delish still is on top.
Yeah.
Man, the myth, the legend. 87
Numbers he had.
consecutive days, getting
87
closer. Another $8.
days.
He's kicking it up now. Derek M, second place, 40 consecutive
Incredible.
days. A comment on Derek I wanted to shout out to is not only 40 consecutive days, but there are only 10 days that are under $200, and some of them just a couple dollars under $200. We know that we need to be over $200 for payout. So just under 10 days for Derek under the $200 mark. Keep going. VJ, 39 days, $2,800 on there. Ali of 36 days, tied with William R. Black Swan in the chat for 36 days.
Oh. Look at that. 87 days. 40
I'm-
days is really
I'm
good.
long
Let's not.
one.
Go ahead. You're long?
I'm long one from 39.25.
You're on long
39.
one.
We'll go along 5. 35 even.
It's a risky
Okay, what's your
trade,
risk?
but it's a risky trade. If we have to break, I think we can break now.
Where do you see
I
the
mean, I
risk
don't
on that?
think risk has to be wide because I mean it's gotta be. Yeah, it has
Is
to
this
be
something you would time stop maybe if it doesn't go relatively quickly? You can be out of that, or a more of a price stop, and where would that stop be?
Yeah, we could time stop it as well, but we have another candle. I mean, we could get flushed right now.
His market's just savage right now.
Yes, they are.
Looking at the tilt here, 74%. What was that, Jay? We'll talk about it after this trade, Jay. What was that flood or something hit the market there?
It looks like
Well,
some
I mean, we
stops just
just
went
bought-
off above
we just
session
bought high
VWAP.
value.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like some stops went off above that session VWAP.
Mhm.
Grind the sucker higher. House got long from MP. What price did we get? 21,000, 1.
Sorry, 35 even. 135 even.
35. Thank you. House got long plus 5 from 21,000. They're quick back there. Good job, guys.
Jay,
Long,
looking for
long.
some risk of
139.
advice from you on this too. What do you think, Jay?
For the risk, I think it has to go below 90. I don't think I love this trade, just because we saw that those stops go off
Yeah.
and no momentum to the upside, almost an immediate rejection.
Yeah,
We bought high value.
Thank you, James.
yeah. I did a sniper drawdown entry.
Yeah.
Where's the,
all good. All
It's
good.
okay. It happens. You saw. what you saw.
where's the risk on that? The stop, John, is what I have
Well,
right. I don't even,
I mean, Jay is talking about below 90, and that's a lot of risk on this.
So 90's the risk.
It didn't
MP.
go right away. I'd be out of it already. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just me personally. I don't. We bought the higher value. It did not see any real movement. It doesn't mean it can't turn around
Let's see
and
here.
go, but it was just not the best trade
Jerome,
location. If
Jerome-
you ask me, now, Jerome has the things he's looking at, and we're just trying to figure out where the risk is. I would say if we take out the low of the current 5-minute bar, we should be out of it. And that low is 21,119 quarter. Put the stop at 119, 118 half, and we'll see what happens.
I like it.
The thing could turn around.
Yep.
I mean, it is starting to show higher highs and higher lows a little bit here. So I'd say 118 for the stop.
That's a decent.
So-
stop. It's a nice one.
And we were talking about it before, right? We like the longs 20 points lower, and I still like this as a long trade.
Mhm.
The stop just has to be wide enough to allow the market to do any fluctuations. I do think there's
Mhm.
potential to the upside in this. It's just
Question
with
here.
that trade location, you have to have a wide stop. We just held
S&P is
the
about to
RTH
take out
view
the
up.
IB high, and we saw that all those shorts in the S&Ps. S&Ps could be the thing to drag this thing higher.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. Let the ES do the heavy lifting here. Hell, let Bitcoin do the heavy lifting here.
Yeah.
Come on, Bitcoin. Just bring everything higher with you. What a run here. All right. Here we go. 142. We popped above VWAP. VWAP at 138. We just popped above Jerome. Wait, Jerome, you got a price target upside?
London closing here.
The thing is, the S&P 500 is breaking the highest opening range, while the Nasdaq is entering back into the opening range. So we have a sort of, some people might call it divergence, like a gap between both structure. So I'm watching for the ES this level, so 23.25, and if it breaks, I'm watching 6032, and as long as the S&P stays between this area, I stay in the long. As long as the S&P closes in this area and closes back below out of the range, that's when I would get out of the trade.
What's the price levels
Prices,
in that area?
Yeah, what prices, Jerome? When you
sorry,
say this area, let us know the prices because not everyone's watching right now. People are just listening. So go ahead, tell us prices.
We got some long haul truckers out there on the road tuning in. They got to keep it 2 and 10 to listen.
He's in the lab.
So my zone is between 60.23 and a quarter to 60.32 and 75. So it's a wide range, but it's a long trade, right? So for the
63s.
Nasdaq,
63s
my
upside.
first profit target is the high of the opening range. So that's,
which is
first target 84.5.
Ooh,
84s.
High of the IB.
84s, baby. I liked it. I like it. Jerome, there's a reason why you're as high as number 4 big board. Like Eddie said,
Jerome,
we got
if you
London
have a stop in, where is it?
Well, my stop is wide because I have a 1 lot, but if I had 5 lots on, that wouldn't be that stop. So I have like stop around 80-ish. That's not nice, but it's because I have 1 lot.
I think that's where it needs to be.
It's exactly at 78.
We're extending the range in the S&Ps now. We're starting to squeeze those shorts out, Andre.
Yeah, we are. Feel that pain. Feel the pain, baby. Look at Jerome. MP, how we looking over there? Long 5 from 135 evens. Jerome Long from 139 quarter. Eddie, I'm coming to you. Look at this sucker go.
So what?
S&Ps are leading it. S&Ps are definitely leading this.
What are we saying?
All right, guys.
Target?
So first target would be 84.5 if we get there, and if we keep breaking above. So see the S&P right now just bounce at just rejected level 23.25 to the tick. So I want to see a closure above this area, and I want the S&P to stay in this area. As long as it gets out of it, for me, it's a signal of potential reversal of the movement. Because we can have a push for 30 minutes, right? And then sellers will come back in, but we are
right
wagon and the right move, right?
Working 84s, Michael.
So
184. 184 MP.
Second target, if we want to leave a runner, would
this
be
is good.
251. That's the Fibonacci level I have here. So if we leave a runner, that would go there.
Working 4 at 84. Working 4 at 84.
So we're long 5. That's beautiful.
That's pretty good, Jerome.
We're long 5 from
Yeah. What's our price?
35. 35 even.
Okay.
One.
Yeah, I'd say my first target to the upside is 180.
Yep.
And I'm
right around that 184s.
IB high.
Go ahead, Jerome.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I'm gonna add a second lot. I'm just timing it, trying to time it. We have the 30 minutes closure that's gonna occur. I think we have 6 chances out of 10 to have a strong push in like 2 seconds, but we'll see.
Okay, we
6 out of
just
10.
opened the next 30-minute bar above the IB high in the S&Ps. That leaves excess below and makes this a new long possibility.
6 out of 10. He's
Probability.
giving us probabilities. I love it.
Love it.
Look at this.
Okay.
Jerome, what's your final upside target? I know we talked about some conservative ones, but what's your final upside target?
251. 251.
251.
5-1 with a 1 lot. MP working 484. 484.
Thank
And I'm adding a second here. I'm gonna peel one at 84.50, and I'm gonna put the runner if it goes to 251.
Okay, Jerome, you're long 1 or 2?
He's
Two
long two now.
from 149.5. So I added to a winner. It wasn't
Yes, you
perhaps
did.
the greatest place to add it, but I'd rather prefer to add to a winner rather than a loser. That's when I started to win. So
Well,
I'm trying to
Jerome.
as the saying goes,
Here it
losers
is.
add to losers, winners add to winners.
Did
God,
you trim
Above
your risk at
170,
all
I
on
think we
that,
should.
Jerome?
Oh my gosh, Michael.
My stop would
Mike.
have to be here anyway because it's unfortunately my DLL, so I have no choice to put it here.
Goes 84.
Where
Just
is
do the
your
right
risk
thing.
now? Or did you just leave it?
107. 107.
Okay.
Stop up to 107. MP.
Thank you. That helps.
Above 170,
gold
I think
selling
we
off.
should see some real volume step in here.
Working 484. God, I can hear it in the pit right now. 484.
Still squeezing out those shorts in the S&Ps, Andre.
What are we looking at now?
7,400 right now.
Oh yeah.
Still lots to go.
That's beautiful.
Especially
I
after
love
yesterday.
that.
Put up a poll in the
I love
chat.
that.
Did anyone take that long with Jerome? Put up a poll in the chat. Anyone take along with Jerome there? Yes or no? Take the long with Jerome. Long round, let's call it 140s. 140s. 21 NQ. Anyone take that long with Jerome?
Getting tilty to the long side. 73%.
See that?
If we can establish a local support right here, I would be very happy. Like if we flip back up, that would be wonderful.
Coming your way next, Eddie.
Like right now.
I'm here.
Did you go long? Go long with Jerome.
Okay. Not yet confirmed, but we are confirming a local support here. Okay, around this area. So this is a 100
area?
chart.
What area again?
Sorry, 159. We are
159.
actually building a support around 159, and it's the 1 second touch. So if we have a strong push back up, that would be lovely. And we might print a head and shoulder pattern as well, but I would like to get it invalidated because a lot of people would like to short this, so that would place some stops around this area, and that would allow us to have a strong pop back up. So now market is rejecting, so we have to follow that. We have this support as well getting confirmed around 153, but it looks like we have a strong seller in the house, guys. So
Yes, we do.
No,
It looks that way,
same
huh?
with gold. Gold's getting worked right now.
we have
You might
to
find some
absorb
support
him.
right here. We should be okay right here.
Why, Jay?
I'm
What are
gonna.
you looking for, Jay?
Remember when we said, "Hey, something just popped"? There was a big order that came in at 147, where we kind of just bounced right now. So
Okay.
as long as that holds, I think we're good. Below 136, I don't really love this anymore, but I think we're okay.
But we're long 10 now. I bet we're long 10.
We're long. Yeah, we're long 10 now.
What I love
He is
is
locked
that
in.
Jerome, this
the
is your trade though.
S&P
Talk through it.
Sorry, no, it's our trade, but I love that the
Jerome, I
S&P
love you.
found. Let me check that. Wait a second.
What price,
it's
Michael?
not loading.
Average price
Okay,
is.
let me share my trading view chart so we can have it. Let's go.
43.25.
Thank you.
So the
10.
S&P bounced, yeah, like almost bounced
143.25.
at the high of the opening range at 1975. So we touched 20, and everybody knows the psychological levels, right? So what I noticed is that yesterday we broke through the 6,000 psychological level and instantly reclaimed it. So if we can secure 6020 on the S&P today, market would like to revisit 6,050s, right? That's the next psychological level. So what market wants right now is a confirmation of accept of price above 6020. And look at what I was telling you about this level, 6023.25 on the S&P.
Yes.
I am waiting and looking for a closure in the 5-minute time or more above this level. So this candle didn't close above. This candle didn't close above. If this candle rejects, it will reject in the next 4 minutes. And if it has to close above, it will likely close within the next 4 minutes, because market doesn't like to swim like that during 2 hours, right? I mean, maximum 2 hours. Market wants to put its head up and take some breath and, go back in the deck. And so that's the kind of trades I like, because if you're going to be wrong or right very quick. And sometimes I would even be tempted to add, not for now because we already lost a position, but let's say this is our first trade, I would have likely added here, because if we break 60, we are breaking 6024.5 on the S&P, and we are pushing. We are pushing. We have 3
Yes, we
minutes, more than 3 minutes left. I want this
3
5-minute candle closing above 6023.25.
Okay, great. Very good. Stay right there. I want to bring Eddie in. We got some announcements today. We have a little housekeeping. MP, Jerome, please jump in if anything changes to why we manage this trade. But Eddie, come on in. We got some announcements. Let's go higher, baby. Bull, baby, bull. Let's go. What's up, Eddie?
We talk about this payout. And for those traders that are paying themselves, we've got the payout club. Now, if you don't know what this is, what it is if you have paid yourself over $5,000, right? Payout club. We've got a nice opportunity for you. How about a hat and a pin that says, yes, you have paid yourself out? So if we can pin that, there it is right there. Beautiful hat and a beautiful pin. If you have paid yourself out here at Topstep, over 5,000 and over, doesn't have to be all at once. Could be 1,000 here, 1,000 there, 3,000 here. Hey, that's 5,000. I am good for the hat and the pin. So there you go. The link is going to be pinned here in the chat, and click on that and fill that out. Also, we do have a request for you. I know that we've been requesting a lot today, but you know what? Hey, we're all a team here, and we really respect your reviews. So we're going to ask you about Trustpilot. If you like what we're doing here, please leave a review. The Trustpilot link here. We're going to keep this up for about 10 minutes. If you can, we'll just put this in chat. Leave us a review, Trustpilot, if you like what we're doing here at TopstepTV. Also, we do have, there's one more. It'll be cycled through chat. Okay, we're not going to pin that, but we'll put it in chat. Also, this Friday, hey, coming up here very soon, we've got, by popular demand, another round of Roast My Trades. So if you want to get burned by the Roast Master, Jack, submit your name, and the form is linked in chat right now. So we're pinning one up top. We're going to be putting the other two in the chat. So have at it, and we'll go from there. But Andre, I believe that is all I have right now. Any questions? I'm watching chat. I can always give that link for Roast My Trades and the Trustpilot if you need it. But otherwise, back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right.
Risk on this trade is where?
So we don't have the closure. It's like bearish now.
Jerome,
Would you move your
risk
risk
on
up
your
at
trade
all?
right now?
107 my risk.
107, right? Still there.
Still there.
Right back to IB high in the S&Ps. Still seeing a lot of sellers up here, not really getting the short squeeze that we were looking for or continuation. If we can't hold 6,020 in the S&Ps, then this may be a bit of a failed upside auction, and we could rotate back to the downside. We got to hold above this 20 level. We're right at it right now.
So now I'm looking at the
I don't like that.
high of the opening range of the S&P. A lot of people want to get positioned there. So who's going to win? Buyers
Yes.
or sellers?
Mhm.
And that's what I'm
like exactly what we're thinking.
Bobby's world. Come on, Bobby. Just drop the LOL, man. We're being a dork.
Why? What happened? Be nice.
Fade the house
down.
down.
Oh, Bobby.
We are talking about
Yeah,
trade.
I
love this.
don't like that rejection there.
That was a Howie
we,
Mandel cartoon on Saturdays.
We rejected the
Bobby's
opening
world.
range, the 1 minute opening range in the NASDAQ. Never
Yep.
extended the range.
That's
S&P
life,
is
guys. I mean,
That's life. C'est la vie.
Yeah.
every day I
that is
want
life.
to have a take profit, a break even, or a stop loss. That's
Love Jerome, man. You're a cool cat.
That's what
Doing brain surgery. Taking a loser is nothing compared to doing brain surgery, Michael. Dissecting brains. This is just a walk in the park. This is just a walk in the park.
I mean,
Click,
it's
click.
okay. Chat is happy trading us. It's cool. If they are with us, it's cool as well. You know?
So the tilt was tilty to the long bias up there, and they got faced pretty quickly. Right when they got in the 70% range, 70 or more.
Interesting.
Stop is at 107 right now.
107.75.
Savage,
Since
Mark.
you guys are saying 106.75, since you're saying 107.
It has the potential to hold here, but yeah, this looks. I don't love that rejection that we saw up at that highs.
I don't love it either,
Let's
yeah.
see.
Bit of a 3-bar reversal in the NASDAQ on the 5.
Oh, we flip. Can we flip on
See
the
if we
S&P?
hold
We have 3 minutes left.
VWAP here.
Hold now.
What do you say about gold?
I said hold now. Gold finding some buyers. Dipped it down to 25.93. Finding some buyers. All right, cool. Ready for big board? Let's do some big board. All right, Robert, we're ready with the big board. Come on with the big board. Jerome, please jump in if anything does change to this trade. MP, let us know if we did get out of the trade. Anything. Robert, come on with the big board. I think we got one of my guys on the big board right here, right now. What's up, Robert?
We are here. Yes, we do have one of the guys on the big board. You're looking at him, Jerome, all morning long. We have Eddie coming up. We want to get that drum roll happening, get that big board going, and we got one comment, and let's hit it.
And I got stopped.
We got stopped, right? Yeah.
Tough mark.
And there you have it. There is our big board. Top one's didn't do a lot of mixing it around. Saeed moved up 35 spots from 40 to number 5. But the man you're seeing all day long, all morning long right there on TopstepTV is Jerome D. Currently holding 16. Made it to top 4 at one point. So that's excellent. And all that feedback was great for the good doctor. My comment I need to make is Belinda, number 25 down the bottom there. I say the bottom of the big board. Because we talked about her a couple days ago, she started 2 days ago at 327, moved up 49 points to 37, and now up into the 25. Said it yesterday, push a little bit more, and you'll make that big board number 25. And my goodness, she did it. I was commenting about the ranks. The total amounts drop was only 37 ranks, 37 points, but the increases are 309. We are holding on to those spots, moving down just a little bit, but when we are moving up up big. Here's your big board. Get on that big board, push hard. It takes a lot of work, but it is worth it. Take your screenshots, and we'll be back later.
Nice job, Jerome. You saw your name on there, Jerome, didn't you? I saw you take a close look at that big board. You just wanted to make sure you're still on there, Jerome. Wanted to make sure he's still on that. I saw there. Look at. Oh, you know where you are. Nick Ferretic. Actually, I know where Nick Ferretic is. Nick Ferretic is heading to the hospital shortly, I'm told. Good luck, Nick Ferretic. About to be a papa.
Let's go.
About to be a brand new papa.
Here we go.
Congratulations, Nick.
It's go time now, Michael, right? Michael, what's going through your head? You're on the way to the hospital? Going from 0 kids to 1 kid.
I've done it 3 times.
Yeah, but when you go from 0 to 1, when When you go from
0 to 1, it has to
what's
be
First time, the first time ever in his situation, it's bananas. You're like, holy, because you don't want, your wife's in pain and like you don't want her to die, and you're like, well, she could die. You hear all these stories, and then you're like, this kid, could we have complications? Could things? Do they have to cut her open last second? All that stuff's flowing through your head. But the third time, I remember driving the car and looking at her, I go, this is easy. And she looks at me because it's our third one, and it's the first time I passed out. Fainted, passed out, and the bunch of nurses came running in and me, and I got the bed right next to my wife, and I got to chill while she had the baby. But the first time was freak out. The third time I thought like it was easy breezy, and that's the time where I fainted. I've never done that before in my life because you're trying, you're holding their hand, and you're doing all this stuff. Yeah, I had my music playing though, like jamming. I had what is it? I Will Wait for You by Mumford and Sons. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I think it's like real fast. So every time I listen to that song, I think about my first son being born because that was the song he was born to. It was really dope.
I know that.
Playing in the room. Yeah.
All right. Good, great stuff. I see Jack is waiting in the. Oh, how's it called? Look at this savage market bounce right back up. Man, we can't catch a break today. The reads have been good. Risk has been managed. No big deal. How's it count down 11 grand? House count was up 5 grand yesterday, 5 grand before the day. So probably scratch on the week. Anyways,
it's very hard. Like we have the Jerome, who's number 16, and to come on here, where to get number 16 in general is hard, and then to come on here and call out trades live is hard, and all that kind of stuff. So guys, like, give grace. Like this is, and quit beating. Like it's not my trade sitting here. It's not. It's a house account. Is following
MP flat
the trader.
MP flat null.
That we have.
Cancel all flat null.
That we have that come on here. And the whole goal is for you guys to learn from these folks. And are they going to peg them all the time? No. Are they going to peg them sometimes? Yes. They're going to peg them, blah, blah, blah. So the LOLers out there.
Oh, look at this. Look at this pop. Jack, come on with some call-ups.
We got some call-ups. We got some VIP with the coach himself. Jay is here, which makes things very easy. But first off, we want to show the certificate for the trader that was called up on 11/11 that had the highest starting balance. Hit me with that. Richard E.
Big numbers.
Spokane over in Eastern Washington. I had to think about that for a second. Starting balance will be $60,718 in the live account. He's trading the NQ. Great job there, Richard. I have his admin pulled up right now. He had an average net P&L of $6,000 a day in his XFA account, and that will get everyone's attention. Real consistency, great stuff. And we have a sturdy list today as well. Here are the new traders that were called up.
Wow.
On the 11th of November. In addition to Richard, we have another Jack. Christo, who I think we mentioned in one of the payments earlier, from Estonia. I've been to Estonia. I would love to go back. So if we need an interview, I'm your guy.
Really?
Yes, I have.
I know that.
Went to many places in my previous career we can't talk about. Tarek, Lamar, Lucas, and Juan C. Those are our live call-ups for today.
That is beautiful. Those are pro ball. Those are the best of the best now trading at a live account.
Look at this pop.
You made it.
Markets are tough, man. This trading thing is tricky. Man, oh man, oh man.
We'll monitor those pops. Shout out any trade that comes up. But as long as I'm here and we have Jay in the house, let's do a real quick VIP rundown because you have one trader that's really lighting fire to the game. So first, let's take a look at your leader list from the Lunatics.
All right.
And what's up, Jay? So top of the list, and this is who we'll profile on a card coming up soon. We got Berjan, our man from Kazakhstan, is in one. He is in an XFA account. His current balance is 8,000, and he's taken $2,000 in payouts so far. Also have Sun up 2.5K in an XFA. Dana and Waishan just getting started, but positive there, and Johnny doing well in the combine. What have you been going over this week with your team, Jay?
So it's funny that you ask, and I was waiting to be on here today. I actually had to cancel a VIP session yesterday because we were going to do like a live trade kind of house account example that we do here.
Cool.
and didn't get much as far as volunteers go. So just if any of the VIPs are watching, your participation in that program is as important to me as it is to your trading. But for the traders that are on the leaderboard, good stuff, right? Keep going. I did see Barjan in the chat, trading really well. He has been chatting back and forth with us. But really what we want to go over is, tying the mental side of trading with the execution side. Dakota had a really good example yesterday of just the mindset that it takes to hold on to a trade for a really long time. And kind of want to work through that with traders. So that's what I'm looking to do as far as exercises going through the rest of the week. So we'll have a couple more opportunities to do so. I don't think I'm on Topstep TV for the rest of the week, so I'm going to spend all my time with the VIPs.
Well, let's do a quick profile here on Berjan. He's been doing quite well. A little bit of a different sort of trading he does. 90% winning days in the XFA. His average winner versus losers a little bit inverted, but he makes up for it with the 75% win rate. He is doing a lot of trading. I'm not sure if that's scaling in or otherwise, trading the NQ and MNQ, which leads me to think that he might be, which expands the number of trades per day. And yeah, there we are from Astana, Kazakhstan. Berjan, you are the VIP of VIPs today. You said you've been
Right.
talking to him, Jay? I'm going to lip sync what Jay was saying there. He's saying Berjan is my
Exactly
good friend.
what you've been talking about, Jack. Scaling in and out of trades with the micros, and I think every once in a while there's a mini trade there, and that's why we're seeing so many trades. But a really high win rate, really nice report, and I think as long as you keep the win rate somewhere above 55%, 60%, you're doing really well. So not much to say there. Congrats on paying yourself again, and a really nice balance. Continue going. Not much else to say there. Really good stuff.
Speaking of moving on, thank you, Jay. Good job, Lunatics. We're in the home stretch right now, so I'm going to kick it back to you guys so we can appreciate all there is that's good on this day.
Thank you. Wow, Jack. Estonia. Did not know that.
Talon.
So what? So how does this move like catch us? Now think about this one, Jerome. And
Did you see this move, Michael?
Are we
Did you see
all,
this
is
move?
it like since you study the brain, is it like the herd mentality that we were up there? A lot of people are seeing the same thing. The market then does what it does, gets all those ones out, and then takes it where it wants to go. Is there anything about this? You don't want to be what the majority of traders are thinking, and that's kind of always what I've learned when you're looking at the market. So I don't know what came down, touched it, actually hit our stop, and then went through it 5 more points. Big deal. Pretty much hit our stop, pivoted on a dime, and right back into that position, into making new highs, not making new highs, but in the last hour or whatever. What are your thoughts?
Thank you for this question. So what I think is our last trade, for me, it's a textbook trade from my playbook. So my initial stop was at 78.75. The only reason I narrowed my stop is because we lost a trade before, so my buffer was smaller. But if you think about the trade idea with the white stop Coach Jay and I emphasized, if we kept this idea, then we're wrong. We're right still. And look what happened. We had the first 5-minute closure of the S&P 500 above my line 6,023.25. And see what's happening next. We had a small sell, not even a sell-off, but we had a fake out around creating a bottom wick. And then we have a flip and a strong push. And what does price want to do now? It wants to close within the area I called during the trade, right? So if I were alone, my only mistake here would have been to perhaps, and it's not even a mistake for me, it's just about timing, but it's having added perhaps in a precoce way. If I didn't had added my lot, I would have still been in the trade. So the trade is still valid. What we have to understand is that when we push up here, a lot of people are FOMOing the whole move, right?
Yeah.
So to come back to the mental game, you're emphasizing what I'm starting to think, and actually I have to give a big props to you guys and to Rips, because that's how I learned that. I didn't know that a stop was an order. Make fun of me if you want. I'm a doctor, right? I'm not a finance guy or a trader, right? But once I understood that when people get flushed or squeezed, execute an order. Once I got that, I understood that for this whole move, people had stops. And then we have the flush. And everybody's like, oh, you see, that was an obvious short. And perhaps you scalped it, and perhaps you did profit, and you were right. For me, trading is not about being wrong or right? It's about executing at the almost perfect moment. If you'd ask me, what's the one skill you want to be better at 10 years from now, it's execution. You can be right. I mean, there's two directions, right? Up or down. I mean, it depends on your lot size, on the timing you get in, on how much you get in, how you peel out, etc. So, as I said, I identify very well what I'm good at and very bad at. But come back to this example, all these people from this range that shorted, they have their stops most probably around this area, right? Or around this area, because people who shorted this candle, they are late, right? So once we have the push back up, we eat like Pac-Man all these stops, and that's why we push up. And then people like us, well, exactly, and people like us are waiting for the S&P to close above the 23.25 level. So what did we see? We see a second closure, very important, second closure above the level. And now we have what I like to call a healthy pullback to the 7 EMA. Once we have a solid bounce like that, it's a pullback market has to do. Market doesn't straight up or straight down. See, it has to come back through EMAs. If this candle, so a third consecutive candle, closes above the range, so we have 3 minutes left. No need to say it's not closing. Apparently it's not, but if it closes above, it's very bullish. If it's not, for me, it's a strong rejection leading into perhaps a shorting PM session, because that means we tried to break above. We tried, and we are failing. So, of course, we can still attempt to try. And as long as the S&P doesn't break below the high of its opening range and close below, I'm still bullish. But yeah, mental game. Sorry, I diverted from the question. But mental game is very important because, as MP said, I watched the tilt as well. And I've noticed that once the tilt reaches 70, 80% and above, there's a moment everybody's right. I mean, everybody's on the heavy line of the tilt is right. But there's a moment, there's the reversal, and you can clearly see the market eating the stops of these people. And so I'm still trying to calibrate my sort of understanding on how this goes. But I've noticed most of the time, if the tilt stays above like 82%, 80% for more than 5 minutes, a reversal might happen, because you have the long positioned and the short people, right? You have people who are long from like the 2180-ish area, and people who are long from the 2100, 2120, etc. And so the earlier you take your risk on, the more you get rewarded, right? But the tilt gives us an average price of filling, and this is wonderful. Of course, it's a bias tool, because you don't have the quantity and the number of people behind these numbers. If you have 10 individuals, you don't know. But if you have 100,000, you don't know either. So you can assume during the US session, you have a lot of people, and it's a very interesting tool. I've made and saved a lot of money with tilt. So I think it's
I love the whole
great
music to Michael's ear.
Nice.
mental indicator. It's a mental
It's a mental, yeah,
indicator
exactly.
the mass speaks about the market. And see the 5-minute candle of the S&P. I told you we have 3 minutes left. It was a big red candle. We had 3 minutes left, and we are flipping. And it looks like the market wants to accept the price above 23.25. And if it does, well, the rest of the session could, of course, it's conditional, could be bullish.
Absolutely. Jerome, I'm very happy that you're here. Michael, can we bring him back? Is Jerome allowed back? Michael?
1000%. 1000%.
Oh, baby, you
Uh-huh.
are coming back, Jerome. Awesome. All right, we got 6 seconds left till the VIP form gets taken down. That VIP check-in. Anyways, this is the time of day where we do our appreciation. We're a little overtime because we got a special guest. Man, that trade is vicious. Let's get our appreciations in. Of course, you'll see here. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. We like to let the chat go first. It's a positive way to end the trading session. So while the chat's doing that, Gabe, if you're there, let's do a little cleanup on percentage of payouts. Gabe, hit them.
Let's do it. So for our top 5 payouts that we showed from yesterday, of the first time payouts, 18.6% of our payouts yesterday. Second time
Here we
payouts,
go.
13.6%, and third time payouts accounted for 11.2%. Now, just to bring this right back up here real quick, we did have, those were the top 5 payouts, but in terms of total payouts, just to recap,
18% of that.
so you have some numbers to work with for math there.
Yeah.
And then let me show the graphic one more time. So 1.2
Almost
in total
400.
payouts, 563.
Almost 400 new
Just
payouts.
to see the graphic, there you go.
Almost 400 first timers.
That's awesome.
Hold on, no, they're not. 400.
Yeah, this is awesome.
I said almost 400 of those 2,100 payouts yesterday were first. Oh, those are 400 new first time payouts yesterday.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
It's okay. I won't hold it against you.
Yeah, you. Thank you.
Anyways, our appreciations. Very good. Let's start off with Eddie. Eddie, please, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
You know, I'm appreciative of my wife, my family under my roof. Of course, also the family we have here under the Top Step roof. I appreciate those people also. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome, Eddie. Hoag. I'll see you on Power Players next week. Hoag, what are you appreciative for?
Well, as always, I'm appreciative of God, my family, and my country, and I'm appreciative of being a part of this family and having the opportunity to offer the chance for so many people to change their lives, and we are certainly doing that. So that is my appreciation for today.
Thank you, Hoag. And Jay, what are you appreciative for? Coach of Lunatics, VIP Lunatics. What's up, Jay?
Since we have Jerome here, I'm appreciative of anyone who works in the healthcare field, especially Jerome. With you working with neurological diseases, I have a grandfather that's dealing with early stage Parkinson's right now. So I love the work that you're doing there. A lot of my family is in healthcare as well, and it's extremely important. Outside of anything that we could have in this world, health is probably the most important. So, love to hear the work that you're doing.
Absolutely. And Mr. Jerome, what do you also, Mr. Jerome, can we get a final P&L from you that we can update the board with really quick if you know your P&L?
Oh, DLL minus 3,000.
Minus 3,000. Very good. Now I'm going to ask you, what are you appreciative for after you're giving me that news, Jerome? What are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
Always appreciative and grateful to God and for breathing another day, as always. And very appreciative and grateful for being invited today again. And thanks to the chat and all the team for the warm welcome and the love you're showing. And it's been a privilege and an honor to be here with the wisdom, Hoag, and our boss, Michael. So it's a big honor for me. I consider myself nobody, and I feel very lucky and grateful to be here. And I look for 5 years later. So this is just the beginning, and the best is yet to come, as I say. So yeah, appreciative for this huge opportunity, life-changing opportunity, and for this community. And thank you, Jay, and for your wishes. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Michael, how do you top that? What are you appreciative for over there?
I mean, thanks, Jerome. It was awesome being with you today. I appreciate passionate people. We have so many passionate traders on here. You're looking at them all day, and then the ones that are with us, Bell the Bellers, all that too. But passionate doctors, and I'll go back to what Coach Jay was saying, those that give back, that are passionate about it, those are the ones that are actually paying it forward, so to speak, in what they do day to day. We don't really pay it forward in what we do day to day unless you're cleaning house and donating it. So thank you for being a passionate doctor, Jerome, and thank you for being on here and being a passionate trader, and hell of a job getting to big board. I think it's 16. That is hell of impressive. performance.
Thank you very much, guys. And I'm appreciative for how cool is this? Just how global we've become. We got people from all corners of the earth. We got Lyon, France. We got New York. We got Snowmass, Colorado. I mean, we have Mohammed in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is just so cool. When Anne Marie's in Finland. I mean, this is just so cool how global we are. We're just one big family now that we've turned into. We're all here to do the same thing that we're passionate about is trade, trade, trade. We love it. So that being said, we got power players coming up on the other side of this, a little old school edition, right? So this, we got Hoag. We got myself. Who else we got? Oh, Coach Paul and Dolby Time. We're going to keep this one in-house, keep it old school. Power players coming up next. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
All right, let's do it. Power players in the house. We got Hoag, we got Paul. Start off at the buzzer. Make sure to check that out after Fast Markets. Got Dolby Time joining us for the first time today. Let's get right into it. In the green room, we were talking about this was vicious, Paul. How vicious is vicious in the S&Ps today?
Well, we're ripping on both sides of unchanged or settlement, and vicious whips. 10 points within a half an hour is not unheard of. So I want to buy this, but it's so far from VWAP that I have to be disciplined and back off.
All right, fair enough. Hoag.
Which would you buy, Paul?
The S&P. The good, very good question. I'd say the S&P. It's the stronger one, and as usual, I'd like to buy the stronger of them. But the whippiness, man, buy a break. What's the average true range in a half an hour? And I would say,
What is it? ATR.
Checking now.
Coach Paul loves the ATR. I'm gonna ask him why after this. Hey, real quick, get the we'll pin to the top of the chat. There it is. Pin to the top of the chat. We got the group coaching form. Get that up. It's a David Green Wednesday. Make sure you get those questions in for David Green for group coaching. Go ahead, Paul.
11 points in the half hour. So if it, I would only buy it on a break of 11 handles from the high. So let's say it's a high 32, around the 20 area. To buy some value to answer Hoag's question, that to me would be buying a dip in a powerful market right now. But I've come so far in not buying away from VWAP. As Pete Stottlemyre used to call it price discovery. And he taught me how, get your trade on near volume. To me, volume is VWAP. So at this far away it can go. It's just that I can't control the risk well here.
That's the problem. The location's gone, right?
Exactly. And then you're susceptible to violent swings the other way when the buying that's happening now stops. Then you get that vicious pullback, and I think that's where place to get in if you're going to buy it.
Paul, what was it like to actually work with Pete Stottlemyre?
No, but I was blessed. He's obviously he's a very deep thinking guy. He sees things from a very different perspective. Everything is, he has a story of he grew up on a ranch in Northern California. So he said he came up with the concept for market profile while they were bringing in the cattle. And he could see the outskirts and then where the thicker part of the herd was and how it resembled a profile. And that's the kind of guy he was. So,
is that true? That's where it came from.
Yeah, he's that kind of.
I had no idea.
Well, and Pete is not easy to understand when you first talk.
No, his brain works faster than his mouth.
Interesting.
Yeah, and he'll tell you that too. So when I worked with him, he'd give me something, and he'd come back from being on the ranch, and he'd go, you got to read this. It'd take me at least a month to break it down. But the bottom line was the mindset of market distribution. And that's what markets are. That's the biggest value, and I thank him every day. And it's helped a lot of people, from Jim Dalton on down to thousands of people. It's a great concept. And the next concept that it's been added to it for me is VWAP.
Mhm.
You remember we'd always guess on volume,
Yeah.
the player's card, and
Yeah.
and some of that information was just so made up on the spot. You had to give him something. Goldman's buying. Well, everybody's going to
You had to give them
accept that.
something. I love that. You had to give them something. Just
Give
give
them
them something. I know who you're giving. All right. Well, while we're giving something, we got new highs here. We're making new highs here in the S&Ps. 60, 33 half, new highs there. NASDAQ going higher as well. We were long. We got stopped out. That's how trading goes. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,206. Dolby Time got the keys to the house account.
Vroom, vroom.
Vroom, vroom. Boy, sounded like a
Um,
Honda, not a Ferrari, Dolby.
Oh, my dad used to work with Pete Stottlemyre as well. My dad was on the floor for years. And,
Your dad was in the corn pit, right?
yeah, he was in the grains, not necessarily particular in one pit.
Okay. Oh, so he had a book of business. He was there
Yeah,
in the
he was
days of old when men were bold.
Yes, right. He was a trader, and he was also the hedge manager for Ralston Purina. So he was always, asking Pete for the value areas, points control areas that Pete was interested in.
Wow, yeah, well, he was gifted. I hear your stories. Your dad, it just harkens me back. It was such a great area to be. You could get wisdom from guys like your dad, Pete Stottlemyre, and then the list goes on. If but you have to be willing to listen, and learn. And
Mhm.
and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Topstep has created an environment like that, which I miss the most about not being on the floor. So hats off. It's a great place. Like even hearing guys like Jerome, wonderful section that was. So
Well, all right,
glad to
guys.
be here.
So
Let's get into the trading real quick. Hold, let's get those likes. See on the list here. Got to ask for likes. Click like, click subscribe, click notify. You know the drill by now. We're at 2,200 likes. Squeeze out every like we can. Let's get into the trading here. Hoag, what are we seeing for possible trades, trade ideas?
right.
Paul, you as well. WXM. Go ahead.
So, Mohammed's in there. He's saying there's a supply area in the NASDAQ up at 21,214 with a 230 stop. If you look at my charts, this is something from Dalton. I'm not sure if Stottlemyre ever looked at this, but Dalton always marks afternoon pullback highs and lows. Okay. So on Monday, the afternoon pullback high was 21,210. Well, what was the high yesterday? Well, we didn't quite get there. This was before the open. We didn't quite get there, but we just tested back to that afternoon pullback high in the NASDAQ, which is an area that Mohammed was looking as a supply area. So supply would kind of cut off buying and bring in selling up there, and the market has turned in that direction. We're a little late to the party on that, but the same thing happened in the S&Ps. Afternoon pullback high from a couple of days ago, 6,033.50. We just traded right to it. If you were long, that would be a good out. And now we're seeing the market kind of pulling back. Paul, you were thinking about looking for an opportunity to buy a pullback in the S&Ps. Wasn't it the S&Ps? Wasn't it around 20 that you were looking at?
Yes. I'm looking at right now. I will use the 5 minute bar, and the VWAP is at 13. So I think that would be a good place. 13 and 13 to 15. Let's call it 14.
And we're
Where I
also
would
looking
buy
at
one there.
rebar reversals in both of those markets on the 5-minute chart.
Yeah. So there we go. Actually, in a short term, I would say 26. I like that analysis, Hoag, that you just had. And working with Coach Jay.
Potential failed upside auction in the NASDAQ now as well.
See,
Seller
I
was
would
coming
put
in here.
a
Here we go, guys.
VWAP on a high of that 5-minute bar. Hats off to Coach Jay for those. If it is a top, we should stay below a VWAP from the high of it. And boy, look at that.
Got it on there.
All right, guys.
All
We got the pullback. What was that pullback price, Paul? You're looking for in the S&Ps Dolby time? I think you're looking around the 20s, 25s in the
20s?
S&Ps for a pullback.
Low 20s, upper 20s.
Yeah, Paul had a price he was eyeing. In the
20, and I'd be even down to 15 now.
IB high is
why are you moving it lower?
1975.
Why do you keep moving it lower,
Paul? I'm watching a 5-minute VWAP now. And it's right at 13 and a half, 14. That to me would be a better place. I analyze everything in half-hour bar from being a profile, learning on a profile. So on the half-hour bar, it's a little less, a little wider. You got to take more risk or trade smaller. I've always taken the angle of trading smaller and giving it more time. So right now I'm tuning in because we're in an hour time frame that if it was on sale in the short term, it should go to VWAP. I like that see that VWAP we put on the high of the day. That one is really great in the short term. If I'm looking to buy it, I have to. On using this, it has to close above that VWAP at the least. So
okay,
let's go. I think I'll tell you what. With all this action, we're only NASDAQ is unchanged, basically, right? It feels like we've gone on a 500-mile journey.
Yeah.
I have a term for that. Violently unchanged. Like
violently unchanged, violently range bound, a Dolbyism.
So I'm not in a hurry to get. I feel like at this point it's like being making a forced trade. And I don't like forcing trades.
Pull up in the chat.
You said.
Oh, cool.
You can always find a trade if you look hard enough.
Oh, they'll find it.
Oh,
Dolby. Dolby and I know that better than most.
Yep.
Oh, we'll look for quick results on the
You're
poll.
going to find them.
Yes, you will. Topstep TV. Are you new here? I am new here. Bell to Beller. I am here. Bell to Bell. 56%. No, but I tune in when I can. And yes, I am new here at Topstep TV. 11%. Well, for those that are new, welcome. Hope you're enjoying it. We got Coach Paul, star of At the Buzzer. Coach Hoag, star of Topstep TV. Coach Dolby Time, star of Topstep TV. So welcome aboard. This is Power Players. Dolby, we seen any prices of interest over there?
Many ranges, Dre. Many ranges.
Oh, music to your ears.
Didn't
expect if I ranged.
Let's talk NASDAQ. Really big range. So if I'm doing range trading, I like to start as big as possible. So let's start at the daily. We can do daily range low here in the NASDAQ, 21,054. Daily range high, 21,243. Go down to the 4-hour. I'd say it's about the same. 1 hour, about the same. 30-minute, about the same. 15, same. 5-minute. Ooh, maybe a 5-minute range is starting to form a little bit. So what I'd be looking for is potentially longs here for a scalp. So since this is the range, I think this is kind of like our playing field. And maybe we can take a stair step long up to 21,240s as a continuation trade from lower range to higher range. But other than that, I mean, it's kind of tricky. I don't know if I would take shorts quite yet, unless we were up to like the 240s and maybe we do a little stop run. But I would lean long. My 2 cents. Probably lean long in ES too.
Yes, we got the NASDAQ chart up here. Let's go take a peek at the ES. Paul, you're talking about those 20s, even down to 15s. Hoag, let's take a look at the ES chart. Hoag, take a look at the ES chart. Let's break it down real quick, if you don't mind. Paul was looking for a pullback down to 20s. When you say pullback down to 20s, at that point, if we get down to 20s, is it almost, would it be fair to think that, hey, we're now the sellers are in control? If we do get that deep of a pullback, that sellers are in control at that point, Paul? Or it's just natural profit taking?
Natural variation in the market fluctuation.
Gotcha.
And looking, the reason you hear me talk a lot about the ATR, it gives you an idea of the volatility of whatever time frame that you are trading in. All right. It gives you a realistic expectation of the variation, right? You know how it, if you're like, and I have this discussion with one of my privateers, getting stopped out a lot. You know, if I'm looking, just using the half-hour bar, just an example. If I continuously in the S&P, ATR is now about 11, almost 12. If I'm putting a 5-handle stop in all the time, because that's all I want to risk, well, I'm going to get stopped out a lot, because natural fluctuation in this time frame, I have a better than even chance of getting stopped out. And if you get stopped out too much, you're not, I don't, from my experiences, I'm expecting to take little risk and get a greater reward, but the market's not giving me that if I have that type of stop. So letting the market breathe, knowing how fast it's moving, the velocity, you know, because market makers are using that same type of measurement for their market making abilities. They can't be giving too tight of a markets in a volatile market. They won't exist. So they either in higher volatility markets, what do? They pare down their size. This was a common thing in the pit when it was locals, when it was wild. Instead of being that the local was 100 up, you might just say, I'm 20 up. I can't afford to take this risk in this environment. And that's how they survive. So understanding that really helps in defining your position sizing. That makes sense.
It does make sense. It does make sense. Well, it is bottom of the hour. I see my man, Eddie. Eddie, hit him with the goodies, man. I love this part. Go ahead, Eddie. I love this.
All right, here we go.
Just say I love this.
On this day, 1900, Baltimore Orioles entered baseball's American League. Do you know who they are now? Baltimore Orioles?
Well, that threw me
They
off.
are now the New York Yankees, believe it or not.
Wow.
There you
Is
go.
that true?
Yeah.
No, really?
Another thing, I got 30 seconds here. In 1982, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial was dedicated for the Vietnam War, obviously the Vietnam Memorial. And I was involved with that at my VFW, being president of the auxiliary president of the district. Actually, my name is on that wall. And what I did is I represented that soldier who died, Eddie Horn. He is on that memorial wall. And
That's very cool.
Close to my heart. I looked him up, contacted the family, and there it is. There's your on this day. Thank you, Andre.
Awesome, Eddie. The Baltimore Orioles turned into the New York Yankees. I had no idea. That's
I didn't either.
I had no idea. I'll be damned. All right, Dolby time. Moment has arrived. Let's take a trade.
Let's do it. What do we like?
Hoag, what do we like? NASDAQ or S&Ps? I know we're going just looking
So,
for a trade. There's nothing on the tilt right now.
I know.
Delta, hey, what was that Delta? How much did they can squeeze, Hoag? There's still more room to the upside?
It's still negative. It's still negative 9,300 now. So the sellers are still running into stronger buyers in the S&Ps. NASDAQ is sitting right at the IB high, and it opened this next 30-minute bar there. So there's no real direction that I can see right now. It seems like a coin flip in NASDAQ. If it reaccepts IB high, then we look lower. If it rejects IB high right here, 184, 21,184. If we continue to push higher, then it's a long. But if we can't, this will be an excess failed upside auction. The market could rotate back lower, but it's not moving. It's not. Usually you're going to see a failed upside auction. You're going to see some pretty decent price action in the opposite direction. We're not seeing that. To me, as long as we hold above the IB high, as long as we don't put in another lower low in this next 30-minute bar, it's a long. Mostly because of the S&Ps. I mean, look at the S&Ps.
Yeah, take a look at those.
Here's the S&Ps.
That's where it's.
Here's the IB high. Where are we? Well, we're up here. We left single TPOs. We took those out, and then we're right back up above that level. So, there's reason for both sides in these markets, but as long as we stay above the IB high, I like the long.
Okay. IB high is
what is that
184.
price?
Yeah, 184. What'd you say?
Yeah, 184 in the NASDAQ.
184. Right there.
So,
Well,
with
don't be
that,
tired.
You're gonna tell me twice, Trey. I'll be in 10 lots.
I think we could.
No,
Just
the
a little
question
one-y.
is,
Just a little
problem is,
one-y.
where's the risk?
That is the question.
exactly.
Wide
I
risk.
would say,
low 69s.
Yeah.
all right. I'm using the ATR on a 5-minute. Right
All
now,
right. Good
it's
stuff.
about 5, little under 5. Let's just call it 5. 2 ATRs, 10 handles under 84.
That's tight, no? Okay.
74?
I understand what. I
Well, that's-
understand.
that's
74.
super
Yeah,
We
I'm
can get
70. Let's go 73.
73. Go.
No. We have also
All right. Hitting one.
anchored
All right, we're
VWAP
in.
off the high bar here, which the market is respecting as resistance.
Long one.
Yeah. What's price, Dolby?
21,185. No, just kidding. 21,187 evens.
187.
Terrible
Oh,
fella.
boy.
I want a new broker.
New broker. Hey, we're in the money. We can get out for a winner.
Sure.
All
What are you talking
right.
about?
Hoag will appreciate this. I want a check, an adjustment check.
So I can't.
You want to add more, though, at 80s.
Well,
How many times I heard that?
So
get right.
I'm a Dorito right now.
Here, Hoag, that VWAP off the highs.
Yeah.
We
Right at
close
it.
above that. I would say add another one. That's where I would
Agreed.
add. Then we'd have double. Now we have short-term
Agreed.
selling that's failing. We have good
Thanks, guys.
risk, measured risk,
Mhm.
and it gives us
There it is.
a chance to add to a winner. So we just close above it. I'm gonna close
On the
that.
5-minute chart?
Yeah, which
Yeah.
chart? Oh, 5 minutes.
On the 5-minute chart, the VWAP from the high.
So if we close above VWAP, you want to add another one on this next 5 minute
Yeah,
candle?
on that
Yeah,
5-minute candle where the high was made. Yeah.
190 is that VWAP. So we
All
close
right.
this 5-minute bar above 190, we buy another one.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Got 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Here's remaining.
Now,
You gotta push again. How's
I
it long
find-
from? Go ahead, Paul.
I find that waiting for the close on these versus just the price eliminates a lot of early trades. Just the close. An old time chartist, this to tell me that it's the close. If you just sometimes I'll use just a line chart, and it gives me a better perspective. Because that variation we talk about can really affect your mind. If you're nervous, like, is this going to keep going? Where a line chart just goes from close to close to close, I find it calms my anxiety and when I'm putting it, especially just getting the trade on.
Got the trade on, indeed. Question from a new member, someone new to Top Step TV. Mohammed Ansari says, "Hi, I'm new here. Where can I learn all the indicators that coaches are referring here live? How do I master these? Please advise." Well, you can always watch Top Step TV, of course. Also, we have a Discord community, 94,000 members strong, and all our coaches are in that Discord community. So we'll throw a link in there. But Mohammed, this is the second Mohammed. Our first Mohammed, of course, we all know him. Also, watch Mohammed on Top Step TV. But Mohammed Ansari, please go to Discord. All the coaches have Discord channels in there. Again, 94,000 people strong in that community. But yes, thank you for joining us. Welcome aboard, and we hope you enjoy your experience with Topstep TV, Topstep, and our Discord community. So thank you for that. All right, let's get right back into last trade. 21,195.
Thank you.
Is that a
196, fellas? It's breaking out.
It's as close as I can get. But yes,
Dorito.
this is as close as I can get. But yes, it's a Dorito. 1 minute until we add another one.
1 minute till we add another one. All right.
Well,
What's
is that
up,
a Bull Ranch?
Just a reminder here.
Better be, Paul. What's up?
Got a reminder here that coming up here, we've got group coaching with David Green coming up here. So we've pinned the form for questions. Any questions for David Green? The form is on the very top of the YouTube chat. So fill it out if you got a question. Back to you, Andre.
Awesome. All right, 1 minute. What happens in 1 minute, guys? We got 15 seconds till the new 5-minute candle starts. So what are we looking here for, Dolby?
Looking for this 5-minute candle to close above 190. If it does, we're going to be adding one contract.
I like this.
So that is going to be in Coach Paul says so. Okay, there we go.
Because winners add to winners.
That's right.
Go
Winners
Hoag.
add the winners.
Boy.
There's no truer thing ever in trading to me. It's
Long
just
to
really
191 evens.
191 even. Thank
All
you.
right.
Plus
So
2.
what about
add to the stop.
We would move the stop.
Yeah, move the stop. No, I just add another. I'd make it a 2-lot.
We are along 2 currently. It updates automatically in Topstep X.
Oh, does it?
Oh, yeah.
And that
Very
does
fancy.
it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, because I you know what, I love the feature where you can only lose so much a day.
Oh, yeah.
God, I wish that was available when I was in the trading pit.
No.
How about it?
Oh, man.
How about it,
How
right?
about it?
What are our take profits? We have 2 contracts right now. What are we looking to grab out of this trade?
Well, we risked 10 handles, so 20.
20.
2 to 1 in a short term is really good.
2 11s.
I mean,
211.
Just go 2 10s. That's the afternoon pullback high we were looking at earlier.
About 9 3/4.
That's fine. I like taking my bite out of the middle.
Yes. The Gorts. You remember your
10%
dad
rule.
ever saying the Gorts?
What's that, Paul?
Do you remember your dad ever saying the Gorts?
The quartz?
Old grain traders, yeah, the Gorts was 3/4.
3/4?
And sometimes
they'd say the orders.
The orders, or some guys would say the Gorts. And first time I heard that, I'm like, something wrong.
Yours.
But because if a market would be 3/4 bid at a quarter. Now, in the din of the trading, there was a lot of problems. Like I said 3/4. No, I said a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So to get further distinct, some guys would say the Gorts, which was even more distinct than the orders. And anything to lessen out trades.
Oh.
The market is just playing with us.
Do we like adding? Or moving the stop?
Not down here.
Okay. Let's see what happens.
Back below the IB high.
Please don't stop, run. Please don't stop, run. And if you liked it at 91s.
You'll love it here.
You'll love it at 76s.
You're not wrong.
Let's
Let's trade
still one of my favorite ones.
21,181. Look at that S&P 60 at 27. High day 60.33 there. Yeah, we got about 60 points beneath the highs in the NASDAQ. Like I said, last trade 21,182. Gold seeing some sellers. Just finally find some buyers, but mostly gold down on the day. Last trade 25.88 there. Crude pushing higher. We took a dip beneath the $67. Buyer stepped in. We are now trading above $68. $68.65. And Bitcoin. I'm not quoting Bitcoin these days. Oh, also, hey, we got some speakers coming up at top of the hour. We got Musalam. I still can't pronounce that name well. Musalam?
I know, right?
Musalam? Mausoleum? And then we had Mausoleum.
Mussolini?
Mausoleum. And then top of the hour, so we got a speaker in about 17 minutes. And then after that, half hour after that, 12:30 Central Time, we got Schmid. Not Schmidt, but Schmid at 12:30 Central Time. More speakers there. And then we got Cisco earnings after the bell today.
Cisco.
The rapper?
Cisco. Oh, the thong song.
Thong song. Uh-oh. Get away from our stop, please.
Hey, go away.
Where
are you
guys?
guys?
Get away from our stop, please. Ah, you bugger.
You get us?
No.
Out. 7:36.
Oh, yeah, we should be out.
Watch this. Man, one of those days.
Yep.
One of those days.
Some days
Like
you eat
it
the
down
bar.
here.
Some days the bar eats. Some days the bar eats you.
Or eats you, dude. It sure does. Nothing on the tilt. Those shorts, Hoag, they just don't feel any. They're not feeling any squeeze today, Hoag.
No. Couldn't hold above that
Nope.
VWAP. Couldn't hold the IB high. It's like
Jenny B showing my age again. Yes, unfortunately. After the whole
Very-
Beanie Babies fiasco of yesterday.
Beanie Babies, really.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I told my fiance, she about died with me.
Yeah, that put a damper on the day as well for me. Beanie Babies, man. I'm like, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
It
Well,
is.
what
It's
are
a
you gonna
wire
do?
count.
I still have a few Beanie Babies.
Oh, we had this 18-year-old trader kid with us. He's a good trader, sharp kid. Dolby was on with him. Go ahead, Dolby, tell him.
Yeah, somehow we got to a point where I made a reference about Beanie Babies sort of like being a bubble. And he's like, what's a Beanie Baby?
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I have no idea what a Beanie Baby is. And then
just
my
deflating.
soul left my body. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
I actually got like 10 new gray hairs after that moment. It was crazy.
Yeah, it just made us older. we just got that
immediately
much
aged.
more.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, Dolby.
Unbelievable. What is a Beanie Baby? I'm not familiar with that reference, he said. I go, kid, you listen here. You go Google that right now.
Get off my lawn. Ooh,
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Here we go.
One of those
Like
days,
in the
man.
90s. Loved it
One
at
of those days.
75. Yeah, really nice 5-minute range. So basically, just stuck in the 5-minute range. Buyers have shown to come in and kind of support down around 75s, and they did it again. That would be kind of like a stair step, little stair step trade.
Unreal.
Oh, look at this in the
we
200s. Don't do this now. Under the 201 straight down the NASDAQ. Can the ES make new highs on the day 60-30? Look at this. Now,
Damn.
freeze trade. Why not make new
They're
highs?
just-
Why not?
Rinsing people of their money right now.
Yes, it is, man. Let's put a poll up in the chat. Are you up today or down today or flat today? I just want to get a general gauge of people, how people are navigating these type of markets. Yeah, if we can do a poll. Up, down, P&L. Up, down, punch, flat. I'm not dying to know. I'd love to know what the chat and everyone here at Topstep TV, how they're trading today. Up, lots of ups. There you go. A lot of ups. Good job.
Hey, looking good.
Great. Up and use manual lockouts. Sweet.
Nice.
Good job.
Great feature.
Hoops up. Yeah. Hit Raiders. Profiteers.
Poll or was this fine?
Yeah, this works, I guess.
Did you make
that's
money in the Hogs today, Hoop?
Look at this. Last trade.
240s?
202. Fire step
We're going
right
to
in. Hoag,
240s?
this is the rinse. Yeah, the retail
Yes, it
rinse.
is.
Tricky.
The-
70%.
I mean, the signal has been all in the S&Ps. That negative delta is just continuing to support price.
Sweet. Thanks, Eddie.
Crazy, though, the way this market has been acting today.
Yeah,
Maybe it's me. I don't know.
It's a
Ranges.
crazy rally.
Yeah, there we go. Pulls up. How has your trading day been? Up on the day, down on the day, flat like roadkill. We were down on the day, so I got to vote down.
Oh, look at this.
What do you got, Hoag?
Just looking at the.
Oh,
He came down
market.
and got us again.
Oh, the
And
08's
here it
trading now?
goes.
Yeah, man. You know this is going. This is going to the highs of the day.
240s.
240s. Here we come. Crude going higher. Hoop says. What's up with Bitcoin? I got a Bitcoin chart up now. What's going on? 92,000.
Actually, I just got out of some long Bitcoin.
Paul, we're trading Bitcoin now, man. I love
Yeah, I
it.
saw that. Yeah, you know, on
We all
At
are.
the Buzzer
Everyone is
with
now.
Coach
Yes.
Jay, we've been touting that market for small accounts.
Everyone's
really is a great place. I'm an old timer. Some of the greatest trader one of the greatest traders I know, was into soybeans. And
what was the name?
I just
What was the name?
Kevin Wilson. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Sounds familiar. Name sounds familiar. I worked in the
Anyway,
beans pit when I was
Kevin
Yeah, go
Wilson.
ahead.
Was his
What
dad
is
a
his
wheat
dad?
broker?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Do
he
I knew them very
he-
well.
yeah, and he said he started trading in oats.
Yeah.
I don't know, for those of you that oats, he goes, yeah, I could be really bad there and survive. And then I could hone. It's like going into playing college basketball before you go to the pros. You can develop your craft without getting killed. And micro Bitcoin was one of those places.
True.
A one lot on a daily average true range, the range is like 350. It's gone up a bit. If you're developing a trading style, that's a good place to go. And now that we're almost at 100,000, the ranges are getting bigger. It's almost like, we had this discussion. We have this discussion with Coach Jay. Some people think it's demeaning to trade micro.
Why?
Yeah, I don't get it. Why? Oh, just
Well,
ego.
Go back to ego. Yeah.
Ego talking.
Or I want to be fast tracked to the big money.
Oh, well, I got a question for you. Was the same thing happen when they introduced minis? When we went from bigs to minis, did the same thing happen back then?
Check.
Yep.
Yes.
I figured. Yep.
Well, put it this way: when they introduced minis, Nasdaq futures were at 2,000. I'm not at 2,000, 2,500.
What do you think fueled it
when they
higher? What do you
introduced
think fueled it higher? The minis. The minis fueled that sucker higher.
when they introduced S&Ps, they were at like 200.
Wow.
So it's relative. The money is relative.
Correct.
So micros really do fit a smaller account. So position sizing. That's why I go back to ATR, because all the people I learned from wasn't until I worked with a turtle trader, and that's
What?
average true range. Turtle traders, or Richard Dennis's. It's a famous, actually, the movie Trading Places was that story in effect. Him and his partners. I don't know if you know Richard Dennis is one of the greatest futures traders of all time. Southside kid who started on a shoestring, like $500. Within 10 years, he turned it into $100 million.
Wow.
Then he had a
Yo.
He had a. Oh yeah. Oh, if you don't know that,
I don't know
study
that.
it.
I will.
So he developed a program. He put out he had a discussion with his partner. Is nurture or nature?
Oh, I love this discussion.
Is a trader naturally good, or can he be trained to nurture? And so he started. He said, "I'm put $1 million, and I'm going to." I think they got 10 traders. They put an ad in the Wall Street Journal, and basically they went and they looked for people who were like chess players or game theorists, gamblers,
Athletes.
successful ones, athletes, and they trained them and gave them $1 million, and they gave them the rules. The beauty of this is
brutal.
Some of those
This
guys.
is brutal.
Came
Are you
on-
watching this rally? You guys watching this rally?
Yeah, I can't be attached to it. We
I
tried.
can't be attached to it. Let me do a live Funded Trader P&L updates really quick. PW, no trades. Jared Jennings hit the DLL today. Isaac Rivera down about 2,400. Deanna up 750. Dakota up. I'm sorry, Nick for a tick. About to be a proud new papa. For good measure, make
awesome.
$3,500. Yep. Hong Chang up $5,700. We got Lena up about 6 G's. Oh, we got Darcy up $5,300. Jordan D up $3,300. Danielle C up $1,000. And Balkaron, we've been hearing that name a lot, up $8,500. So good to see. There is some green. It's been tricky today. Markets have been going higher. We got about 3 minutes left here on power players. We took a long. We got stopped out. That's like 3 times today. That's happened. Yay. Is what we signed
All
up for.
about trade location.
Yeah.
It is.
It always is. It is.
240s? So I'm thinking 240s, maybe short for short-term trade.
We're just getting short. We do have shoulder tap coming up, and then we got Jack and David Green coming up for group coaching. It's a David Green Wednesday. Make sure to get those questions in. Form is pinned to the top of chat for Jack and David Green.
David Green. David Green's so much fun.
Yeah, he is. He's got a nickname I'm going to ask him about in Power Hour today. I've got to find what that nickname was. I do know he has a nickname. I know we got to ask him about it, but I forgot the nickname was. But I will have that ready to go for Power Hour. It was funny. It's like something like
we got a song for him also.
Oh, we got a song for him as well.
We will be playing that, and he's going to be with us Power Hour also. And
you save the song for Power Hour.
Complete. We are going to do
play
that.
The song?
Yeah,
you're going to say for Power Hour, sweet Eddie. But tease him in group coaching.
I got a little ditty for him, but yeah.
Can you give us the genre, at least, of what you did the music for?
Real toe tapper.
About him coming from the floor to the screens, helping traders out as they need it. Well, a little tease. You wait till Power Hour. Stick around.
Dolby. Yeah, Dolby.
I'm patient. Eddie makes bangers. I want to listen to the raw cut before it hits the radio waves.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, he is. All right, we got 1 minute late. Make sure we got Coach Paul in the house. Make sure to check out him and Jay at the Buzzer. Hoag, hell of a marathon session, 4 hours straight. Topstep TV, man. Hoag just bringing that heat. Dolby time.
I love trading. Love trading.
Took a trade.
That's so much fun.
Took a trade. Got stopped out. Hey, if we liked him at 90, we love them at 70s. Lo and behold, we're trading 21,220. About 20 points off the highs of the day this day. Let's take a walk. Take a bit of a break. Take a walk. If you're frustrated like we are, it's all part of the gig. But coming up next, Jack and Ben, shoulder tap coming next. Awesome stuff, guys. This is Power Players. Again, shoulder tap coming up next. Dolby. See you later today. Later, guys. Topstep TV. Let's go.
For being on.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Shoulder Tap. The NQ is rushing towards perhaps new highs of the day. If you want to see it hit those new highs, be sure to hit like and subscribe. That goes right through to Chairman Powell, and we will get there. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Ben today. Ben, how's the day treating you?
It's been going pretty well, Jack. There's been a lot of activity in the live markets from our live traders, so I'm excited to go over that. But yeah, lots of stuff flying around and busy day at Topstep as usual. So without further ado, I'm eager to jump into these P&L updates. I'll run through them real quick for us. House account down, it's like 13,000 and change at the moment.
Woof.
And we can, yeah. That's pretty red. We can circle back to a conversation we were just having, Jack, if you'd like. Once we finish these updates, I think that'd be valuable. But got Jared J down the daily loss limit. Isaac Rivera down DLL as well. Deanna up 750 bucks. Nick for a tick up a nice almost $3,500. Nice green day from him. Faye, one of our more popular traders on the big board, was up pretty nicely this morning on a gold trade, ended up down the daily loss limit. So that's tough to see. Hung is up 5,700. Lena up 5,900. Sadara, daily loss limit. Nicholas V, another one, up considerably this morning and ended up daily loss limit. But Darcy up a nice 5,300 and Jordan up 3,500. Last but not least, at last check, Balkaron up $8,500. So nice green day from Balkaron. As I was looking over the boards just before coming on, Jack, I noticed a lot of pretty wide breadth from P&L. So the highs, oftentimes we'll see, the very top P&Ls of the live traders almost always are in five figures. No one in five-figure territory today. Balkaron might poke into that here soon, but a little bit more muted as far as the peaks, but a lot more green. A lot of our live traders up a few $1,000s on the day, even with the people that ended up red. So that's nice to see. Hopefully everyone locks that in. Nothing wrong with a $2,000 day. I know a lot of people are trying to aim for that $10,000 plus winning day, but overall, I really like the breadth of the green that we see on the board. Pretty healthy as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, interesting look at the boards today. But wanted to come back to the live account, the house account, I should say, and that conversation we were having just before we came on air, Jack, if that's all right.
No problem. Right before we do that, I just want to say that the big days, I would imagine, are more clustered when we have a big trend day, especially to the upside in the NQ. Today is, of course, a V day, as we would say, a very prominent V following CPI this morning. And yeah, a lot of people got chopped up by it. And yeah, let's talk about the house account. Let's do it.
Okay, sure. So recap a little bit. We were talking about obviously down a decent chunk of money today. And I've had some larger red days. We've had some green days as well, but they haven't quite eclipsed the red days. And so much of what I've seen looking at these live boards day in and day out is, a lot of our best traders will put on a position and hold it for, hours. So taking a decent sized position, at a particular point in the market and just giving it breathing room. There's a lot of different trading styles. Obviously, we have people that are successful scalping, particular markets, but I would even point to, I know Faye had a day today where she, took a U-turn the wrong direction, but she had pretty much the best monthly performance of October of any of our live traders. And a lot of that was centered around, buying gold and holding it for what was an average, hold time of like 5 hours, I think, on her trade report. So that may be something to look at. Obviously, I'm not in charge of the house account, but just as an observer, someone that's looking at the P&Ls and specifically the trajectory over time, picking a spot in the market, coming to some consensus, throwing that trade on and letting it work over a longer period of time could be really productive, seeing as how a lot of the very top traders, I think of Rafa, Faye, even Balkaron to a degree, and several others that aren't named, have a lot of success with hour plus hold times. So something to consider or maybe look at, and could be a nice depiction of the different trading styles that our traders deploy, despite just outside of just the few minute scalps or hold times, level to level moves, really putting something on for a longer period of time. So that was the conversation we were having. Jack, please give any feedback or additional thoughts on that you have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I'm probably, I don't know if I'm shouting into the void or not here, but two things. The size of your trade is a function of the size you put on and how wide you are with your stops, your targets, stuff like that. I would love to see us, and it wouldn't have worked today necessarily, but I would love to see us hold smaller size for way longer. And the main reason for that is we talk a lot about trade position, and the longer the longer you're holding, or like the more that basically I want to see trade position become less of it, right? If you have a 20-point stop in the NQ, trade position becomes incredibly important because it'll move that way in a
Right.
minute and stuff. Um, I would prefer to take a much wider trade where then you can't be like, oh, I got wicked out. Maybe you were. It happens to everything. But it's more like, if it gets anywhere not around there, I know I was wrong. That was wrong. That was the wrong way. And just hold
Yeah.
it for a long time on the other end so that we're less, with a lot of people in there trying to figure out what the best trade position is. Um, that is what I would suggest. Now, it's hard to make money. Today, we were just wrong. Uh, when you have a 0% winning trades on the day, it's gonna be difficult, and that happens to everyone. But I would love to see us become less focused on like minute trade location and more focused on a longer play. That would be my 2 cents on it.
Sure, and I like that idea a lot. I'm reminded one of my favorite quotes, or I guess you could call it an insight into trading, is from Mark Douglas's book, Trading in the Zone. He's talking about if you look at your entry and your exit as two sides of a canyon, basically, or your desired profit compared to risk. Um, and you have a bridge, right? But you get to choose the width of that bridge. When you have significant size on, you can't. You're gonna be walking across an incredibly narrow bridge, like a 1 foot wide bridge, trying to get across. There's a very high chance that you fall off and take that loss, right? Versus giving yourself significantly wider bridge, a wider stop, and smaller size. The likelihood that you get to that profit target or that particular point in the market that you're trading is much higher. And I think that walking a little bit wider bridge on some of the house account trades would definitely pay some dividends. And yeah, we don't have to go much further than that. But I agree. I just thought it was an important conversation that we were having.
Yeah,
Before
we'll
we
get
came
to the
on.
cards, but I think this is a good one too. It's just I see from the chat and everyone else when there's spitting out levels and stuff for the day. I get it. Um, there is a tendency among day traders, because day is the operative term there, to really scrunch things down to the most micro of levels. I mean, I feel like the Allen Iverson, like 20 points in NASDAQ. We're talking 20 points in NASDAQ. That's nothing. When you
Right.
scan out and look at a chart for the past, month, 6 months, years, it's absolutely nothing. And for me, I can't trade that way. I know some people are successful, but if you're gonna trade that way, the decisions have to be super quick in the moment.
You're
And
absolutely
so
right.
if we want confluence between people, if we want to ask people like, why are you getting this trade? If you're gonna go for 20, 30 points in NASDAQ, there's no time for why. Do or do not do. Right now, in out, by the time I finish this sentence, we've won or lost the trade. Whereas if we zoom out and say, hey, we're gonna take, you know, same risk if we take a 300-point stop loss, but just do it with one contract. That's still a big trade. Little big trade if it works out. Yeah, that's something we'll think about. That is how I view, especially like the Nasdaq. You gotta zoom out.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, Ben, if you have anything else.
No, nothing else on that topic. I appreciate the detour. Thought it was some valuable conversation. Just wanted to bring it into the segment. So, with that, let's move on. We've got a couple of trading cards to cover. First up, Micah B. And I apologize, Jack. I just realized that this was not a tombstone card, although it should be. Micah has lost this live account that we're looking at here, the statistics for, and thought it'd be important to go over how and why, and what we can take away from it. So Mike has been on, I believe he's been on the big board before. He's also had considerable success over specific periods of time, but when you zoom out, when you look at the longer term, we had that average daily P&L that is negative, and ultimately wasn't able to outrun those daily loss limits, or in a lot of cases wasn't even the daily loss limit, just kind of fell off a cliff towards the end of this account. So you could almost cut the 38 trading days complete that we are looking at here in half. Jack, you look at the first, hand math is 17 days. No, 18, let's call it. First 18 days in the account look starkly different than the others. And the biggest standout to me is the most recent, 18 days into ultimately losing the account was that barring two of the what would have been nice winning days on November 7th and November 8th, you exclude those 2 days, the losses, there's a couple of days in there that multiple trades were taken and none of them were winners. So you're talking 7, 8, 10 trades where not one of them was a winner. That's really difficult to do statistically. I mean, even if you're just flipping a coin, right, you're going to be grabbing probably 4, 5, or 6 of those as winners. So everyone's strategy is different, and that's not to say that win rate is the end all be all. But when I see something like that, especially many days, in a row or out of a block of days, tells me that there's probably just emotions taking over, and you're really just not seeing the market that well. So that's the most disheartening part. There's when you enter a live account at Topstep, you've already met some burden of proof. You've done a bare minimum, to show profitability, and we have, the people that make it to live accounts have already expressed profitability. So we know that Micah can do that over, a particular stretch, but I think a lot of times, whether it's fear or greed, kind of those emotions hijack the decision making, even within, like I said, a week or two, and really have punished this account balance over that period of time, ending in losing the accounts ultimately. So outside of that, and even the full 38 days, Jack, there's a lot of variance here. If you look at the hold times on winners and losers, you look at the number of trades in a given day, there's a lot of fluctuation there, and doesn't instill in me that there's a rigorous, trade planning and trade execution process that's going on here. So don't mean to be, mean about it necessarily, but just trying to read out what I'm seeing from the trade reports here. And I think as long as, Micah does a full autopsy of this trade report and, tries to pull out the positives that he can and resolve some of the mistakes, he can come out of this a better trader for sure. And that's one of the benefits of being in the prop side of things is you're not, risking your own money to learn some of those hard lessons. So I'm thankful for that, that he was trading here and not, it's not a personal account that he lost the $30,000 in or whatever the amount was. But that's what I pulled out of here, Jack. I'll let you give your takeaways from what you're looking at here.
Yeah, I mean, he took nearly 20 grand payout, so that's a good thing. Besides that, I just loaded the trade report because I made the mistake of switching to the user because I thought for a second, wait, do I know this person? But no, I do not know Micah B. It's another Micah from the South. Um, Yeah, you've kind of covered it. There's one thing I want to say. I think I've mentioned this before, but just this person's clearly was going for the big day, and they did. They had a 28K day at one point, and the problem with banking on very low probability events is that it is difficult. And this is just like a mathematical truism about statistics. All right. Uh, if let's say you're playing baseball and I wanted to see if you were a 500 hitter, Ben, it wouldn't take me that high a number of at bats to know within a reasonable degree of confidence that you are a 500 hitter because there's a 50% chance you hit it, you don't, 30, 50 at bats. I have a pretty good idea that you're good. Now, it would take me whole lot larger sample size to try and tell if you were a 100 hitter or a 200 hitter. Or in this case, he has a 13% winning day rate to tell if you're a 50 hitter or a 100 hitter. And the reason I bring this up is that just because you say you have a big day early with that sort of trading style, you don't really know what your expected outcome is, right? Somebody who's a pretty consistent trader with their win losses, you have an idea of what you're doing. If by some confluence of fate, you have a $30,000 day on your first day and then start hitting daily loss limits, we don't know if the odds are that that's going to go on for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 days. And it's very hard to know if what you're doing is remotely profitable. So something to think about for those of you that like to YOLO is it's very hard to get a bearing on what you should be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you brought up that $28,000 day. There's a lot of instances that I could point to where I see trade reports and there's, one standout day, like big five figures, 20, 30, $40,000. And then the remainder of the trade report is just littered with what look like attempts to replicate that. That end up in daily loss limits, and you can destroy $20 or $30,000 of profit, single day's profit, with a pretty small handful of daily loss limits depending on your account size. So we've talked about ad nauseum how to not rely on that daily loss limit and just trade the setup and manage your risk. But I view those days, if I see 20, 30, $40,000 of profit, especially if it's the first time I've seen a trader do that, I almost view it like a poison dart, hitting that trader, or maybe Cupid's arrow is a better example, and they're just love drunk now and trying to replicate that success. I felt that myself. If you've never put a $20,000, heck, even 10 or 5,000, everything is relative, right? But if you're eclipsing like many, let's call it many multiples of what your normal or a previous paycheck look like for you, that can really break your brain to a degree if you're not used to that, and you need to be aware of that phenomenon. Everyone has to grow into those larger P&Ls. Proprietary trading gives you the opportunity to really outkick your coverage, so to speak, and then you don't know what to do. And I think Mick has called it catching the tiger by the tail. So one of the things I like about this position that I'm in is I get to talk to people about those days and try and help them, make sure they maintain those profits, especially if it's something that they haven't, done before, and don't really know what that means or how to manage it. So that's all I'll say about that. If that's you find yourself all of a sudden in this boon of a trade that is life-changing money for you, maybe. Make sure you're reaching out to Topstep. Reach out to our coaching staff. Reach out to the risk management team if you're live. We'll try to talk you through and help you, deal with those emotions, because more than anything, we want you to actually take that money home and not give it back over the next coming days trading. So that's all I'll say on that.
Ben, is let's save our second card because we only have a few minutes here. Let's save our second card for tomorrow. It's an old favorite. We're talking about Balkaran, but Balkaran, if I know anything about him, he'll still be here tomorrow. He's one of our top all-time traders here. As a finishing, by the way, just remember, guys, coming up next, we got group coaching with David Green. The form is in the chat. If you have any questions for David, be sure to get him in there. And at 1 o'clock, KV and funded trader Johnny N will be here to look at trades in the house account and talk about the journey to being funded. Johnny's been working hard. He's in his XFA, had a couple losing days, but he's coming back. The last thing I'll say before we go to break, and we talked about that card the whole time in the house account, but I'm fine with that. I'm with it. Is that I see a lot of trade reports like this where this isn't the way that I have seen any professional futures traders trade. I never saw anyone that would lose on the vast majority of days with a big success. This reminds me of the payouts you see for certain funds that are like disaster or not hedge funds in that sense, but literally like meant to be a hedge, right? Where through options strategies and stuff like that, you pay a little premium, pay a little premium, pay a little premium, hit it huge. Think Michael Burry in The Big Short. Now, my problem with that whole movie is that it is really predicated on what we call survivor bias, right? They follow the 5 people in the movie who were short and at the exact right time, as opposed to people like when you look at Michael Burry in that movie and he has the board where it's like, we're losing money. They're like, you're an idiot, Michael Burry. And then it all works out. Okay. In a universe where it was a few more months, he would just be some other schmuck who got blown out waiting for that trade, right? So I know it's intoxicating to go for those big days versus it, but it is a strategy predicated on luck, and maybe you'll be lucky, but unfortunately, that's not the way the universe works often. So, anyway, Ben, thanks for stopping by today.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Jack. It was fun.
Ben will be here the rest of the week. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back right after this with me and David Green doing some coaching. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody who's not in Mountain Time or further west. This is Group Coaching. I am Jack, and I'm joined by the incomparable David Green. Incomparable is actually the way it's pronounced. How you doing, David?
Infamous. Doing great, Jack. Thanks for having me again, as always.
Right on. Well, this is the part of the show where that form right there in the chat, that's where you submit questions for David. We've got some. We're going to ask him, and he's going to show us his charts, some trades. We'll talk some trading. It'll be a grand old time. Are you ready to rock and roll here?
I am ready to rock and roll.
All right. Well, let's dive into these questions and get started.
Excellent.
First off, David, are there any books you would recommend? That now the question here, this is from Jay, asks specifically about for controlling emotions or helping deal with doubt. But are there any trading books in general that you recommend?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of good ones out there. I mean, just Google them. I'm doing this for such a long time that I've made every mistake a trader can possibly make. Emotions is by far the hardest part of this. We just have a very strict set of rules that we try not to deviate from ever. I mean, we're all human beings. We are going to mess up at times. This game, I can tell everybody, is more about the mental aspect than it is anything else. You know, it's following your plan, having stop orders on all your trades, getting the most out of your winning trades, the least out of your losing trades. The mistakes that most traders make are all the same. It's not unique to me if I'm struggling or you two if you're struggling. There's a few good ones out there. But to me, you know, I learned how to trade by trading, right? And by trial and error. And you try to get to the point, which is where we are now, that there's really no emotion in this whatsoever. Excuse me, Jack. I use my technical analysis to get into every single trade that I do. Two things are going to happen when I get into a trade. They're going to work or they're not. It's math. I don't know which trades also are going to work and which ones aren't. All I know is I'm going to do every single trade that sets up for me. I have some basic rules that I follow on every single trade. I will have a stop order on every trade that I do. I will only raise my stop if I'm locking in profits. I will not average into trades. That's another one of my rules. And knowing when to stop when you're making money and knowing when to stop when you're losing money. And I think it just comes, you know, if you keep making the same mistakes over and over again, right, that's just the definition of insanity, right?
Yes, sir.
You got to get yourself to the point where, to me, this is all math and it's all rule-based. That's what this is. So even reading books, you can read as many books as you want. You have to implement all that into your trading strategy in order to be successful at this. That's the bottom line.
All right. I love this next question because it's direct and it gets to your markets. Radwan asks, NQ sell this week? Question mark, question mark. What do you think, David?
I love when people ask me this, and I love when people say, Dave, is the market going to go up or down today? And the answer is yes. It's going to go up or down. That's the simple answer. Look, we're traders, right? And we can do some overnight trading and stuff. I don't think past the next 10 minutes, quite frankly, when I'm looking at my charts and I'm looking for a trading setup. What I will do occasionally, we'll go to our daily chart, right? And when I'm looking at a daily chart, it's kind of the same premise I'm looking at when I'm looking for a what we call far from moving average trade when the RSI gets overextended up or down. And I'm looking at the NQs right now. I mean, are we a little extended? Yeah, you know, we're 160 points away from our closest moving average. But if you look at my relative strength, you know, we've kind of been flat this whole time. We're only at like, you know, a 64 RSI. If we have a few days up where this gets to an 80 RSI, then my opinion would change based on technicals and technicals only. And I'd say, yeah, maybe we can get a little pullback here. But just looking at my daily chart, nope, I don't see any reason to have any kind of bias here whatsoever. And generally speaking, when I walk in the morning, thinking hurts my head, man. I try not to think, you know, and I certainly try not to hope when I'm in a trade. If you're hoping when you're in a trade, chances are you're in a bad trade. So people ask me that all the time. I can tell you this, markets go up over time. I mean, it's worked for 150 years, right? That's always been the case.
We got some economic numbers coming out again tomorrow. Positive this morning. If we look at this morning, guys and girls, at 8:30 when we got the CPI, I mean, we just exploded in the market. Tomorrow morning we have the PPI. So if we get the same reaction, we can get an opposite reaction. I don't know. We have to see. But from a trader's standpoint, again, this morning when we got to this overbought condition and we got over an 80 RSI, that was our little sell signal. Right? That's one of the trades that we look for. And you can see we had a massive pullback from there. And then this later in the day, we pulled back. We hit our little pivot point here. That was a nice little trade also. And now, trend trade. We've just been in this trend for the last 2 hours. Every pullback that we see has been bought based on the trend lines. So to get back to the question, I don't have any bias ever unless I'm looking to do a swing trade when something gets really overbought or oversold. And having one, let me add one thing, Jack. Having one can get you in trouble. I mean, if you have a bias saying, "Ooh, I think this has to go down or this has to go up," trust me, no, it doesn't. Don't have a bias. Just trade what they put in front of us.
Absolutely. And, I see a lot of people with biases to the short side thinking, oh, inflation's going to spike up. It's like, okay, in the long term, what do you think is going to happen to the stock market with inflation higher?
Yeah.
It's going to go up.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
With that, this kind of ties into this next question here and how you kind of just follow the technicals. Emmanuel asks, how do we overcome our fear of pullbacks, sometimes spikes, in the opposite direction in an ongoing trending market and manage it?
That's a good question. Okay, so let's look at our NQs here, right? And when I'm looking to get into a trend trade, I want to get in on my 9 and my 15 EMA. Okay, those are the weakest of my moving averages. They only work when stocks are in trends. So if we got in on a 9 and a 15 EMA, earlier, I don't know, it wasn't that long ago, it was about an hour and a half ago, we're up 70 points from there. You're going to have little pullbacks up and down, even in the trend, right? We're pulling back to the trend line again now, right? This trend would be broken if we break off 15 EMA. So the way to get over this, and this doesn't happen very often in the futures. When it does, and we get a nice trend trade in the futures, I'm not looking to make 10 or 20 points or even 30 points. I'm looking to make as many points as I can until that trend changes. And you're going to have these little spikes up and down. So what you do is you take some profits, right? So if we're long here and we have a 20-point profit, let's take some off. If you have a 40 or 50-point profit, let's take some off. But I'm never going to take off the whole trade until it actually technically breaks the trend. So nothing's going to go up in a straight line, even when we're in a nice trend trade. Right? We're in a beautiful trend now, but it's not going to go up in a straight line. It's going to have these little pullbacks. Even if you got out of the whole trade and took 50, 60 points out of it, well, you could have just got back in then on a 9 EMA, and we went up 25 points from there, starting the trend over. So nothing's going to go up in a straight line. You're going to have little pullbacks. But my technical is I'm not getting out of this full trade until it breaks my 15 EMA by a certain amount. Then the trend is broken. So the trade is a trend trade. I get in it, and I stay in with some of it until the trend is broken. So just don't be afraid, when you see these little pullbacks like this. We just pulled back to the 9 EMA again and bounced 5 points. And always take profits. It makes it so much easier to be in a trade once you've put some money in the bank, right? Everybody, that's the best feeling in the world when you took 20 points and you took 40 points. But again, I trust my technicals, and I would not get out of the whole trade until the trend is broken.
Good point there. And just for people joining for the first time, David, what's the time frame on your candles there and EMAs?
Great question. So I'm always starting on a 5-minute chart. And if I have support and resistance based on my technicals on a 5-minute chart, I don't have to go any further than that. If we get a giant spike up or spike down, where it gets outside any of the technicals I have here, then I'll go to a 15-minute chart, I'll go to a 30-minute chart, until I find some technicals that fits one of our trading techniques, whether it's a 15 or 30 or 1 hour, and then I'll use that for support or resistance. So example, we're looking at the ESs right now. And you can see I have a couple of orders out, right? I have an order out down at 60. I got to adjust it a little. Down at 60.20. That is my 65 EMA. Very conservative. If we break trends, that would be down 15 points. And I have resistance at the previous week high right at 60.40. So that's where my orders are right now. down at 60.20, up at 60.40. If we spike above the 60.40, my next spot is 60.61. I'd probably try and go look to see if I have anything between that 20-point gap. And, my 200 EMA is all the way down here at 12. So I have enough information on my 5-minute chart right here that I really don't have to switch time frames. I got nice support and resistance in which this would have to make a big move to hit either one of them. So if it's not on my 5-minute chart, that's when I start switching time frames.
Thank you, David. We have one here that's addressed to you from Rogue. Rogue
What's up,
asks,
Rogue?
Hey, Rogue, keep on doing your own thing. Hey, David, I go on streaks of green days for weeks. Then I hit a day like today where my trades fail 10 times, and I end up in a significant drawdown or blowout in my account. Long streaks of green days and one day to lose it all. How do I stop? And a side note here, he says, I have an edge. Statistically, I do great, but the day I lose it is the day I die.
Yeah.
Dramatic.
Right.
I love it.
Yeah, not uncommon. All right. That's why when people tell me they make money on 90% of the trades, it doesn't guarantee that they're a successful trader, because we know that 10% can wipe out all 90% that we did well in. Are you changing the things that you're doing on your bad days? Are you not having stop orders on your bad days? Are you, if my best day when I'm trading and is $200, okay? If that's my best day when I'm trading, I will not lose more than $200 in any day, right? So if you have these big streaks, and I don't know numbers exactly, but you're making 500, you're making 500, you're making 2,000, you're making 3,000, whatever it is, you cannot have a losing day that takes away all the gains that you have worked for 2 months, right? So again, it comes down to discipline, and just, you can't let it happen. And I know it's easy for me to sit here and say that. It's easy for anyone to sit here and say that. But again, if my good days, whatever they are, I'm not going to let myself lose any more than that on a bad day. So think about it this way. I'll use a number for an example, right? You had 10 good days in a row, you made $1,000. Okay, good. So that's $100 a day. I would have to have 10 consecutive losing days of $100 to give back all those gains that I had. And if you're doing that well for that long, it's probably not going to happen. So I think this comes down to money management. That's what it is, which is the second most important thing. Once we get the psychology down pat and our rules, and we have our technical analysis and we know how to follow our charts, that still doesn't guarantee you're a successful trader, because what we do when we get into a trade now becomes the most important thing. So, keep yourself in check. When you have these big days, just don't let your losing days overwhelm it. That's all.
Yeah, I wonder in that example if the reason you get to so many winning days in a row has to do with whatever strategy you're doing is destined to do that, right? Like, you are putting on a lot of risk. We see a lot of traders that do the opposite, right? We talked about them on Shoulder Tap just before this, of people that have are way over leveraged and take huge days every, I don't know, 20 days or something like that, and lose every time besides that. Well, just flip the positions around. You're doing the same thing in reverse, where you're making a couple grand a day. Now, you can't do this at Topstep, really, unless you had a big balance in a live account, but then you have a big losing day. But you've exposed yourself to that risk on all the winning days, because I think that's maybe how you got the winning days.
Yeah, you're
All right.
100% right, Jack. To me, it's just about consistency, right? Trust me when I tell you, most people, when you see they're posting these big giant days up there, they're having big giant losing days too. I mean, they are. Again, I'm a singles and doubles hitter. I have been my whole career. I'm not going to have those big giant swings. Look, most of my day, for everybody who's here, I'm spending in my private trading room teaching people how to trade, posting every single trade that we do live in real time. My P&L is not important. All right, I'm here to teach people how to do it. But that being said, singles and doubles is the way to do this. It is. And then when you have a system that works, there's no difference between doing one contract and 50 contracts. There really isn't. You're going to play the trade the same exact way, and that's how you just start putting up bigger numbers.
All right, very good there. Also, NQ new session highs today. We'll reemphasize the answer was maybe or no to sell NQ this week.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I got some resistance coming up here around 2168, which is about 13 points from here. So we'll see if we have a pivot point up here in a previous week high. So maybe we get a little pullback.
Yeah, well, don't let me stop you if you want to get in on that.
Well, what
David.
I'm noticing also is that the NQs are much stronger than the ESs right now. The ESs are kind of crawling up, so let's see what's going on. Let's just see if we got Tesla moving up. Not really. NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA just had a big pop up, so that's going to be a reason for the NQs. Meta. So it's important to know what you're trading in these things also.
Right on. David, do you use ATR at all? Average true range in your trading?
I do. And I use it to figure out where my stop orders go, basically, NQ, and again, if anyone wants to trade NQ, right now the ATR is 18 points. So what does that mean to me? That means if I get involved in a trade, at 68 per se, I have to have an 18-point stop on that. So you have to be comfortable with that risk, going on. When I see an ATR in the NQs get above, and this is kind of calm right now, I guarantee this morning it was 40, 50 points, right? So there's only certain kind of trades that I'll look for when I see the NQ ATR get above like 30. And you can see, guys, we made a high of, what we make a high there, guys? Can't see. We got to like 60. Yeah, we're kind of just sitting here. We got to 61. So one of my techniques also, if we come close to something hitting one of my levels, chances are I'm not going to do it the second time it goes up there, because chances are, it's like knocking on a screen door. It gets weaker every time you bang on it. Chances are it'll probably go right through that after that. So I keep adjusting and looking.
I'll follow up with a similar question, and the answer may be no. I don't know, but I'll ask it. Do you use daily and weekly pivot levels at all in your trading?
I have. Well, I have pivot points in my chart, as you can see. Okay, so I use these for my day trading. As far as the pivot points are concerned, on longer term time frames, yeah, I will use them too. I will use my pivot points for almost every single trade that I do. So yeah, I'm using my pivot points. Pivot points, usually when we hit a pivot point, okay, it's when something's going to be stretched out either to the bottom or to the top. And another very important thing for me in every trade I do is speed. I want things to move to one of my levels as quickly as they possibly can, because then the odds are going to be better that it's going to reverse from that level. Right now, just looking at NQs, we got to be thinking long. If we can get a pullback again to one of the trend lines, it would be better long than it would be a short. But yes, I use pivots, is the short answer, Jack.
There you go. Here's a good question. This is an MOC question here. It's a bit lengthy. I get what it's asking, though. This is from Lee.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, David, for taking my question. In regards to MOC and what we're looking for, it seems to me MOC doesn't really matter much based on the past few weeks' observation. For example, ES and NQ both have big buy side yesterday, but the price kept going down until 3. This said the price did go higher after market close, but it went down at the end of the day. What's your insight into MOC based on your experience? Thank you.
Yeah, and unless it's a really big hit, a couple of things happen with the MOCs, right? So 350 is the biggest number that we want to look at. Okay, they start at 2 o'clock, they get adjusted at 3 o'clock. 350 is the final number. But between 350 and 4 o'clock, a lot of times, and you'll see it when we do fast money, a lot of times it changes drastically in that 5 minutes. So, I usually consider anything over $1 billion or $2 billion, either buy or sell, is significant and can move the markets. But in that 10 minutes between 350 and 4 o'clock, things can change drastically. The only thing the way I look at it is, if I get a big imbalance at 350 and we start getting a breakout or a breakdown, I'll try to get on the same side of the trade, and just for a trade. But like you said, the last couple of weeks, it hasn't been significant. So you know what? Then you don't do anything. That's all. And sometimes the moves do come after the market closes, which you can still get involved in. We have till what, 5 o'clock on Topstep, 4 o'clock Central to be trading, or is it sooner than that? I think it might be
It's
sooner.
3:10 Central.
All right, so we only have 10 minutes anyway after it closes. But if it's a big imbalance and you see it start moving, I wouldn't fade that move. I try to get on the same side of the move, but it can change very, very quickly in the last 10 minutes of the day. So it's not if it's a game you're not comfortable playing, just don't play.
That's good life advice in general. If you're not comfortable, don't do something.
100%. Don't ever play a game you're not sure of the rules of.
Now, there's good discomfort like that brings change and stuff, but I see a lot of people in trading, and I've been here, getting into bad discomfort, hope trading, just wish casting something. Like, not all pain makes you better would be my advice.
Yeah, and I have to tell you with our combine accounts, it's easy to fall into that because you're paying $50 or $100 or $150 to open up a combine account. And what's the worst thing that happens? You have to open up another one, right? That's the worst thing that happens. But when you start opening up 50 of them or 100 of them or 200 of them, it starts becoming very expensive. So I don't care if I'm trading on a combine or a demo account or a practice account. My mindset is if it was, and it is, once you get to the point, it's my money, man. I'm not messing around with my money. And I don't care if it's a $25,000, whatever it is. You got to take this seriously. Otherwise, you'll be spinning your wheels and you'll be opening up a lot of combine accounts.
Yeah, don't mess around with my money. David, we got a few more minutes here. David will be back for Power Hour this afternoon at 2 p.m. Central with Dakota. We'll talk that through. But David, tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy. You guys doing anything?
Oh, yeah, we are. Tonight is our free monthly webinar. Just go to WSGTA.com to register. I think we have like 600 or 700 people registered right now. Doesn't cost anything. Me and Peter will be there for a couple of hours. We're going to talk a lot of psychology. We're going to talk a lot of technical analysis. We're going to answer everybody's questions that they have about anything. It's a lot of fun. We have a great time when we do it. We spend a couple of hours with everybody. And just go to WSGTA.com to register. It doesn't cost anybody anything.
All right, go ahead and do that. David Green, thank you so much for stopping by and dropping some wisdom on us. Stick
Always a
around. We got Back to the Futures next. We got KV and Johnny N are here to look for trades in the house account. Johnny trades NQ, gold, and crude oil. Those are things that everybody likes. He says, not today to the ES. And I respect that. So I see KV in the green room now. Stick around. In a few minutes, we'll be back with Back to the Futures here on Topstep TV. Vamos.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Back to the Futures. We got Robert riding shotgun with the house account. We got KV, frequent flyer, and also co-founder or just founder of Get Funded University. And we got one of the students, the founder of Get Funded University. And we have Johnny, Topstep funded trader and student of KV. And Johnny, I'm gonna start it off with you. You're trading pretty well because you are eligible for a payout, are you not?
Yes, sir. It's actually a second payout. It's a second payout on this account. Yep.
2 payouts from one account. That is awesome. Maybe later in the segment, we can actually see you take a payout live on air. But I do want to get to the charts. Markets are moving. Things have been active. KV, what have you been seeing? What have you been teaching your traders this week to keep an eye out for?
To be honest with you, not much. It's the first time I'm jumping on the charts for the full week since I've been in bed since Sunday. Been sick.
Oh wow!
Couldn't miss Topstep TV. Couldn't miss Topstep TV. Couldn't miss being here with Johnny. So I'm here, but literally the first time I'm opening the charts. But I was just checking up on the week. Doesn't seem like I've missed much though. A lot of up and downs. You know, we're almost at the same place we opened on Monday as well. So looks like not much has been going on either. Maybe it was the right week to get sick. You know.
Probably was. I mean, 4 days of range-bound markets. Johnny's, I'm assuming you were not sick, but you are using all of KV's wisdom to trade. What did you see this week?
Really, it's just choppy to me. So I primarily try to discretionarily decide on a trade based on price action around anchored VWAPs, and for so far, I mean, the prices just barreled through the anchored VWAPs, and so it's just really been a hard market to read right now.
Yeah. As the payout you're going to be taking, or did you make any money this week that will be part of the payout that you're going to have coming up?
Yes.
Nice.
I mean,
awesome.
Yeah. It's been a tough week, and that XFA is in a 50K, so it's like one of the baby accounts, and you know, I don't trade micros, so I know that's not a real popular thing. It might be a little bit rich or a little bit aggressive for some, but it is what it is. We can look at the numbers. This will be the I think today is actually the 15th day in that XFA. Had one red day, which was horrible. I mean, it was bad. But you know, every day after that, or before that, or after that, has been green days and over $200 a day. You know, so I mean, we can look at those if you want, but yeah,
we can look at your trade report in a bit. Robert, I'm gonna shoot over to you. What are you seeing in the markets broadly speaking? Indices, gold, oil. You just want to run us through the poppies real quick?
Sure, I can do that. Well, I have NQ up on the chart right now, so we'll take a look at that. And it's just resilient, up and away. Of course, we had the big spike in the morning with the news, recovered right down again, V-shape right back up again. Seems to be the nature of NQ, as we all know. Switching over to ES, it does look very similar to NQ, just not as whippy and wicky, as we say. If I back this out, we can see the whole day. We have that first push up, drops off, and we are right back up trading. Last trade 6029. Take a look over at gold mount, GC gold market. It has been a consistent sell-off the last couple of days, actually. This is looking back to November 7th. Drop, kind of settled off a little bit, but then pushed down again. Last trade 2588. And then we have our final CL. Pretty much normal. It's been hovering around. I noticed this. I'm going to back this up just a little bit because I want to see just mainly for today. We have our point of control on a little bit on the lower side, hovering around 68.28. But I'll tell you what I did see. It's not on this particular chart right here, but those kickoff levels and the daily levels, stuff that we get from our coaches, they've been spot on, even with this whipsawing where everything shot up, just tapped a few items, came down, hit the lows, pushed right back up again. So they've been pretty spot on.
Nice.
That's my
Robert?
story, and I'm sticking to it. But if we see a
Yeah.
trade, but I've got the house account open right here, so we'll work with Johnny, work with KV, see what they have cooking, and certainly to follow along with it.
Awesome. Well, Robert, that was great timing because let's look for a house trade. Is there anything between Johnny and KV that y'all are looking at in any of the markets that you do trade? Is there anything setting up for a trade that the house account can get behind?
Personally, wanted to look something closer to the 200 zone. So we have a previous strong demand at 210-ish on the NASDAQ. Looking at the NASDAQ here, previous resistance turned into demand right there, 210. I'd like a break of that zone there and then finding buyers right before the 200 level. So if the price can drop just a little bit more for us to retest that zone, would be potentially looking for a bounce play there if there's, the right amount of buyers. So yeah, starting from 210 and lower.
Okay, sweet. Robert, you got that little range between like 200, 210s for a possible long?
Absolutely. Marking off the chart right now.
Hell yeah. And then, Johnny, what are you looking at? Is it the exact same thing that KV is looking at because you're his student, or do you have kind of your own little twist on how you approach the markets?
Yeah, so I have actually the same anchored VWAPs that KV has right now. I mean, if you see right here where it just touched the anchor VWAP and then come down to that 200 zone, the 21,205 area right there. That's the next spot there. So if you're looking for longs, yeah, I see that. I would say my target would be somewhere up around closer to 280 to 300, and then I'm looking for shorts around that area.
Okay.
So either way, if you're looking for longs, that's a good spot, I think. And then if you're looking for shorts, I'd wait for it to get wherever it's going and then go from there.
Perfect. Like the analysis. Looks like we might get to 210s faster than we get to 280s. Robert will be on the ball here. What's it? Trigger finger? Yeah. Mouse. Hand.
I am, and let's
finger on the mouse
let's
button.
block that out.
That's the thing.
It is on the mouse button, Toby. It is right there. We're gonna do a limit order on this, guys. KV, what is our stop associated with this? Let's get this thing ready and prop it up and get it ready to roll. How many contracts? What's our targets and stops?
203 would be the stop area for me. As long as it's holding 203, it's good to go.
Okay.
If it starts getting filled at 210, that would be like a 7-point stop loss. Pretty okay for the NASDAQ there.
Sweet.
I would make mention here too. I'll be trading on a combine, a 150K combine I just bought just before the show. I actually bought one last night, and I've already hit my profit target in it, so I'm locked it out. So I had to open up another, and so we'll if it sets up, we'll play with that one on my end.
Perfect. That's awesome. And you take the exact same trades, right?
Maybe.
Similar.
Maybe not. Let's talk about your anchor. Yeah, go ahead.
When I looked at the XFA that Johnny has right now, I mean, crazy good performance, right? Especially on a 50K account, which is it's tough to have, like, I don't know. Last time I checked, the average winning day was over $1,000, something like that.
Wow.
It's not easy. It's not easy, and for that to be right off the start, and then having one losing day the past few weeks, which have been tough. If you haven't adjusted to the volatility correctly, I mean, you can just get faked out left and right very quickly. So it's definitely not easy to keep up that performance again, especially the past few weeks, which have not been easy whatsoever.
Yeah, very chappy, very excellent if you're a range trader. If you're a breakout trader, probably not so happy. It's kind of how that works. And just how the market works, like same side of the opposite sides of the same coin. If you're gonna range trade, you're gonna range trade. If you're gonna breakout trade, you're gonna do a breakout trade. It's hard to do both at the same time. In chat, haven't said hello yet. Hope everyone out there is doing well. If you have not liked and subscribed yet, please do. We're at 2.2K. Maybe we can get to 2,500 by the end of this stream. So if you are, let's see, if you've taken a payout before or want to take a payout, please like, because we're going to have Johnny actually take a payout live on air, which is awesome. And what we need to do now, let's see, we need to move down to about 210s. We're about 20 points away. Do we have time to look at a trade report? I think we do. Johnny, do you want to pull up? Do you have a trade report? And you guys can maybe talk about the performance a little bit from one of your accounts and keep an eye on these 210s.
That's my 50K. Is that what you're looking for?
It is, yeah. We can look into this one. Yeah, one of those days is not like the rest. That is for sure.
Dolby, I had access to the journal, right, to the Topstep X link because Johnny shared it with me. I literally sent him a message: "Do not do what you did today." He didn't even have to reach out. I was like, "Do not do what you did today," because it was not good. I mean, yeah, we could probably open that day as well, but it was not good.
Yeah, we can talk about it. I mean, might as well. We don't have 210s yet. I'll have Robert keep an eye on the market here, but let's talk about this trade report and let's learn.
So basically, what happened this day is basically the day started off red, big red actually, and then he somehow dug himself out of the grave there, and then was $1,000 in profits. I always tell everyone, whenever that happens, that's the moment where you stop. I mean, $1,000 is really good, but even if you're just slightly green, if you dug yourself out of more than $1,000 in net loss, just be done for the day, because mentally you're not there. You're just not there. And then he continued trading, continued, and then ended the day negative 2,000 because he was trading the last 10 minutes of the New York close, right? So a lot of, when we see this graph, the daily P&L graph changing from red to green, green to red so often, it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign because, again, your emotions are going all over the place. Now you're up, now you're down, now you're up, now you're down, now you're trying to recoup the losses, now you want to make a little bit more. It's like you're just chasing your emotions without actually being focused on the trades as much as you want to be. So, yeah, I wasn't happy with this day for sure.
Johnny, I'm sure in hindsight, you probably also do not enjoy this day all that much. Do you remember what happened that day, or was it one of the situations where you kind of like blacked out for 5 minutes and then woke up and all of a sudden you had a red P&L?
No. I probably should have journaled it a little bit more. Probably just got greedy, and then of course that was the last 10 minutes. So I was reading the market wrong. I got that MOC imbalance wrong, and just got me. Just got me.
Okay, we're getting into, sorry about jumping in there, but we just entered that trade. It was going to get stopped out real quick, I think, because we put that risk right at 203 and it already hit the stop.
Yeah, no, that just sliced through.
It's dumped right out. Yep.
Let's see. Let's see if it holds. Let's see if it holds, but
sure. We want to get back in? What's your call?
A lot of volume. If it does hold, if we see some buyers, yes, because that was a lot of volume. I mean, I think the highest volume bar since like the New York Open on 1 minute. I don't know what.
Live on TV. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just getting got bottom ticked on that one? Possibly.
No, our stop was set to 203, and I just had it as soon as it entered. It went for a bracket order, and I had them set $500 apart, profit and loss, so I could drag them in real quick. And we got it up to right at 203, right on time. It actually, the low tick on that was 200 and a quarter. So it happens. Looks like we passed through the little low volume area on the volume profile, and as KB just said, it was a very, very high volume candle itself. This is a 500 tick chart. They don't have the candle volume at the bottom, but you could just see the strength of this red here, the DI minus. It just pushed right in there. So we're gonna keep an eye on it. And KV, if you think it's gonna bounce off here, we're gonna we'll take that back up again. Looks like it's hovering a little bit, but we'll keep an eye on it.
And it's pausing a little bit. Let's wait for some buyer pressure for sure. It's still
You got
red
it.
right now on the 1 minute chart that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I mean, let's definitely
would be
update
in
for. Okay.
favor of. I'd be in favor of looking at a bounce around the 21,191, right at yesterday's point of control. And
Yesterday's
settlement is
point of
right there too. 21,191, 21,89. That's top step levels there.
You say 89s,
Settlement.
so 21,189.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to try to bounce right where it's at. But it may
Okay.
come back and retest this spot and drop down, but I think the trade's still valid long if you're still wanting to get in it.
Would you get in?
Yeah, I would.
Robert?
In fact,
Throw one in?
I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to do it. One
Alright,
contract. And
we
if it
just
comes down,
we're in.
comes down, I'll add more.
Right. Sweet. Can we get a position update for the board?
Absolutely. We are one long NQ 21220.75. Where should our stop be on this? We need to get those set there. We're going to listen to you, Johnny.
I put my stop at 21,185. I know that's a little bit wide, but I wanted to be right below that settlement spot. Yesterday's settlement
wide.
is at 21,189.
Our stop is 21185. That's risking 715. And what do we have for a calculated target here, sir?
I'm going to put it up. I'm going to be conservative, but maybe not too conservative. 21,275.50.
275.50. Okay.
I'm targeting 21,280, but I want to catch the profit.
Okay.
It's basically a day high break.
At least we got some momentum.
There we go.
Yeah, no, I mean the zone was definitely there. They just wanted to wick some people out there at the 200 level.
Yep. Even though that was a lost trade, I'm with you, KV. It was just a single lost trade. One thing that happens all the time. Came down, wicked out, but the area that you mentioned still valid. The market didn't completely roll over on us. Just a little stop out, get right back into the trade. Confirmation from you, confirmation from Johnny. We're already up at $235, so we've recovered that loss. Already in a little bit of profit. Now, up to you guys. We want to add when we get into this trade up over 240 or so. Johnny, are you an ad person? You going to add to this winner as it runs up, or do we just want to leave it where it is, sir?
I don't like to add at in the middle of
Good
it.
answer, Johnny. Good answer.
But
I don't add either. That's why.
it just messes up my thinking on it right at the moment. Now, if it comes back down,
sure,
and I'm still in that zone, yeah, I'll add then, but not when I'm not right now. Not normally in a trade.
All right.
I didn't put
Currently,
three
we're
on
just
to begin with,
retesting. Day high view up is the current retest. What we're doing right now. If we could break above this, I feel like we should go to the day high pretty quickly. But yeah, we just got to break above this 235 zone here, which is the daily anchor.
Excellent. Now, Johnny, you said you anchored view up also. Are you anchored on the daily, or are you anchored at the U.S. Open?
So there's just a regular VWAP, and then based on price action, I try to catch a high and a low. Just I've got, if you're looking at my chart, so I've anchored right down here on this candle at 21,063, and that is this anchor that crossed over the white anchor, which the white is your regular session average VWAP. You know what I'm saying? It's not an anchor VWAP, it's just average VWAP. And then when it touches back down, each time it confirms that and it bounces off your anchor right here again at 1042. I went ahead and anchored another one, and that's this blue line that comes all the way up, and that's what we just bounced off of. When we went into this trade, we just bounced off of that anchor right there. And then of course it touched right here at 1146. I went ahead and did another anchor, and we're right in between those two anchors. So if it gets above that, I think we're very speedy up to the north side of everything.
And I actually got a perfect T-shirt for this as well. Not sure if you can see it. Yep. Let me see if I can put this on camera as well.
It's a few.
It's a big one. You wouldn't understand it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, where's that shirt available for sale at KV? Not in the Topstep store. I know that for a fact. Must be at your store unless you got a one-off.
No, it is actually on our store.
Yeah, I knew it was. I didn't have to look that up.
We did in September. Actually, we did some funny ones, view up things and patience things. And
oh, nice. Well, maybe drop a merch link for your store. I love a good trading shirt that most people won't understand in public. That's always fun. You can see the people who really understand what's going on. So we've got a good trade on here so far. Momentum's been beneficial. I want to get a poll in chat. Do you use regular VWAP, anchored VWAP, or no VWAP at all? I don't use any VWAP. Robert, you a VWAP guy?
I'm a periodic VWAP guy. I have nothing against VWAP. I think it's a wonderful tool and very helpful. It's just something I don't use very often, just simply because I'm pure price action.
Nice. I do like that we all have to kind of.
I do like it.
Yeah.
So you got anchored, regular, and what? Which one?
No VWAP.
Ah.
The old no option. Yeah. I do like in trading, though, that anytime you talk about like an indicator, you have to preface it with like, no need to offend anybody here, but VWAP is garbage. Just kidding. VWAP's fine. People like VWAP. Not to Brian. It was an example. It was an example. It was offensive.
Do not wake up the VWAP crowd, Dolby. You don't want to. You don't want to do that.
Hey,
active punch.
If you want to, if you're a person that adds, this might be a spot to add.
Okay.
If
this is up to you guys.
If you feel like
we'll get our 2 cents in.
If you feel like it's going up, I mean, it might be coming down, and it might wake us out, and then go. You never know. You know how it is. You never know.
The only problem I have right now is we're getting a little bit of an increased volume on these red bars, which is indicating that seller pressure coming in as well. So like the way it's looking right now, we just rejected that day high anchor. That's literally how the charts are looking right now. The 235 goes down, rejected. Could we bounce back on the same zone again? Absolutely. Will it happen? We'll see, right? But so far, it is kind of on a neutral territory as well.
Yeah.
So, too, if you want to look at my chart, too, this is something that I kind of keep in the background. Off to the right here is a volume profile, and you can see where there's a little bit of backfill that needs to be done right here in this area that it's at right now. And that might be a kind of a catchy area there a little bit until it builds up some volume there. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna come on down, maybe bounce off a settlement.
Okay, we are back. Yeah, we're back into our KV's area. It was a 200 to 210 KV support area. Do we want to add into this trade at this point? Do we think it's going to continue down further, and should we get out of it sooner? Or what do you guys think? We're back in that zone. We make a decision.
I just get to watch. I don't have an opinion. This is great.
Keeping my stop where it's at, and I don't think I'm going to add any.
All right.
Yep, I wouldn't add either.
Diamond hands. We are gonna sit tight. Did you say you re-anchored a VWAP off of the highs at around, let's say 263 in NQ?
I did.
Yeah, so day high.
Day high. Okay. Oh, KV did. Johnny,
Yeah.
you did not. Got it. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, KV,
That's
you
where
were
it
saying,
rejected.
yeah. Go ahead.
Literally where it rejected.
Yeah, the daily range high I have right around 21,243. So considering it's a range day, this might just go back to the middle of the range. It's a possibility. Anything's is an option. But as Brian Shannon says, come failed moves, come fast moves. So if bulls think that they don't have the juice to get over and say 21,250, then they're going to start stampeding for the door until they can find new buyers to support price again. But we will see what happens. There's a poll up in chat. So if you're a radio style at home, pull open your screen and your screen and answer the poll question. VWAP, do you use it? Regular VWAP, anchored VWAP, no VWAP, hip hop, and VWAP. I don't know what that means, but I like it already. As we go back to the markets here, still hanging in the trade. Long
So-
21, 221.
Just to
21,
talk
221.
here.
Stop 185. Stop at 185. What's that, Johnny?
Ooh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So the next stop down in my mind is the next actual VWAP, and I don't know if it'll actually get there down around the 21,168. So that's yesterday's value area low too. Yeah, it's gonna that volume's gonna get us here probably just fine. I still think it's still going long. It's just a little bit too soon.
It's a little bit expensive, maybe, just because we're so close to that daily range high that KV was saying that if you don't get that immediate burst out of it, then you're kind of just due for a pullback as traders start losing confidence in that trade.
Yep. That bounced right there on the.
Oh, we're still alive though.
Oh yeah.
Still alive. Low print was 189.5 was the low print. I just have a green line at 189 where we just said it's a watch area. Our stop 185.
Nice. So we'll keep on watching this. So John, I want to go back to that red day you had. How frequent is that you trade so well and then you just have one day? And also, chat, please put some W's in chat if you have had one losing day ruin an entire week of trading. Please let us know. Johnny, let's go. Let's relive that moment. You were down on the day. You get back up 1,000, and greed takes over. Is there any like bio indicators or biofeedback that you notice when you start getting maybe a little bit tilted on the day?
I think some of that is starting to develop. Because if you're an aggressive person, and I feel like I am, and it shows in my trading behavior. But that's a double-edged sword, because we can look at another day that I actually let's just go back to it. You know what? I did something. Oh, guys, I did something wrong. I'm on my express funded account in this trade. I wasn't wanting to
You
trade
mean
this
it?
trade.
So you really mean it this time?
Well, I didn't mean to do that.
Now we know it's real.
Well, I'm in it. So, rats. We were looking at trade reports, and then I just now realized I put a trade on in this account. And I was wanting to do it in the combine. But anyway, if we go back to the trade report, we talk about transparency and we're talking about trading behavior.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to really get into the weeds on something, so on this 8th day here, it shows $214. I barely snuck that over the line, but without really opening that on that surface looks really good. Hey, I made my $200. I'm eligible for a payout, blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to click on this because this is going to show a different story behind this. And look at that. That's nasty. That's a I want you to look at this. That's $3,276 in the hole. If you knew
Oh.
what my balance was, I was within $200 of blowing that account. And I snuck it out. I dug it out of the hole, and boom, last minute, got my $200, and I'm now eligible for a payout. That's not good trading. That's horrible. That's horrible. And
Digging out of a hole, working your way back up, and getting eligible for payout, I'd say is pretty good trading.
Yeah. Oh, we have to do the
Well-
payout. We have to take the payout first at some point in time. All right, we have to do that, and we have to do a jab as well. Keep on going.
No, I'm just, that red day is a bad day. But I think,
But
what's
what points out the most? What points out the most? And I feel like this is what people should pay most attention to. The days that are the best days are the days that there are the few,
least amount of
the
trades.
least amount of trades,
Yeah.
right? And I feel like that's what
Definitely.
people
Yep.
should aim for. Like less is more, right? And less is better,
Yep.
because
Exactly.
that's kind of the best thing to take out of it.
Yep. You can look at every day that I overtraded, and they're bad days. 50, 30 trades a day, come on. But anyway.
That's what's beautiful about those trade reports, though, is that you get to kind of see what
50
the
trades.
outliers are.
Yeah.
And it's like if normally you're doing 55555, and then it's 555 500 555. Well, that's probably going to be a losing day when you decided to trade 500 contracts and you normally only trade 5. See it all the time. Bitcoin is getting smoked right now. Bitcoin is down 4,000 points, dollars.
Yeah, the chat was mentioning that as well.
Yeah, from its highs. Also, I want to bring in Eddie here for jab. So it's very fitting, Johnny, that you've kind of explained some of your hardships, because there are some people in chat who've also been through some hardships and some successes. Eddie, if you're ready, we can do jab, and see what they've been up to.
Well, what have they been up to? That's what I'd like to know. Hopefully, they are following along and using that jab method to get them through the day. So here we go. In this corner, logging into TopstepTV every day, the trader who does the work, strives to be successful, and keeps on jabbing when opportunity calls. Yes, this can be you. In the other corner, he thinks Mike Tyson is connected to Tyson Chicken, only because the president and CEO's name is actually Don King. Never using a game plan or stop like a damn fool. Speaking of chicken, he also thinks chicken nuggets come from a rooster. Doofus, the Tug McTugboat. All right, don't want to be a loser. Of course, you want to be a winner. Keep jabbing away, and you're going to see success. Let's see our top step traders who are making the most out of those jabs. We got motivation here. Just past 250K combines. Congratulations. Arturo, just past my combine. Way to go, Arturo. Bomba Crypto, 50K pass today. And that's what we've got so far here today. We got those three. Remember, keep on jabbing and keep on moving forward, because that's the only way you're going to see success, is if you keep moving forward in any means in life. And we got that. And back to you, Mr. Dolby Time.
Eddie Horn, thank you so much. And to all the traders out there, thank you so much for working on your jabs. Eventually, you move on to an uppercut and a hook. But I don't know where I'm going with that. Anyways, are we still in the trade, Robert?
We are still in the trade. We came within 2.75 points. Well, it's kind of selling off right now. Again, that stop is 185. But we can, I don't know, just let it play out. That's what we're
Blow on it.
here for.
Maybe it goes back up
And
again.
push. Everybody get out and push. Get out and push.
Get out and push. Johnny, I do want to do something fun, though. I do want to see you take this payout on air. I think that'd actually be very inspiring to a lot of traders out there. Are you able to do that without doxing yourself any more than you already have on Topstep TV?
Yeah, so I really kind of want to let this trade play out. I don't know.
Oh, yes.
So I'm in that. I didn't realize I was in my express funded account, you know. And actually, I'm below.
Stopped out.
I'm at my stop out. So,
Okay.
It looks aggressive.
Yeah,
Oof,
I took a
healthy.
took a little beating on that one.
Little haircut.
Yep.
Chat,
still
if
do a
you have
payout.
ever traded in the wrong account, put a W in chat. I've definitely done that.
Not sure if that's a W, but
No, it's an L? Probably an L. Or maybe an F. An F. Pay
Yeah.
respects to all those trades that went into the wrong account. Sorry, chat. Oh, all right. A lot of W's. I'll eventually switch to F's. It happens. It happens.
I want to get back in this. I still want to get back in this trade though on this account.
Good. Talk us through it, man.
No, I think it's still going long. It's just I think we come right down to the VWAP there, and then it's gonna.
still looks weak though. It's not showing any
Yeah.
strong buyer confirmation just yet. It's definitely another demand zone here for sure, but I feel like it might
like
just be a
this.
slow die down here.
Teacher teaching student. Here we go.
It could
So
be the
KV,
opposite as well.
what do you KV, what do you look? I mean, you got to have some class clowns, right? KV, you kind of everyone following the rules.
I wish everyone followed the rules, right?
Yes.
Everything would
Wish
be so
everyone
much
followed
easier.
all the rules and then read everything. Read all your emails, everybody, perpetually. Very important. Read all the emails from beginning to end. Don't skip any paragraphs or steps. All the information is in there. Also, the Help Center. Make sure you reference the Help Center. A lot of good information in there. Robert Cooney, have you written anything for the Help Center before?
Oh, I have written things for the Help Center. I think I'm probably on most of the platform tutorial videos, like how to set up MotiveWave, how to set up Quantower, how to set up Tradervate, all those types of things, and plus the Topstep X 5 minutes or less vids. So yeah, we've all been contributing. Joby, when you and I back in support, we did a lot of work on that, and it still holds true.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Fun stuff.
really good resource. Really good resource. Topstep does pride itself quite a bit on its Help Center. Fully searchable, has all the information you could ever possibly need. Let's get back to this NQ trade. Johnny, what level are you looking at for longs? If we can pull down a little bit further.
I already got in a long, and I'm fixing to add another one down here at VWAP.
Okay. Robert, you got that?
I just did a buy market order, and we got filled at 172 half. Now, where's our stop
nice.
on this one, Johnny? Gotta put our stop in first.
Yeah, I've got my stop set at 170. Well, let's see, 154 and a half.
5-4 or 6-4?
54 and a half. A little
Got
bit.
it.
I want to be down below the VWAPs.
I'm right here with you. And our target?
I'm really hoping to bounce off of this shelf right here, this volume shelf that is there. If we drop down into the next cavity hole, we're probably not going to bounce anytime soon. Maybe around the 220 mark.
That's what previous point of control was? Because it looks like point of control actually moved up like a ton. Because new point of control is what?
Back
21,228.
Control. Yeah, 21,228.
one
The
more.
point of control there, but there is a high volume node as well.
Ooh, adding another one.
High volume
Yeah,
node
I
is
just
165.
added one there.
All right, I'm with you. Same stop.
Yeah.
Like
Hey, what's our target?
I'm still shooting for the high of day.
Oh, I'm gonna go right up there then.
Awesome.
All right, target 275.
And then 275. Cool. Should be a good trade. I got the midpoint of this range at 21,163. Maybe we can get a little bit of a bounce there. That would be pretty awesome. Are there other markets rolling over? Crude a little bit? Yes, definitely. Gold is not doing anything. Copper sold off a little bit. Bitcoin bounced a little bit, so that's nice after selling off $4,000. YM might be catching a bid. RTY got smoked today. Anyone trade RTY? We'll take that silence as a no.
Yeah. No, we actually do have some people in the group that do trade RTY, but it's like the minority.
Yeah.
It's not a popular one. There are some days though where it's pretty clean. I think it's it's the opposite. When the S&P and the Nasdaq are choppy, usually RTY or the Dow, the YM, right, are a little bit cleaner on the price action side.
Yeah. So far this trade is doing pretty good. Yeah. So what? There. Certainly did, Johnny. What are your take profits for your 2 contracts?
Well, I'm gonna just set. If you look at my screen, I've got set for both contracts at the top there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But I may trim one off above the point of control, yesterday's point of control. Maybe around the 200 mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, entering a sell limit now on the 200. So if it comes up, it'll tap it and take it out. We're just going to wait and see the price action.
Do it. Yeah. No,
all right.
I can do it. There. How's that?
I didn't see. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Do the same thing.
Yeah. Johnny, if you want to expand your y-axis, it'll make the chart look a little bit bigger on YouTube. On the tubes.
No, the prices.
The prices, yeah.
The width. Oh, yeah.
Just have your chart take up most of the screen. There we go. Do more of that. Yeah. Nice. Then you can reorient it so it fits the middle. Then it takes up the whole. Yeah, that looks so much better. Awesome. Okay, nice bounce here. Chat is slightly upset that we're long, but I'm sure chat shorted off the top. Chat is perfect. But if you are you bullish or bearish, chat? I'm actually kind of curious. We're fairly range bound, so I'll be interested to see what the bias is that chat has. Chat typically has very good pulse on momentum in the markets.
Tilt looks flat.
Tilt?
Yeah, not much tilty. I mean, what, 52% long Nasdaq?
Yeah, I bet chat's about the same too, if I had to guess. Chat's like our own little personal tilt, KB.
Tilt showing 72% short on oil. 72% short oil. Or CL.
Oh, yeah. Didn't notice that. Yep, that is tilty.
Yep. And Johnny, are you able to take that payout on air today, or do you want to let this trade resolve? Or did that previous trade mess up metrics?
Yeah, it messed up my metrics. Let me
Damn.
Let me get this back up to my balance needs to be at 7,000. I want to do a $3,500 payout. So
got you.
I was at, I locked in at 7,000 last night or yesterday. So if we can get this my $775 loss out of this trade, I'll do the payout.
Sweet. Good. Everyone get out and push. We want to see Johnny take a payout live on air. $3,500. KB, do you want to tell us about Get Funded You while we wait for Johnny to hit his take profit here?
Yeah, I think that was the reason I got sick as well. So we started the community, so Get Funded University, from scratch in September. By last week, so in about 2 months period, we were ranked the #2 finance community out of the whole platform, in the school.com platform, in just 2 months, out of thousands and thousands of communities. So we definitely put a lot of work in, and I feel like I got burned a little bit. I'm just overworking as well, but wasn't easy. We're at, I think, close to 4,500 members in 2 months. Again, #2 in the finance category in 2 months. And probably going even higher, but just happy to see people like Johnny getting their first payouts. people getting their first combines passed. It's different. I mean, even people opening their first combines, right? People are just discovering Top Step and they're like, oh my god, where was this my whole life, right? It's been a great community just because we made it free, so I have a lot of flexibility if I want to kick people out, right? So we've made it very friendly. It's a very warming community. Everyone's just providing value, giving feedback, and if someone goes, in the opposite direction of those values, we just kick them out. I don't even message them, you're going to get kicked out. We just ban them. That's it. Because we don't want that energy there either. And that's why I think we've kept it pretty clean. I mean, the chat probably knows, but trading communities are very toxic. That's just the reality of it. So we've tried to do something different. And then in the 2 months, we've definitely done it. But yeah, definitely overworked. Again, I have not been sick for this long in years. Literally since Sunday. Since Sunday, it's yeah, I mean, you got to sacrifice some things, cooling off a little bit. The market
Straight
going to
lightning can
200
feel
here
better.
as well. The market almost at that 200 limit order for you guys.
Yep, love seeing it.
It's loving our talk here as well, But
Don't get scared.
yeah,
Don't get scared,
it's
NQ.
it's definitely open to everyone. Just literally go, guys, to getfundeduniversity.com. You have a free
Link's posted up
course.
top.
Yeah, it's a free course, free community, live trading, Q&A calls, all of it. Yeah, people don't appreciate free things as much, but the people who have done so, they've seen tremendous value. That's the sad part about this, Dolby, as well, is 80% of the people who joined never take action, like never do anything.
They just want the free lunch, KV.
Yeah,
all
but
they
it's like I really get upset because they put so much stuff in their bios, in their profiles. Oh my god, I have these goals. I want financial freedom. I want this for my kids. And then their actions do not match their goals, which is sad because it's like nothing is given to you in life. So that's the sad part about this. But yeah, the goal with GFU is to be like, same for like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. They recruit from like the big universities, Harvard and all of that. I want GFU to be the same thing for Topstep. I want GFU to be the number one spot where it has the most funded traders that people just come through and then get funded with Topstep, get paid with Topstep. That's kind of the goal. So far, it's going pretty well, and let's see if we can keep that up. But
man, I love hearing it. That link is pinned top of chat. I know there was some really, really positive feedback in chat about it. George, GFU is badass. And then Joshua Verkler, Get Funded University is amazing. Y'all should join. So some really
the
solid
feedback.
so far.
I've been hosting a trading community in Discord for 4 years. I have not gotten this type of feedback that we've gotten in 2 months in the past 4 years, honestly.
That's awesome. I got a question here from Candle Guy. Hey guys, what moving averages are you using? Are you using moving averages?
If they're looking at my chart, yeah, I'm going to let the other guys answer. I think they're looking at mine. I'll answer that after that. But Johnny, do you use them? And KV, do you use them? And then you'll explain what you're looking at.
No,
Yeah,
just anchored VWAPs.
I stopped as well. I stopped using moving averages about 2 years ago. If you guys are using moving averages, I used to use the 9, 21, and the 55, but again, I stopped using them 2 years ago. And then we're just focusing on VWAP now and just supply and demand levels. That's really all.
Let me get these 200s. Oh, come on.
We're fixing to hit that 200.
Right there,
We
right
really
there.
are.
Up,
Come
up,
on.
up, push. 99 3/4. There it is. We took one out.
You got one? Got one. Awesome.
Yes, I will update the crew
I'm
here.
gonna close
to update
this
the
out,
position.
even though. Let's see.
Are you short like $30 or something?
No, I'm gonna close it out so I can take that payout.
Love it.
And that would be great to see.
Yeah, let's see if we can squeeze in the payout.
$121 for that, but I think it's going on up. But for the sake of time and everything, and I was in the wrong. I want to do that in the combine. So anyway, $121 in a XFA, no big deal.
We'll take it. Are you
and
ready to
all
take a
want me to
payout
do
on
this
there?
Huh?
Yeah. If you can pull it off in 6 minutes, absolutely.
Well, let's.
Yeah, if you want to get that set up, we can. We'll talk in the background while you get your payout there set up. Make sure you hide any private information or anything. But we're gonna have Johnny queue up a payout live on air, which is incredible stuff. In the meantime,
Excellent.
Topstep Discord marching towards 100,000 subscribers or users. There's no subscription users, which is pretty awesome.
Really? Discord?
Yeah, the Topstep Discord is getting close
Oh,
to
wow.
100K. I know.
Oh, wow. The last time I saw the numbers, it was like 20,000. Last,
Yeah, just a
probably
little
like
baby.
Wow.
No, it's a crusty old veteran. Great community, though. Trenton has done an amazing job growing it, expanding it, managing all the ambassadors. We got chat rooms in multiple languages with ambassadors who speak those languages. I mean, really incredible stuff that they've been able to pull off there. Johnny, how's it go?
You started off the Discord, right, Dolby?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Got some news, it sounds like.
Got some news. Fed's Muse Salem talking about inflation's also stronger, but has not yet changed the view that policy is on a path to neutral. He also talking about the strong data likely behind the rise in the treasury bonds that we have been seeing over the past few weeks. Also saying that the CPI numbers were as expected, but he would have to prefer to some continued decline on a 3-month basis. Those are some of the ones I'm picking out here. Musalem and might be done talking here, but back to you, Dolby time.
Awesome, Eddie. Thank you so much for that. Got a couple more minutes here in the session. Coming up next is going to be Power Players with two of our very, very favorite humans. We got David Green and Coach Dakota will be our special guests for Power Players, which is going to be fantastic. Hopefully they get some good price action so the house account can make some more excellent trades for everybody. Johnny, how are we doing with the payout request? Still working on it?
It's pulling up.
All right.
Sorry, so how do I share that? So it's
It'd be the same way you shared your screen, but just share the tab for your payout window instead.
Okay.
Yeah, then just do share tab like you did for your platform, and then that should pop up. And then production can always hop in over air if something is wonky, but we'll try to get this in so everybody can see a payout live on air. We're getting down to the wire for this segment. Once again, a fairly choppy 1 p.m. segment. Seems to be a fairly slow kind of pokey time in the markets, that 1 to 2 p.m. slot. It's not quite lunchtime. It's not quite the end of the day, but it's the hour before the end of the day. There's nothing special to really move the markets at that time. There's no MOC. There's no market close. Just hanging out.
I clicked on my payout request, and the areas that I should be able to fill in the blanks are not they're locked up. So I don't know if I've not reached the eligible day.
Oh, maybe.
Payout. I mean, I should have, but
if today is the 5th day, then that would be a problem because then today has not closed yet.
No, today would have been the 6th day. I mean, at least from the time that they pulled the funds out of the account on the first payout, I have 5 green days.
Oh, weird. Well, maybe talk to support. See if that can get resolved. We're not going to troubleshoot on air. Also, we have 1 minute left. But if you do that, figure it out. Maybe we can get you piped in for a different segment sometime and have you pull that off. Maybe if we talk to production, we can sneak you in Power Hour for a live payout real quick. If you can get it to work. If not, not a big deal. But we do need to move to the next segment, which is Power Hour. We got Dakota and David Green. And we also got Andre and Hoag driving and sitting shotgun. Power Hour is coming up right now.
Thank you.
All right, let's go. Markets are moving. This is Power Hour on Topstep TV. Let's get right into it. We got Hoag in the house. We got Dakota in the house. And we got David Green. It's a David Green Wednesday. David Green, we got a little something for you. Hit it, Eddie.
David Green, trading machine, built his life, lived his dream. Now he's teaching every day, guiding folks that David way from Wall Street to
Wow.
He's a legend.
I love it. Love it.
Nice.
How about that, David Green? Man, oh man. And of course, we will play the full song at the conclusion of Power Hour. So let's get right into it. Oh, Hoag's got the keys to the house account. David Green in the green room was talking about a level perhaps around 59.96 in the ES. Dakota looking to buy as well.
I'm
You got
looking
the
for an
bull-
area to buy this,
Okay.
but I'm not convinced of anything right now. Just no trades for me today. I got to
S&P.
sleep in. I slept in all morning. Just no trades.
How's
Felt good.
how are your teeth feeling? Everything good? Better?
Yeah, feeling a lot better. My trading's improved a little bit this past few weeks as well. So everything's right. I got to sleep in. I'm going to be joining D for the London session in tonight or in the morning, early morning.
Oh, look at these buyers coming in here.
It's what, 2:30 in the morning for you?
S&Ps.
Yeah, it will be.
You gonna stay up all night, or are you gonna wake up for it?
I debated that. That's why I slept in. I'm going to stay up all night.
Right.
There you go.
Overnight trading. Right. So look at the ES.
All
Let's
right,
trade 60-16. Dakota looking to buy.
I think we got the green light to buy this market on the NASDAQ. Officially getting a 3-bar reversal coming in right now, it looks like, on the 5-minute chart. So I think if we can get a pullback here, it's going to be buy. But we might not get a pullback now. The market's really good at just keeping you out when it does run.
You're talking the NQs?
Yeah, I'm talking
NQs or
NQs.
the ESs?
NQs.
All right, so,
NQs.
I mean, 68, 62, if you think we're okay here, would be a couple of spots.
I could
68 and 62.
I would even say ES too. Yeah, ES is looking a lot better. They're about the same.
reversal.
Actually, they're about the same.
Locked and loaded.
ES is a bit more
ES,
consistent.
If we're going to hold, like 14 and 12 could be a couple of levels to drop in if you like it for the rest of the day.
All right, let's see it. I'm okay with scaling in on this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch the NQ and the ES, and if one of them sets up a little bit better, I'll shout it out. But this is one where I think we could limit risk and build a position.
We getting in with 1 lots, 3 lots, 2 lots, 5 lots?
I think we could get in with 5. If it's NASDAQ, of course, it's going to be a smaller position size, and if it's the ES, we could try a bit bigger. But oh man, that might have been a pullback. Just watching this.
14s could be good.
That is
the
a beautiful 3-bar reversal, isn't it?
Yeah, looking for this. Looking for the NASDAQ to push back, test 200 again, maybe break back up above 200.
Locked and loaded. 21,180 last trade in the NASDAQ. Did have a negative delta in the ES, minus 14,000 in the ES, minus 1,300 in the NASDAQ as of 9 minutes
off
ago.
a little bit, Andre. Minus 12.6 now.
Okay, thank you.
I have a little bit in the ES at 14 if we pull back there, Dakota, just to
in 14.
Okay. Start.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll get
I'd like to see us pull back there. That would be nice. It's, only thing I'm nervous of is when I see this, sometimes we just go straight up and it doesn't give us a opportunity to get in.
An entry.
Mm-hmm.
Scale in.
Yep. We'll see.
So you got 68, 62s.
Right, NASDAQ is giving us an opportunity. NASDAQ is back down towards the mid 70s.
Me just ask risk could be below those swing lows in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, down around, 148 in the NASDAQ, and 6,009 probably would be risk in the S&Ps.
Yeah, that's about where I'm looking at too, Hoag. Because we did run stops. Like if you're looking at the NASDAQ, you see how we made that low and we ran up to like 170, and then we immediately sold all the way down to 152. So everyone who was trying to buy down in this zone just got stop ran, and that's where the rally started. So I just need to pay attention and see. In fact, there was maybe a couple opportunities to right here buy in the 175s. Now we're just straight up.
Last trade 185. And you got the countdown clock lower right hand corner. The time remaining in power hour and the trading session. Also, upper left hand corner. Please jump in if you guys do want to take the trade. Upper left hand corner, see the hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Also, click like, click subscribe, and follow us on X.
Running away.
We need a pullback now, Dakota. We need a little pullback before it runs away.
I know it's running away. We got two opportunities in the NASDAQ, just a little bit slow. They happen really quick. We had two opportunities at 174. I missed it. There'll be more. There's always more.
74, we got 68.
Yes, pushing here. 60-20 last trade. Nothing really showing on the tilt. 50-50.
I did was right. So
yep,
it's early.
That's good.
Let the market come to you.
Yep.
On the ES ladder, any liquidity,
trade location.
Pretty much the story of the day, Hoag.
Yep.
Tricky markets today.
Ain't gonna be no pullback.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. This is one where it's when it goes, and it fails to give people opportunities to get in. You get people chasing it, and that's what just keeps pushing it up.
21,191 last trade in the NASDAQ. Crude not doing much. Gold not doing much. Last trade in gold 25.83. Bears in control. Gold today.
Yeah, let's see if we can get that pullback now.
We're sitting on a little resistance in the NASDAQ, so let's see. Right around 98 is a little resistance.
Okay.
All right, what's Bitcoin
Indeed,
doing?
resistance
That's
yet.
the
200s have seen some selling. Let's throw up a poll in the chat, Eddie, if you don't mind. Scale of 1 to 4 in terms of difficulty. How difficult did you find today? 4 being the hardest, 1 being the easiest. You're just reading the equities.
It was a good day to sleep in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Every
we
day's a
had
good day.
we had a couple of when we were doing group coaching, we had posted a good short that was, and then when the NQs pulled in, we had a couple of good buying opportunities. So really, from 2 o'clock till from 1 o'clock till 3 o'clock was really, really good in the NQs. You want to put up my chart? I can share a couple of things.
Sure.
So when we're doing group coaching, we had a nice pivot point up here, 2268.
68.
Exactly hit it after being really stretched out up here.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a nice pullback. We hit our 30 EMA, bounced 20 points. We hit our 65 EMA, bounced 20 points. We hit our 200 EMA and bounced 20 points. So all in the last 45 minutes, we had a few really good setups based on the technicals.
Nice. And that's on the NQ, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Okay. Now let's see what we do here. I mean,
see what do these
that
200s.
was so far the trade. I mean, there was an amazing trade on Bitcoin. We like you guys were saying, that was a major sell-off. We went right down to 90,000, and we're right back up $1,500 in the last 15 minutes. A 2% move in 15 minutes.
I know.
Yeah, little resistance around 92,000, up 500 points from here.
There you go. Pull
I
is
really
up.
want.
Easy peasy, pretty good. Tough. Oh my god, I like that pull,
Easy
Eddie.
peasy. I was just giggling about that.
It's a range
One
bound
of those
market.
days where, like, when you wanted to buy it, you had to sell it. When you wanted to sell it, you should buy it.
Yeah.
At least the early part of the day.
Right.
It's just a range bound market. That's what we're in. Buy low, sell high.
Anything up at these 200s in the NASDAQ? At last trade 195, 21,195.
The trade was that 3-bar reversal, which the entry would have been
25s.
179. It's just was waiting for a pullback, and that's what happens, right? When sometimes the market just runs without you.
You wait for it, it doesn't come.
Right.
Happens. Well, you wait for it.
Certainly does.
And you still miss it.
I
It
know.
happens too.
Yep.
1,196, now 97s trade, 98s. We're going to test these 200s.
Who in the chat caught this? We're sitting here watching it go. I'm sure there's somebody in the chat.
Someone
who was
got the
catching
3-bar
it.
reversal.
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure.
someone had that 3-bar reversal.
Here we go. Stefan C.
Look at everybody catching this.
They're learning,
Thanks, Elise.
Dakota.
They're learning the ways.
100%. It's good to see.
The way. This is the way. I'll send my
Here we
Venmo
go.
in the chat.
200s
and I get
trade.
10% royalty on every 3-bar reversal.
Let them know, Dakota.
every 3-bar reversal.
This stinks because
Just
we
look
got a
at
lot
this
of room
thing.
to
Break
the
into
upside
these
now.
200.
Yep.
203's last trade. Get a high of the day. 268. What higher? 268. Yeah.
Some resistance up at the 26 level.
26s.
Yeah, I see that. 26s, 15s first, then 26s.
What price were we looking at there, Dakota? 75s perhaps? 78s?
Yeah, it was the 75, 73. It was a really fast pullback. You can see where we had this nice rally over here on the 5-minute chart. That was the 3-bar reversal. And then we had a little bit of a pullback, and this was it. And it happened really fast. I was watching maybe ES. By the time you bounce over, it's came and gone. And yeah, just like what we were saying is when the market goes, it goes, and it doesn't really give us a great opportunity to get back into it a lot of the time. And this we see upper 220s, 230s come into play possibly. But yeah, target was 200, breakthrough 200. That was the trade, and
yeah, go.
There's nothing wrong. We didn't lose money, didn't make money. It's just great to see this type of price action sometimes.
Just is. See,
just is.
Yep. All right, 226. Next price of interest, area of interest in the NASDAQ, 21,226.
Yes.
Oh,
same thing.
Hoag
yes,
there,
same thing.
is Delta peeling off a little bit?
S&P, yes, negative 10.5 now.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we've had quite a bit of it peel off. A little bit of a short squeeze here.
Man, gold's been selling off, huh? It's been.
Hoag's been all over it.
That was a best trade I saw today.
Short gold?
Yeah.
Oh, man, and crude oil bounced off the $67 a barrel level really fast.
That was another early trade. We had a pivot point at 66.95.
Yep. Man, tonight's gonna be fun. Let's go through.
Oh, an all-nighter.
Looking. Yeah, I'm gonna do an all-nighter. It's gonna be starting with. I did a giveaway Monday. We did a giveaway Monday for Topstep Labs for 20 traders, only 20, and that's gonna be starting today at 5 p.m. That's why I'm wearing this this slow markets hoodie.
Cool.
Whatever. Yeah,
nice.
So that's gonna be starting. I'm super excited for it. They're already in a room. We're already chatting, and it's gonna be a 2-hour private session. And Then I'm going to stay up all night and join D for London.
Sure, tune into that. Well, in the meantime,
Some
we
Red
got
Bulls going.
Yup, we got 26 minutes till MOC. But in the meantime, I want to throw it to David Green. It is a David Green Wednesday. David Green, what's going on over at Wall Street Global?
Tonight is our monthly webinar, our free monthly webinar. WSGTA.com to register. We are going to be talking about everything trading under the sun, mostly concentrating on futures and Top Step. We'll talk psychology. We'll talk rules. We'll take questions from everybody. Me and Einstein Tuchman will hang out with everybody for a couple of hours and cover every subject that you guys want to talk about. I think we have 600 or 700 registered so far. So it's going to be a fun night.
Good stuff.
Nice.
Fun and educational.
You said Tuckman's joining?
Tuckman always joins me. Yes.
Tuckman's joining.
True.
Man. Hey, question. How long have you guys known each other?
What year is it? 2000? 40 years.
40 years.
We started working on a floor together in 1985. So almost 40 years. It'll be our 40-year anniversary next year.
Very cool. Why are you
So
laughing?
we're going to go ring the bell, right?
Why are you laughing?
We're going to go all ring the bell as a whole Top Step group.
We're working on that.
Well, you guys are welcome there anytime. You don't get you on there. Anytime you guys
have a party.
Stacy's asking.
We're going
what's
to bring
the
our
site
own
to
bell and
register?
play Christmas songs.
Pinned to the top of the chat, you'll see the link to David Green's Wall Street Global. Make sure to click on that to register. Let's trade 21,000.
He was actually going to he's going to Dubai next week for a big trading symposium. Yeah, he's going to be out there. He's the keynote speaker.
That's
interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
What are your thoughts about that? Do you ever think your buddy's going to be a keynote speaker in Dubai one day?
I was actually invited to go, but I'm not going to Dubai.
Ah, David. They would love you out there.
Yeah, I'm not traveling.
Why not, David?
That far. I don't know. I just didn't feel like getting on a plane for 12 hours, whatever it is.
It is a long.
Plus, my
flight.
wife wasn't invited, so it's like, what? Come on.
Yeah,
Better me, but not a guest. What else? It's all good. Peter represent the Wall Street brand.
Indeed.
Not seeing anything else happening in this market. So they kind of just died down for a moment.
We're dead flat right now. Yep.
Yep. I think we just wait, be patient. See, we're only 26 minutes into Power Hour. It goes fast. It's the end of the day. We don't want to force any trades. And if that was the only trade to show itself, then that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with not putting money at risk when it does not set up. It's process over profits.
I still have a 14-bit out.
Like you say, Dakota. Trading is a choice.
Trading is a choice.
No question about it.
Some people don't know that though. They just like whenever they sit in the chart, they just want to get paid for the time they're sitting, and the more they trade, the worse it gets.
No question about that.
Yeah. You don't want to feel like you're wasting time if you're not trading. If you're not seeing anything, nothing's setting up. You're not seeing the markets well. You're better off just sitting.
Yeah, screen
A lot of
time,
people,
right?
I think, kind of fall into that idea that, well, if I'm going to be sitting here, I better be trading. That can be dangerous.
It's boring. It really is. It's boring. It's lonely. That's I've really enjoyed Topstep TV. It's just sitting here hanging out with everybody, and we could talk about markets, talk about things like that, right? Like Tuckman's going to Dubai. We're talking about things that do affect us, and then talk about the markets when it does move, and see if there's any opportunities like we just seen, and then see if we can take advantage of it.
Good traders should be bored most of the time.
That's absolutely 100% correct. Good
And
trading
the greatest
is
thing
boring.
the greatest thing about what we do is I mean, time is the most precious commodity in the world. We ain't getting it back. Trust me. Me and Hoag and all us old timers know that. And it goes fast. Okay. A minute takes forever and 20 years go by when you blink your eyes. So if there's nothing to do or you've made a couple of bucks in the morning, go do something else. Do what you enjoy. I mean, I kick my traders out of the trading room when I know he's had a couple of good trades in the morning. That's it. I'm not staying anymore, guys. Get out of here. Go hang out with your wife, your family, if you like her. girlfriend,
if you like her,
whatever it
If
is.
you like her. David Green Wednesday. Absolutely love it. Always
Get
look
out of
forward
the
to
house,
this.
play golf, whatever.
Absolutely.
Oh
All right,
man,
last trade
I'll take
175s.
the.
We're back to these 175s.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna. To me, it's just wait. Let's be patient. Let's see how the market reacts now. We already had the trade play out, and so for me, it's we need to see what the market's gonna do. Yeah, you're right. As of right now, we're finding some buyers right there at the 75. Andre,
Okay.
yeah, let's see. If we break back above 84, I could see a buy opportunity there. I'm actually going to get ready to. I might just get ready to buy this market. If we could break above 84, 84s.
Go.
I'm ready with you, Dakota.
Yeah, I'm long 182, 182 and a half. I'm in a little bit early.
We're long 3.
Price did we get, Hoag?
180.
80.
Ooh,
right.
good entry. Let's see if we could
Good
get.
fill.
This is a quicker trade. I'm not going to expect this thing to get all the way up to 200. Might take 10, 15 points out of this.
Where's the risk, Dakota?
Right now I have it at 61. 161.
That's right about where I had this. 161. All right, we're there.
If you like the
If I see
trade,
something
68.
I don't like, I'm going to close it out early, and I'll shout it out.
Yep,
Nice,
you got
Dakota. Okay, house count long 3.
Let's see what this green, what this bar gives us right here.
180. Put a long 1. Good job, guys. Got those poll results. I'm going to catch you after this trade.
Ooh, not.
If you
See
like
how we
it,
hold
68 could be a little ad if you like it here.
They definitely
And
jumped
have
in
a
there at
stop.
68.
Yeah, we just broke through those. Let's see if we can hold. Like I said, stop still good.
Got it.
68's a big level to hold. Let's see if we hold that.
Yeah, if
The
you have
order that shall not be spoken.
Keep it low. Quick poll results. Scale of 1 to 4. 4 being the most difficult. 600 votes. 3 tough. 45%. Found it tough today. 3 out of 4 difficulty. I would agree. Nothing on the tilt right now. Buyers did step in around those
See if we can
68.
hold
That
you
68
at
level
there.
David was talking about. Back up into the 80s.
It was a
Thank you,
nice
James.
spot for that order that shan't be named, huh?
That was
That
the
was good.
67, 68 level was a big level to hold. Let's see if we can
Sure
build on
was.
that a little bit.
Yeah, if we could get above these 84s, now if we can hold and if we can break above these 84, 85 level, then I could say that we might even run back up to 200. But let's see how we react here, because that was
Okay.
another big rejection at 81, 82.
81,
We
yeah.
went right back up to our entry and then turned down.
Right back away.
Yeah, consolidation.
We're holding
This feels
second
like
VWAP, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
68s is big. Let's hold 68s.
Big tug of war right now. Yes, nothing on the ladder there. And Dakota and house count long. NASDAQ. 20 minutes left in the session. 17 minutes till MOC.
lots of consolidation here, right at 70,
Sure is.
72s, 74s. This range. If we get above 84s, this thing we can very well run back up to 200s now. Spike in volatility. See the volatility increase now. We're now in a 10-point range. This market was going slow, and then it got pretty excited really fast.
We got it there. We got in the 80s.
We added above 84.
How much are we into the house? 3?
3.
Yeah, we could even add 2 here, and either here now or wait till we break above 84. I think the smarter decision is.
Ooh, whoa,
wow!
whoa,
There we
Okay,
go.
okay,
Boom.
whoa. Okay, not sure what happened. I just closed one out at 95.
We did not get in an ad there.
What the hell
To these
was
200s.
that?
Get to
That's
these
why you have a
200s.
stop,
One on the
everybody.
offer.
That's why you have a stop.
Yep.
That's why you
Not
handled
sure
it
what
on
There's one on the
68.
offer there.
I'm not sure what happened either.
What was that?
Holy crap.
I'm watching the wire here. I haven't seen anything. Except that there is some nominees Trump is putting in positions. It's about all that's coming over the wire here right now.
Yeah, let's watch it. We got to 200 fast.
Sure did.
Oh, wow. All right. Things changed fast. Okay, stop now
Holy
is at
crap.
164. Order that shall be named is at 164. Moved it up below that pivot. Closed out one at in the 90s. Let's see if we can hold it now. Let's hold it and see if we could break through these 200s. This is something where we can pick up a lot of volume, like momentum and volume. And let's see if we could push. Let's see if we could break and get some momentum to the long side now.
20204 would be a nice spot to bust through.
Okay.
We have 2 left on. I got out of 1 on the offer when you got out of 1, Dakota. So we got 2 left.
Great. Keep those 2 on, Hoag. I have 4.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to close out of 1 or 2 of mine. So just because I close out of 1 or 2 of mine, keep those 2, please.
See if we can get some more
We got
push
'em.
here.
Come on.
How's it count long 2? Correct? How's it count long 2?
Just about to put an order in to buy 2 on a stop at 84 and pow.
I wouldn't know what the slippage would have been on that.
Right?
Yeah.
See if we can
You
push
got
here.
filled at 200.
All right, let's build on this bar right here now.
Right?
There we go.
Yeah, I
This is the
closed
big
one
one.
out.
Come on.
I closed one out. I'm long 2. House account's long 2. Let's let this thing run. Let's let this run.
Good idea.
Stop now could be moved at break even. I have mine at 72 3/4.
26 could be a good target here, guys, and reasonable.
Someone's saying Republicans won the House. Is that the news?
That was a while ago.
No, that's old
Who's
news.
that?
And so is this Trump stuff. I mean, it's been going on all day. It's not just hit the wall here.
Holy
The market goes crazy.
It's got
Here we go.
50
More buyers
points from 50 points from
You just got a
68.
real big bid
Okay,
there.
I'm flat. I'm flat.
It's flat.
Yep, I'd close 1 for the House account and leave
Got
a
out of
runner.
1.
All right, let it
Got out of
run.
1. I got out of 1. We left a runner.
Okay. Yep, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna lock out of my account. I'm done. $2,400 on that trade.
Just like that.
How many did you have on that, Dakota?
I had 5.
Woohoo!
5 is my
that.
default position. That's my
Default.
default. 5 minis.
Nice trade. All right, see if there's more juice in this rally. Got 13 minutes till MOC. We got 1 runner now in the house account. Got David Green looking for 226 target 226.
I mean, 68 was a support. We got to 67.50.
Sure did, man. 68s twice.
Something came out though.
Something did
Something
for
came
sure.
out. Had to.
Who caught that in the chat?
Oh no!
That was
Catch that.
Anyone get 68 in the chat?
Exactly. That was the
that was one heck of a
Scoop it up.
level, David. Like 68s right there. Boom. Wow. Look at this.
see where we can take this house account long. What's what price we long from Hoag? 180.
Yes, 180.
Nice.
We'll just trail this up into the sunset for the close.
Nice.
That was
Chat.
unexpected. That does not happen. Just so everybody knows, it doesn't work
that
that
was
well. That was
What the hell?
2 absolutely
that?
amazing trades in Power Hour. We missed the one. We waited. It got boring. We sat. As soon as the opportunity arose, we were there. We took advantage of it, and whatever happened in the market happened. We don't know. Does anybody know why? No.
Still looking. Got nothing.
We just made money. That's it. That's it. That's
Yeah.
why we react to what we see and not wait for the news.
To the moon. Good job. 11 minutes till MOC. Still got a series 3. If we want to do series 3, we can do that if we're ready.
Any adjustment to the order that shall not be named?
Yeah. 189.
Uh-oh.
Ding ding.
Here we go.
I wanted to make sure we
Ding.
got that target that will not be named adjusted before we come
Here we
in
go.
with the Series 3 question of the day.
Get the poll
Today,
up.
oh yeah, take a beat for the poll.
Let's trade 21,210. 21,210 in the NASDAQ. Look at the ES 6025. 6025. Take a quick peek at the Bitcoin. Last trade 91,560. High of the day 94,000. Looking at crude $68.10 and gold 25.82. All right, James, ready if you are.
I'm ready. All right, hopefully that poll will pop up any moment now. But here is your Series 3 question of the day. The delivery process for each commodity is set by the exchange where the futures contract trades. The delivery of the underlying commodity is delivered to A, the buyer, B, the exchange, C,
You're right, Andre.
an approved clearinghouse, or D, an approved warehouse.
D.
I'm going with Andre, and I have no clue.
Yet.
It's D. Everyone's saying A. No, there's a bunch of coming in A. Let's see.
A. No.
I'm with
Yeah,
Andre.
Mohammed says D. Yeah. I didn't have a problem with these. It was the math. All right,
We'll
let's
give it
get the
just a
poll.
second.
Get it to 200. Once it gets to 200, James, let it rip.
Let's do it.
Why'd it just go down? There you go. All right. Everyone's saying
Why
C.
did it just go down? All right, here's your answer.
All right.
It is indeed D, an approved warehouse. That's right, chat. You will not get the delivery of thousands of barrels of crude oil if you take
Need
nothing
that.
to find a warehouse to dump it
Yes.
in.
Can we get
that is
delivery
your
of
Series 3
Bitcoin?
question?
Thank you, James.
God, I wish, right?
We'll do Power Hour after MOC if that works, James.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you then.
Thank you. All right, got one. Got a runner. If only we had a runner.
We
got
do.
a runner
Man,
this
I'm done. Not bad for 30 minutes worth of work, right?
Man,
Nice,
nothing
right?
better, man. Best gig ever. Anything with
Best gig
the
ever.
Hoag? Those the Delta had to have shrunk on that pop. Had to
Yes.
anchor on that one.
Minus 8,300 now.
Okay, yeah.
S&P.
Danielle, I didn't see the 68 level. David's seen that 68 level. I was buying off of 180s. David said 168 to the tick. So ask him what he's seen. What did you see? I see a
200
shoulder
EMA
head
on the
shoulder.
5-minute chart. Now, put up my chart real quick. I'll show you.
Whatever you saw, it's anchored VWAP from the regular trading hour session today. Right there on the
Spiked
5-minute
all the way
chart.
up. We exactly pulled back to the 200 EMA. I mean, it went 50 cents below it. But off that spike up, now we're pulling back, 40, 50 points to hit it. So that was absolutely perfect off the 200 EMA.
Mm-hmm. Order shot
Well, that's
made
what I was
to
looking at.
202. 202 Hoag.
Like it.
You had the beautiful shoulder head and shoulder pattern as well to top it off. Like, that's textbook. The neckline's a little bit ugly, but yeah.
Keep pushing here. Let's get that countdown clock back up when we get a chance. In about
201 half.
Nice. Good.
17 minutes left in the session. Hey, David Green, I'm told you
Yes,
have a
sir.
nickname. You have a nickname, Max Cat. Is that true? What is that? What is that?
Actually, no, that was my cat.
Oh, that's all it is? Oh.
That's all it is. We had Max for 15 years. Lost him a few years ago. So yeah. Anyone wants any of my passwords and any of my checking accounts or cash accounts or anything else, you know where to go now. Now I'm gonna have to change it.
Been doing some investigating, David. Learning about you.
Yeah, that's all right.
Max Cat.
What's mine is yours. Yeah, what's up with that? What do you got? Looking at my background? Come on,
I got
man.
some people. Yeah, man. Max Cat.
How does anyone know Max Cat?
question. How did I know that?
Literally. It's one of my
Oh, man.
passwords. How would anyone know?
Wait,
Nah, I
stop
gotta
that.
change every
Kid,
password
don't
I
say
have.
that.
You may have to change it to MaxCat 2 now.
MaxCat 1, 2, 3.
We got
I
Cisco
thought you were going
earnings
to
happening.
say, they used to call me on a Florida exchange, and I'm not saying this in a braggadocious way at all, but they used to call me Roy Hobbs on a Florida exchange.
Natural.
When I started, it was just something I picked up very quickly, and that's what they used to call me, Roy. Hey, Roy, what's up?
That's a
I
hell
don't
of a
even want
nickname,
to tell you
man.
what they used to call me.
Oh.
When they didn't get the fill they want.
Uh-huh.
Or I got the fill.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
What's the stop up to? 03? We're still at 89.
Yeah, it's 1.5 right now.
One hook.
All right, cool.
That's a good spot for it. I like it.
Quick
We might
thing
get
here.
stopped out, but we're still up $500, locked in 1,000s.
Take it.
100%.
10-year update, 4.44%. We got PPI tomorrow.
Yeah, that should be interesting.
Yep.
And
Hey, Johnny, Hoop's
Get out
asking
right
where your
there.
delta is.
Oops, negative 8,800 in the S&Ps and negative 800 in the NASDAQ. Oops.
Did we get tagged out right there? No.
I don't think so.
We didn't.
No.
Hanging tough.
202.25 was the low.
Okay. So within 2 ticks.
Yeah, now we get a nice little green bar here.
Man, we're on point with these stops today.
We are.
Yeah, we are.
Hey, Abu Mubarak in the chat says that was a 700 lot. Push that thing
Really?
higher. Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh, yeah, that's that did it, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just boom. And that's
Massive
where
sense.
anything can happen, and the importance of a stop. If someone was short, they would be very, very unhappy at that. Man, that
was
stop
a wild
loss down there. Just
68. David
Beautiful.
Green. Roy Hobbs. The 68s, man.
Look what Tesla just did, guys and girls.
What happened?
Tesla just went up $7 in the last 45 minutes. That's why we're seeing this big push.
Yeah.
324 to 332. And it's sitting right on resistance now on a 200 EMA. So if Tesla can get
Bitcoin
above
has-
332, I mean, this is a big resistance level. We hit it twice. If we get above that 332, then the NQs will probably run a little more. But having a little
332.
trouble there.
Yeah. We're out.
All right, there's the stop.
Yeah.
That's okay.
1426.
Beautiful.
Job.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
I think David Green secretly had 700 lots there at 68.
Queued up.
You called it, man. It's just those are yours.
I trade these in my, my real brokerage account also. Actually, for the most part. But it takes a lot of buying power, especially doing the NQs.
700.
Ooh, that was a good short up there.
Sure was.
It was.
On the sellers.
If you put up the chart of Tesla,
that,
exact same chart. Tesla just hit 332,
Well,
went down $1. Exact
Coming into
chart.
MOC anyway, so we wanted to be flat.
Who?
Couple
Awesome.
live
They
funded
built
trader
that,
updates. So I want to say Lena brought her P&L up to about $6,000.
Nice.
Up $1,700 earlier this day. Push that thing higher. Good to see. Nicholas hit DLL 3K after being up $4,000 this morning. Happens. One of those profits.
So I think it's
Coda.
important.
Go ahead, David.
Nope. That's what I think it's important. I mean, Tesla is probably the biggest stock that's moving the NASDAQ now. And you can see exactly when it hit that resistance. Look what's happening to the NQs now. It's doing the same exact thing. So if we pull down to like 329.50 in NVIDIA, in Tesla, it could be a spot to buy the NQs again. this hits like 329.50, that'll be straight down almost $3.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that as well. I could see it.
So if we get down to 329 in Tesla, I'll buy a little NQ wherever we are, wherever it is. It'll be lower from here, but that'll be a good spot.
So there's been so many times where we would actually get stopped out on that trade, and then the market just goes straight the other direction. That's difficult.
It's a tricky trade.
Yeah, that's part of trading.
What happens?
Go to exit it pretty much at the top there. What price did you get on that final? You close out your final price there.
The stop was 1/2.
203.
I saw what Dakota got out at. Dakota
Oh,
got out
yeah.
pretty much at the top.
I did.
What?
I didn't
But does it
notice that.
count?
Yeah, I closed it out at 220.
20, yeah.
Nice.
Boom.
Wow. Okay.
Clip that.
I'm
We
gonna
need
put-
that for Dakota's YouTube reel. Make sure we clip that.
My
Show your grandkids one day. Your grandfather
Twitter,
could
pass
trade
that
once.
clip down to my grandkids. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Yeah, show them. Yeah.
30
I'll
seconds.
tell my
and we'll
grandkids,
see.
like, yeah, I actually moved.
You can trade.
I was that 700 lot.
Actually sold the dead high one day.
All right, MOC
Dead high
in
of the hour.
15 seconds.
Here we go.
Loaded. Here we go.
Andre, I am now up in my live account.
Yes, you are. $2,400.
You predicted it.
Never a doubt. Here we go.
Never had
Ooh.
a doubt.
Oh wow! Now down.
All right, coming in here, the S&P opened up here. I just saw it, just changed. Right now, it's 1,830. I'm sorry, 1,816,000,000. It was over 2 when it first popped up here. Nasdaq 1,123,000,000 sell side. Dow 593,000,000 sell side. Mag 7 612,000,000 sell side. So we're sell across the board. These numbers are moving. Anything extreme, I will chime back in. Back to you, Andre.
You the man, Eddie. So we're looking at over 3 billion sell side. Eddie said changes. Let us know. Yep. You can see the NASDAQ and ES. Seeing some downside pressure. ES going straight back to VWAP right now. 60.16 last trade. VWAP is NQ doing the same thing. VWAP at 21,165. Do we like the 6/8 again, David Green?
I'm looking at. I have a
Just
marker
say
in
that.
Tesla. If we get down to right around 329, get down to 329, I might start looking.
You're gonna. I did not
it's
sell
trading
the
exactly
high.
with Tesla. Crazy. So if we get down to 329 and hold in Tesla, that could be a little spot to grab a little NQs here. Again, wherever that is.
58's trade now. 20,158, 156 now trades. Floors. Wow, here come the sellers.
Ooh,
Still
those
didn't get
shorts
hitting Tesla at 329 yet.
have to be fuming right now.
I didn't sell 220. It actually gave me a 219.5, and I had
Bad.
my default 5 contracts. So instead of closing out one, I sold 5. That put me in a position short at 219, but then I closed that one out. So almost.
Not bad. 7 minutes left here on Power Hour.
Oh, crap. I left my 14s out in the ESs.
Heard something there. David Green, long 1 ES from 60.14. Last trade, 60.16.
It's actually
That's a
2.
good trade. I mean, I like it. I like
I'm long
it.
2, actually.
It's there for a reason, right?
I completely forgot about it.
Long 2 from 60.14 ES.
I sold one. I'll just have a stop on one, break even.
There you go. A level is a level, Hoop says.
Tesla did not get to 329. See, if Tesla got to 329, I would have bought some NQs. It got to like 329.20. Just a bit outside.
Yeah, that's a good
Above
trade.
DWAP 21,171.
Just a bit outside.
Just a bit outside.
Let's see if they can pull this off before David Green back to.
A bit outside. He tried
There it
corner.
is. Love it. Love it. Of course, make sure you stay tuned. The outro for the full David Green anthem. Tribute song.
The David Green anthem.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
God.
Make sure your children are in different rooms. All right.
Uh-oh.
Windows are closed.
You're over.
Uh-oh.
You bought the bottom on this too, almost. If you bought 14s, are you still in that, David?
I sold one at 16. I got one left. Break even stop.
Nice trade. Nice trade.
Time of day stinks. Yeah.
Yeah, 6 minutes left anyway.
6 minutes. Yep. Go. See what happens with in 30 seconds. We'll get the final injection of liquidity. Eddie, any change on those numbers for MOC?
You know what? Nothing.
Heavy?
Cool. Pretty much hanging in there as was. All
Maybe
still sell signs.
Yeah, they're hammering this thing now.
NASDAQ cooling off just a little bit. Really, well, not now again. But I mean, we're still $1 billion and $1 billion S&P NASDAQ.
I got stopped out break even on the last one.
All right, everyone's flat.
Above or below
S&P Delta
158.
13,300.
Watch this.
13,300. Oops.
More sellers. Wow.
Smoke shorts.
Yeah, it is. Shorts got to be fuming. Man.
They're happy now.
Well, those were the ones that got stopped out from that 700 lot that took the NASDAQ. They got to be.
Right.
David Green, quick P&L update so we can update the board.
410 for my day.
Thank you.
That's whoever entered it, the 700 lot. I wonder how they're feeling.
You know, oops.
A little woozy by now.
All right, James, if you're ready, I think we are as well. Keep an eye on these markets. If anything does present itself, we can jump on it. But James, come on in. Let's do some hashtag Power Hour goodies.
Let's do some hashtag Power Hour. All right, we asked for it. You all delivered. And the talk of the town today I saw was, no surprise to anyone, Bitcoin. Francis Green, who you'll see on Topstep TV tomorrow, unless anything happened. Nope, schedule looks good. Francis Green, after 3 years of only trading Bitcoin, I switched to futures as the ETF killed the volatility. Now it's the Trump pump for a few months at least. Time to jump back in and trade Bitcoin futures with Topstep. Yep. So now is as good a time as any to join Francis Green on that train. Keeping the Bitcoin talk going. Aaron B, just close your eyes and buy Bitcoin. It seemed to work for a lot of folks this morning until that, mid-afternoon dump. But if you were part of that rise this morning, I hope you closed out the P&L high. From NJ, day by day, making progress, still looking for trades each day and take them as I see them. That's a lot of green you can see there.
Woo.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not a red day in sight from what we can see here. So good work, NJ. Keep it up. This one is fun from Day Trading Coffee. Finished trading today, locked out, and watching fast markets with the youngest. Topstep, always the best.
On the big
Day
screen.
Trading Coffee.
Look at that.
That's one heck of a team.
Hey.
Yeah.
Here we are. Very cool.
Topstep TV, we're for families. And to close us up for Power Hour from Lost Trader, markets these days, gotta love that V.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm kidding.
Like a good crew neck. Love a deep V. Anyway, thank you for your Power Hour submissions.
What?
Keep them coming. We'll be here all week long. Andre, back to you for now.
Thank you. Like a deep. All right, let's trade 21,143. David Green, you train your combine or XFA?
Combine.
Okay.
We opened
You wanna
up
see
at
why we
158, right?
you wanna see why
Sorry.
we just bounced, guys and girls? Tesla
Yep.
Yeah, let's see it.
exactly. Check this out. Check out Tesla. All right, let's go to Tesla. Come on. There it is. Exactly hit our 30 EMA at 328.70 to the penny. Hit it. I don't think it went 5 cents below. Boom. So I had a marker out to buy the Tesla there to grab a little of the NQs when we hit that. Look at the NQs.
Green. David Green Wednesday, everybody. Make sure to go check out Wall Street Glow. We got the big webinar
Check it out.
this evening. Make sure to go check that out. We got 60
So,
seconds
It's
left.
just
in-
amazing. It's amazing to me the correlation between Tesla and the NQs. We just went up 30 points off that level. Because Tesla hit a nice support level. Tesla just bounced $2 off that level.
Look at it go.
Nice.
Look at that.
Nice.
It's been pretty good power.
There's
out,
our V. There's our V in the NASDAQ.
Again.
We started off at 158, right?
Mhm.
The NASDAQ, we opened up in the New York session 158. Above or below? Above or below 158. That's the line, I think.
Here we go. 30 seconds into the close. What a volatile day. Hard to pick a direction. A lot of V, yes. Virus last trade 21,160. Then the NASDAQ 6016 last trade in the ES. Bitcoin selling off right now below 91,000 bucks. Now it's $90,300 in the Bitcoin. We got 5 seconds left in the trade. I pull up the ES ladder and see what's popping over there. Nothing really showing there.
Above or below
And
158. Here we go.
that's all she wrote.
158 on the dot.
Make sure to check out the anthem. Right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. What's out here, Eddie?
Hey, thank you, Andre. I'd like to thank everybody for being with us here today. I'd like to thank our guests, by all means. And tomorrow's going to be Thursday. Once again, an all-star crew going to be with us here. So do not miss it. We're looking at the 14th of November already. We're going to be having Mohammed going to be joining us, Grant Z, for Fast Markets. Don't forget, tonight, Dakota's going to be joining Deanna for the London Open at 3:30 a.m. We got Power Players. Grant Ellis be with us for Power Players. Coming up back to the futures with James D and Coach J. And then the day tomorrow. Yes, Francis Green's going to be with us. Hoag, and of course, that dynamic duo, Dobie and Andre. Take a look at tomorrow's numbers. Yes, we've got some meat on the bone. 7:30, we do have continuing jobless claims. Core PPI, we also do have the PBI. That's going to probably be the biggest one out of those. PPI month over month. Scrolling down here at 8 o'clock, Barkin will be speaking. We got a natural gas storage at 9:30. Crude oil inventories at 10 o'clock. And lots going on here with those fuels coming up at 10. But at 10:30, we do have a 4-week, 8-week bill auction. And a little later on in the afternoon, Fed Chair Powell will be speaking. This is going to be at 2 o'clock. I'm not sure what the topic is, but more or less, this might be something where he's not talking anything about the rates. But we'll check into that when we get to it. But just to let you know, this is on the schedule. But right now, hey, don't forget, we do have at the buzzer coming up here at 3:15. At the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Ray. Don't miss that one. Tonight, Discord, 6 p.m. with Coach Ray, 7 p.m. with Coach Vince over in Discord. And then you come back here for the 7:30 slow markets with Coach Dakota. I believe that I've hit everything that I'm supposed to be hitting. I'd like to thank you for being with us here today and great participation here in the chat. Got to give the community some props here, helping each other out, sharing, and definitely participating. So it's your time now. What I need you to do is go relax. All right, go re-energize. Get yourself ready for tomorrow. All right, tomorrow's Thursday, going to be a busy day early. Let's see if we get some opportunity. And of course, orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
Down on the floor of the NYSE, David made moves for the world to see. IBM, Bank of America in his hands, trading those giants of master plans. Years on the floor, moving quick, moving fast, built a fortune, left a legacy that'll last. Before he was 40, he closed that door. Retired young, but had so much more in store. David Green, trading machine, built his life, lived his dream. Now he's teaching every day, guiding folks that David way from Wall Street to the screen. He's a legend, David Green. Green Room Live, a beacon bright, helping traders see the light. Teaching moves, teaching skill, building hope with strength and will. He's the mentor, wise and true, shows the markets in a brand new view. Wall Street cowboy strikes again, rides off in the sunset, success for his team. David Green, trading machine, built his life, lived his dream. Now he's teaching every day, guiding folks that David way from Wall Street to the screen. He's a legend, David Green. Decades in, but still he fights, bringing knowledge into sight. A master, a teacher, wise and bold. David Green, the story told. David Green, trading machine, built his life, lived his dream. Now he's teaching every day, guiding folks that David way from Wall Street to the screen. He's a legend, David Green. David Green. Grading floor to teaching role. David's heart, his steady goal. With wisdom deep and spirit keen, we all learn from David Green. David Green, trading machine, built his life, lived his dream. Now he's teaching every day, guiding folks that David way from Wall Street to the screen. He's a legend, David Green. David Green. David Green. Decades in, but still he fights, bringing knowledge in the sight. A master, a teacher, wise and bold. David Green, the story told. David Green. David Green. David Green.